What's it like to have a school beauty with a completely opposite personality as your deskmate? One second, she was attentively listening to the lecture in class. The next, she suddenly hugged me and kissed me deeply. This scene broke the hearts of all 3 billion male students in the class at once, but the school beauty's heart was blooming with joy. She buried her head directly into my chest. Jiang Yi-chen, I finally found you. It turns out the school beauty reincarnated with me. In my past life, I had a secret crush on her for 3 years, but due to my low self-esteem, I only dared to write this love into my diary until we met again many years later. When I finally gathered the courage to confess to her, I saw a truck that had lost control hurtling towards her. I rushed forward like a madman and pushed her away. As for myself, I was pulled under the truck. At the funeral, she knelt before my parents and vowed to take care of them on behalf of her lifesaver. But while sorting through my belongings, she suddenly discovered that the person who saved her was her high school deskmate. Looking at the yellowed diary in her hand, she couldn't help but cry. It turned out this fool had secretly liked me for so long. What a coward. If I could do it all over again, then let me be the one to actively pursue you. Okay? She just lay quietly on the bed like that, my bed, crying all night. The next morning, when she was on the verge of collapsing, a familiar lecture sound echoed in her ears. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and slowly sat up. When she turned her head, a familiar face appeared before her. In an instant, the girl's eyes turned red. She threw herself into my arms, regardless of anything else. I was dumbfounded at this moment. How was I sent flying by a truck 1 second ago? And back in my senior year, the next? And what did Shen Qingyan mean by being in my arms? Before I could even understand the situation, the homeroom teacher's roar echoed, Jiang Yi-chen. It's bad enough that you're sleeping in class, but you even dare to harass your deskmate. The male students in class also shot dagger-like glares at me. Jiang Yi-chen, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, I thought you were an honest guy. How dare you hug our school beauty Shen in broad daylight? You've got some nerve. If you're so tough, let her go. Let me. Seeing this, I screamed holy crap countless times in my head. How did things get twisted like this? I frantically pushed the school beauty away and explained. Sir, I think this is a misunderstanding. It was Shen Qingyan who hugged me first. At this moment, Shen Qingyan was so happy she was crying. Her eyes, filled with tears, looked at me, too moved to speak. The homeroom teacher's voice also trembled slightly. You even made classmate Shen cry. Now get out in the hallway and stand there for half an hour. Hearing that, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I really didn't do it. I am clearly the victim here, but looking at the murderous glares from the entire class, I had no choice but to walk out helplessly. But just then, Shen Qingyan's voice rang out. Wait, sir, you've misunderstood. What just happened has nothing to do with Jiang Yi-chen. I was the one who hugged him. Hearing that, the classroom instantly fell silent. The students' eyes almost popped out of their sockets. School beauty Shen hugged Jiang Yi-chen on her own initiative. How is that possible? Of course, the homeroom teacher didn't believe it either. Classmate Shen, you don't need to cover for Jiang Yi-chen. Just be brave and tell the truth. I will help you get justice. Shen Qingyan had a calm expression. I just had a nightmare. I was startled awake. It's really not classmate Jiang's fault. The students in the class suddenly understood. I told you that guy, Jiang Yi Chen, doesn't have the guts. Turns out school beauty Shen just woke up from a nightmare. She panicked and wasn't picky, just grabbing something to hug. The homeroom teacher's expression also softened a bit. As long as everything's okay. Sit down. The storm passed. The classroom became quiet again. Shen Qingyan beside me leaned slightly, resting her chin on one hand. She stared at me with amusement. Why didn't I notice in my past life that Jiang Yi-chen is actually quite handsome? Thankfully, heaven gave me a chance. I'll have plenty of time to get to know him better later. Thinking of this, Shen Qingyan's earlobes suddenly turned red, but I just felt a chill down my spine. As soon as I turned my head, I saw school beauty Shen staring at me. I touched my face and asked her curiously, is there something on my face? The moment I finished speaking, Old Kin's roar came from the podium. Jiang Yi-chen, what are you trying to do now? Before I could even say anything, a student behind me, filled with jealousy, raised his hand and said, Sir, I know. Just now, Jiang Yi-chen was staring at classmate Shen with a lecherous gaze. I fell apart again, there twisting the truth for the second time. This time, I explained until my throat was dry, almost pointing to the sky and drawing on the ground, making all sorts of vows. Only then did I barely get Old Kin to half-heartedly accept it. After sitting down, I was so angry I gritted my teeth. I glanced at the culprit. At this moment, Shen Qingyan was listening attentively to the lecture as if nothing had happened. It was as if the person who was staring at me just now wasn't her. It made me wonder if I was hallucinating just now. Little did I know that Shen Qingyan's heart was blooming with joy. But she also realized that even though she had been reincarnated, she had to be careful to hide it. After all, in everyone's eyes at school, she was always the ice-cold school beauty who kept 1,000 miles distance. Suddenly becoming too enthusiastic might scare away this lovely savior deskmate. Anyway, the bait is already in the pot, so just eat it slowly, one bite at a time. However, Shen Qingyan couldn't pretend for long. She couldn't help but secretly observe me. This feeling was like chasing an idol. She showed nothing on the outside, but inside, she was cheering with joy. What should I do? The more I look, the more I like him. Ah, his face is so fair. It must feel great to caress. I want to pinch it so badly. A timid puppy on the inside, I want to tease him. Who would have thought that the ice-cold Queen CEO from the past life would become such a boy-crazy fangirl now? She was having a feast for her eyes, but I couldn't quite take it. From just now until now, I kept feeling a chill down my spine, but every time I turned my head, Shen Qingyan would turn away with astonishing speed, returning to her cold and arrogant appearance. When I turned away, that feeling of being treated like prey appeared again. After this repeated a few times, I really couldn't take it anymore, so I wrote a note and passed it over. Big sis, what on earth do you want to do? My cold school beauty deskmate just glanced at the note. Her expression remained cold and unchanged. A moment later, she pushed the note back. The back of the note read, "No passing notes during class." Looking at the words on the paper, I felt a bit speechless, but the little figurine inside the outwardly cold Shen Qingyan's heart was already blooming with joy. Yeah. What should I do? My heart is melting. He called me big sis. This class finally ended. I, as if relieved of a heavy burden, ran out to the hallway to take a breath of fresh air. At this moment, my best friend Xu Feng came over and gave me a thumbs up. Bro Chen, you're so cool. Even school beauty Shen, you dared to tease her. I looked at him, a bit speechless. If I told you she made the first move, would you believe me? He looked at me with an understanding expression. It's okay. It's normal to fail at pursuing school beauty Shen. At least it's better than being a spare tire for Lin Mu Yao. Hearing this name, I froze for a moment. It seems I did have a dark romantic history in high school. Just then, a voice called out, "Jiang Yi Chen, Lai Wei and I want to eat ice cream. Go buy it for us?" That entitled tone disgusted me. If it were the me from my past life, I would probably be so excited I'd jump off a building to buy it. But now, I decided to use a very polite way to refuse her. If you're not sick, you can go buy it yourself. Hearing this, Lin Mu Yao was stunned. She thought she had misheard. She quickly pretended to be pitifully wronged, biting her lip, as if she had made a great resolution. "Jiang Yi Chen, if you go buy it for me now, I can have lunch with you." After saying that, a smug look appeared on her face. Previously, every time she said that, I would eagerly agree to her request. Lin Mu Yao thought this time would be no exception, but unexpectedly, I clutched my wallet and looked at her with a shocked expression. "You even want to freeload off my lunch money?" Lin Mu Yao just felt her head buzzing at this moment. When she came to her senses, she was so angry she stomped her foot. In her haste, she suddenly thought of something and blurted out, "If you don't go, then you can forget about holding my hand for the rest of your life." After speaking, she looked at me smugly. Seeing this, I chuckled softly. "Don't worry, I won't go." I sneered inwardly. I had such a hard time getting reincarnated. Something as important as holding a girl's hand for the first time. How could I let a sea queen taint it with those dirty hands? Li Wei, beside Lin Mu Yao, was also angry. "Jiang Yi Chen, do you understand human language?" Yao Yao said. "If you don't go buy ice cream, you can forget about ever holding her hand." Her voice was a bit loud, attracting the gazes of almost all the students in the hallway. Just then, a pleasant, cold voice rang out. "Of course he understands. On the contrary, are you two the ones who don't understand human language? Classmate Zhang already said he's not going, yet you keep pestering him here. Aren't you embarrassed?" Shen Qingyan strode forward on her long legs, like a queen ascending her throne. Every step seemed to stomp heavily on the hearts of everyone watching. The surrounding students stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the sudden appearance of school beauty Shen. Holy crap, is school beauty Shen defending Jiang Yi Chen? At this moment, Shen Qingyan appeared cold on the outside, but inside, she was furious. The man this queen has set her sights on. Is he someone you can touch? Seeing school beauty Shen appear, I was also stunned. After analyzing it with my wise brain, I came to a conclusion. They probably have a grudge against each other. Lin Mu Yao was caught off guard by the current situation in front of Shen Qingyan. Whether it was looks, family background, or reputation, I was inferior in every way. But with so many students watching in the hallway, she didn't want to show weakness. She stubbornly met Shen Qingyan's gaze. "I am talking to Jiang Yi Chen. What does it have to do with you?" Shen Qingyan walked to my side and said flatly. "I am his deskmate. So what are you?" Lin Mu Yao froze. She couldn't say Jiang Yi Chen was her follower. An idea flashed in her mind. He and I are good friends who can hold hands. To win against Shen Qingyan, she also went all out. Shen Qingyan let out a cold laugh. "Really? Just for holding hands once? He has to be your good friend and run errands for you?" This sentence made Lin Mu Yao's face flush red. Shen Qingyan ignored her. She turned to look at me and said, "Open your eyes and look clearly. When making friends, don't associate with dishonest types who like to take advantage of others." She paused here, seeming to have thought of something, and added casually, "Also, if you really want to hold a girl's hand, you can hold mine. No need to run errands, it's free." A sentence that left everyone present speechless, but what shocked them even more was, the goddess of their hearts just placed her hand in mine like that. I was also stunned at this moment, but the cool sensation from my hand told me, It was all real. Immediately after, I heard my school beauty deskmate say in her usual gentle tone, "The bell rang, let's go back." And so, like a soulless person, I was led back to class by Shen Qingyan. The male students in the hallway just managed to react, and immediately let out wails of grief. Back in the classroom, Shen Qingyan and I sat back in our seats. I looked at her shyly, recalling my past life experience. What kind of play is this? Exactly. This part didn't happen in my past life. Seemingly sensing my confusion, Shen Qingyan said in a cold voice, "Don't misunderstand. I just don't like that girl. Holding hands is nothing. Don't take it to heart." Her mouth said that. But in Shen Qingyan's heart, a little person was setting off fireworks. Woohoo! I held my little deskmate's hand. Jiang Yichen's first time holding hands in this life has been successfully claimed by me. Oh yeah, in her past life, when she read my diary, she clearly remembered the first time I held hands with the opposite gender was in the last 2 weeks before graduation. Who the hell is Lin Mu Yao? That green tea bitch with her dirty hands can go play elsewhere. Thinking of this, Shen Qingyan looked at me and asked, "Any other problems?" I nodded honestly. "I see, we're already in the classroom." Then I looked worriedly at my right hand, which, since entering the classroom, hadn't been let go by my school beauty deskmate. Shen Qingyan had a calm expression and casually let go of my hand. "Sorry, I forgot." But she was a little disappointed inside. "Aya, I got caught again." I wanted to hold it a little longer. After my right hand was freed, I also breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that I want to be a saint. It's mainly because I am afraid of dying. Just now, the homeroom teacher Chin Min was patrolling the hallway. I was worried he'd see it, and he'd get angry and take my sorry life. In class, I wrote a note and passed it over out of politeness. "Thanks." Shen Qingyan glanced at the note and casually wrote back a sentence. "How will you thank me?" I was stunned. I was just being polite. Why is this deskmate not polite at all? I grumbled to myself. How to thank you? I already gave my life for you in our past life. Why don't you think about how you should thank me? I felt a little indignant. But on second thought, never mind. It's all from the past life. Besides, she wasn't reincarnated. I scribbled a few more lines on the note and pushed it over. "How do you want me to thank you?" Seeing this, the corner of Shen Qingyan's mouth seemed to lift into a barely perceptible smile. She quickly wrote a line on the paper and pushed it back. "Call me Big Sis and let me hear it." Seeing the words on it, I almost choked on my own saliva. I coughed. I couldn't help but look up at my school beauty deskmate. The latter was still concentrating on the history teacher on the podium, with an attentive expression. It's hard to imagine this ice-cold school beauty having such a hobby. I continued to write the note and passed it back. No way. Change it to something else. Shen Qingyan glanced at the note and quickly wrote something and pushed it back again. "Then treat me to lunch today." I looked at the note seriously. I always had a feeling of being set up. At the same time, the person sitting next to me, Shen Qingyan, smirked again. "Little brat, as if I can't handle you." It was finally the end of class. Xu Feng quickly ran over again, leaning in front of me and saying, "Bro Chen, you really hit the jackpot today. First, you get hugged tightly by the school beauty. Then she takes the initiative to hold your hand. If she even has lunch with you, Bro Chen, he'll believe you two are really dating. To celebrate, he'll treat you to a meal." As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful figure approached. Shen Qingyan looked at me. "Let's eat." 3 words in a calm tone, but the content was as explosive as a bomb. I pointed at Xu Feng beside me. Xu Feng said he wants to treat. Shen Qingyan frowned slightly. Looking at Xu Feng, "You want a treat?" Although her expression didn't change, the atmosphere around them seemed to have dropped a few degrees. But Xu Feng, who didn't know what was good for him, nodded repeatedly. Okay, my treat, my treat." He was extremely excited inside. To be able to treat the school-recognized ice queen to a meal, for such an opportunity for close contact, any amount of money was worth it. But halfway through his sentence, he froze, because he saw the emotionless gaze of school beauty Shen. Xu Feng suddenly shivered. His voice trembled a little. "So, am I treating or not?" Shen Qingyan said casually. "You're not treating." Xu Feng immediately nodded, like a chicken pecking at rice. Right. I am not treating. You two go eat." "I forgot. My mom is having her second baby today." After saying that, he turned and ran. I stared blankly in the direction Xu Feng left. Shen Qingyan looked at me with satisfaction. "Let's go eat." I gulped. "Let's go." At the corner of the stairs, Xu Feng secretly poked his head out to look in this direction. No way. Are they really dating? The cafeteria was packed at noon. Moreover, on the way, I don't know how many times I was killed by glares. Shen Qingyan also frowned. She wanted to have a meal alone with me. "Let's go eat outside the school gate." I nodded. Okay, but I still felt helpless inside. Sensing that I was a bit distracted, Shen Qingyan came closer and said, "What's wrong? You want to hold hands now?" My mind immediately cleared, and I shook my head like a rattle drum. No. It's only the first day of my reincarnation. I don't want to be beaten to death by male classmates who are mad with jealousy. Thinking of this, I immediately turned around and ran towards the school gate as if escaping. Left behind. Shen Qingyan pouted slightly, showing a look of regret. Immediately after, she smiled brightly and followed with light steps. Get up. It's nothing. Teasing like this is quite interesting. Arriving at the small eatery opposite the school, I entered the restaurant. At that moment, I felt an invisible heavy pressure. As a player with a weekly living expense of 150 yuan, not including weekends, I only have 30 yuan to spend each day. We found an empty table and sat down. Shen Qingyan ordered a plate of lamb fried rice. I felt my heart bleeding. Give me a plate of tomato and egg rice. Shen Qingyan frowned at me. It's all vegetables, don't you eat meat? I sighed. It's fine. I am allergic to meat. Inside, I felt very helpless, mainly allergic to expensive things. Of course, Shen Qingyan didn't believe it. She immediately ordered another plate of beef rice. Eat more meat. You're at a growing age. She secretly snorted in her heart. This body of yours will be mine later. You have to take good care of it. I had black lines all over my head. It's not your money. So of course, you don't feel the pinch. Shen Qingyan took a sip of water and said casually, more than half of your weekly living expenses are spent on Lin Mu Yao, right? Hearing that, I suddenly choked violently. The sour plum soup I just drank almost choked me to death. How did you know? Shen Qingyan secretly pouted in her heart. Of course, I read it in your diary, but on the outside, her face wasn't red and her heart wasn't racing. Many people in the school know. I heard people talking about it. My head hit the table with a thud. I was speechless. What does this mean? The fact that I was a spare tire has spread, far and wide. Looking at my appearance, Shen Qingyan thought I was still thinking about Lin Mu Yao. Her beautiful willow leaf eyebrows furrowed. This won't do. The man I worked so hard to find again. How can he be so easily tricked away by a player? She coughed lightly and began to lecture me. For a boy your age, it's understandable to be a little clueless. To long for and pursue the opposite sex is understandable, but boys also need to learn how to protect themselves when they're out. The world of relationships is very dangerous. I kept listening and listening. A giant question mark gradually appeared on my forehead. Something's not right. Why is this school beauty deskmate suddenly lecturing me? This style is a bit strange. Seeing my expression, Shen Qingyan thought I was unconvinced and let out a faint laugh. What? Unconvinced? Do you think you're very smart, that you won't be easily deceived? I laughed in surprise. Is that even a question? I am a reincarnated person, 18 years old, with the soul of a 30-year-old. What kind of storms haven't I seen? A little school beauty dares to lecture me. She's acting a bit too big for her britches. Before I could say anything, Shen Qingyan spoke casually. First semester of 10th grade, Lin Mu Yao called you Brother Chen once, and on impulse, you gave her your entire month's living allowance to buy a Stars music album for her. Last winter break, she said our Brother Chen, you were as excited as if you'd been injected with chicken blood, cycling every day to bring her a half-month's worth of love breakfasts. This Chinese New Year, she said she was considering holding your hand. You got excited and handed over another 2 months' meal money, only to get a thank you in return. Hearing her go on, as if she was telling a family story, recounting my entire career as a spare tire, I was completely dumbfounded, staring at her wide-eyed. Holy crap, how does she know in such detail? Even I was about to forget. Shen Qingyan's indifferent gaze swept over me. Are you convinced now? I wanted to find a hole to crawl into. I am convinced, completely convinced. The evidence is undeniable. My 3 years of high school. I was truly a genuine titanium spare tire. There's no washing this clean. I stared at her blankly and asked, but how do you know so clearly? Shen Qingyan's face remained cold as she lied calmly, without changing her expression. Many people know. I heard them talking. My head hit the table with a thud once again. Good heavens. Social death for the second time. Seeing me like this, a smile flickered across Shen Qingyan's face, then she quickly returned to her cold expression. Now you know, right? So promise me you won't be so easily deceived anymore. Stay away from that kind of girl. I nodded with a pained expression. Definitely. Shen Qingyan was very satisfied with my attitude. As the food was served, she continued to press her advantage. Boys at this age should still focus. Studying hard to get into a good university is the main mission. I replied listlessly. You're right. Shen Qingyan looked at me with satisfaction and continued. So if Lin Mu Yao comes looking for you again, don't pay any attention to her. I nodded silently and said okay. She looked at me and continued. Also, if any other girl wants to hang out with you, you must learn to say no. I continued to nod and said, no problem, she continued. If you find that anyone in the class or the grade, any other girl has feelings for you, you must report to me immediately. I listened and suddenly felt something was off. I immediately looked up and looked at Shen Qingyan opposite me with a suspicious expression. If another girl has feelings for me, why do I have to report it to you? Also, I can't treat other female classmates to meals, so why is it okay to treat you? Shen Qingyan had a calm expression. Her expression didn't change. Because I am the class president, I have the responsibility to supervise the students in the class so their academic performance isn't affected. As for treating to meals, that's different. We are deskmates. It's very normal for deskmates to eat together. I was stunned listening to this. I looked suspiciously at Shen Qingyan in front of me. The other party remained cold and calm. I couldn't see any hint that she was lying with a guilty conscience, so I gradually believed and accepted it. A cold ice goddess like Shen Qingyan indeed doesn't need to make up stories to trick me in this matter. Otherwise, what would she gain from it? If Shen Qingyan was really lying and had other intentions, I would definitely be able to see through it easily. Guaranteed not to be deceived. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but feel a little touched. So when I looked at Shen Qingyan in front of me, I spoke sincerely. Thank you. Shen Qingyan maintained a cool and natural expression. It's nothing. It's what I should do. So how are you going to thank me? I was speechless. The feeling of being moved was only half formed, and it was forced back down again. I almost choked to death. How do you want me to thank you? Shen Qingyan seemed to think for a moment absent-mindedly. Her expression showed no sign of prior planning. Her voice was indifferent. Then call me big sister and let me hear it. Hearing that, my face was full of black lines as I looked at my school beauty deskmate. She calmly met my gaze. I replied in a firm voice. I can't. Shen Qingyan looked at me and asked, what will make you call me that? I shook my head and said, nothing will make me. Hearing that, the corner of her mouth lifted slightly. She said, this meal is on me. I immediately changed my expression. Good, big sister. Hearing this, Shen Qingyan's expression didn't change at all. She just nodded indifferently, then calmly stood up and reached out to pat my head. In a cool and casual tone, she left a single word, good boy, then turned and walked towards the counter. Boss. The bill. We left the restaurant but didn't go back to school right away. Shen Qingyan told me to wait for her for a moment at the door of the small supermarket. She went in to buy some wet wipes. This act of shopping with a girl, for a high school boy, often implies a certain level of intimacy and ambiguity. But Shen Qingyan maintained her cool and natural expression and gave a righteous explanation. It's very normal for deskmates to go to the supermarket together. At school, other people's deskmates do it too. I was half believing, half doubting, but still chose to accept it. Anyway, thinking about it, Shen Qingyan had no reason to lie to me. She wouldn't gain anything from it. So Shen Qingyan went into the supermarket to shop, and I waited at the door. Just then, a familiar, coquettish female voice came from behind. Jiang Yichen. I turned my head towards the voice and saw Lin Muyao coming out of a noodle shop next door. She looked down at me. What? Have you thought carefully about apologizing to me? Hearing that, I looked at her like she was crazy. Apologize for what? Where did this green tea player girl come from? Lin Muyao smiled confidently again. You usually eat at the cafeteria. Today you came to the school gate. Weren't you waiting for me? Still being stubborn, Jiang Yichen was amused. He glanced at her and said, I am not waiting for you. Lin Muyao sneered again. Her expression was as if she had seen through someone's thoughts. Jiang Yichen, I know you want to make me jealous. So you've gone through so much trouble. You even invited Shen Qingyan to act with you. But, do you really think I'll fall for this childish trick? The mention of Shen Qingyan reminded me of the social death scene just now. My dark history was listed, and my temples twitched. It was so embarrassing. Thinking of this, my face immediately darkened. Are you done? If so, go back to your seat. Waiting for someone. Lin Muyao was stunned by my attitude. She blurted out in annoyance, Jiang Yichen, what's with your attitude? Let me tell you, this is the last chance I am giving you. Just then, in the small supermarket next to the noodle shop, the person who had finished shopping and paid, Shen Qingyan, was about to walk out of the store. As she reached the door, she heard from outside Lin Muyao's annoyed questioning. Shen Qingyan immediately stopped in her tracks. She perked up her ears to listen to the commotion outside. She wanted to see how, after she had just taught her foolish deskmate a lesson, now it was time to check the teaching results, how her little deskmate would perform. At this moment, I heard the threat from the little princess, the green tea in front of me, and raised an eyebrow. What do I have to regret? Lin Muyao smiled confidently as if victory was already in her grasp. If you don't apologize, from now on, it's not just about holding hands. I'll never pay attention to you again. I won't even say another word to you. In the future, no matter how you try to find me, I won't even spare you a single glance. I quickly nodded and said, that's great. Hearing that, Lin Muyao couldn't help but get angry. What on earth you mean? I kindly explained to her, it's exactly what it sounds like. My deskmate told me I have to study hard and associate less with indecent girls. Speaking of which, I looked at Lin Muyao and added another sentence, especially you. Lin Muyao was so angry her mind went blank. Me? I am indecent? How dare you say that about me? I feigned innocence. I didn't say it. My deskmate did. Lin Muyao was about to go crazy. So you'll listen to whatever your deskmate says. Finally, a faint sneer appeared on my face. I can't listen to her. Then why should I listen to you? This sentence, along with the sneer at the corner of my mouth, left Lin Muyao stunned and speechless. I continued slowly. Besides, my deskmate is the school beauty. She's beautiful, tall, and speaks pleasantly. Why wouldn't I listen to her? Then I glanced at the dazed Lin Mu Yao, whom I had defeated. At Lin Mu Yao, I dealt the final blow. Unlike you, you're short and not that pretty. 10 simple words directly stabbed Lin Mu Yao through the heart. Jiang Yichen, you just wait and see. I will never forgive you. This class beauty of class 7, recognized by the entire 12th grade as sweet and lovely, finally got so angry that she spoke through sobs and left with one last sentence, then ran away without looking back. At this moment, there were footsteps behind me. I turned my head and saw Shen Qingyan, who had finished her shopping and came out. She still had a cold, calm expression and glanced at me. Who were you talking to just now? I replied casually. Just a passerby. I don't know her. Shen Qingyan nodded, pretending not to know, then casually handed me a piece of fruit candy. Zhaolin gave it to me. You try it. The little person in her heart watched with satisfaction as I unwrapped the candy and put the fruit candy in my mouth, thinking of the sentence she had just overheard. My deskmate is the school beauty, and she's beautiful. She couldn't help but smile like a blossoming flower. This little fool has a sweet mouth. In the afternoon, at 1:40 p.m., the class bell rang. I tilted my head slightly to look at Shen Qingyan sitting next to me. This deskmate is not only beautiful, but her grades are also excellent. Just as I was staring blankly, a note was pushed over by a slender finger, gently. I glanced at the note. Stop staring. Pay attention to the lecture. I looked up at Shen Qingyan beside me. She still had a cold, focused expression, looking at the podium and listening attentively to the lecture. I turned away in embarrassment. However, when I turned away, I didn't see that. At this moment, Shen Qingyan, who looked cold and focused on the lecture, had the corners of her mouth slightly raised in a barely noticeable smile. This fool is staring at me so intently. Is my charm that great? Thinking this, the little person in her heart couldn't help but show a hint of secret satisfaction, and she was completely unaware that she had actually misunderstood. The last period in the afternoon was the class meeting. The homeroom teacher stood on the podium with a stern expression, announcing to the students below, next Tuesday is the second mock exam. Everyone must review and prepare well. Suddenly, a familiar roar was heard. Jiang Yichen, stand up for me. I shot up reflexively. Following the voice, I saw the homeroom teacher on the podium, glaring at me angrily. He slammed his hand on the desk and roared, Jiang Yichen, do you know what you scored on the last mock exam? What did I score on the last mock exam? This question, to recall it, for someone who was reincarnated for more than 10 years in the future after being hit by a truck, was a bit difficult. Luckily, without waiting for me to think, the homeroom teacher on the podium was already furious and listed the details for me. Math 71, Literature 82, English 74. The combined score for social studies, politics, history, and geography was 143. On average, you didn't even pass each subject. There are 49 students in the class. You ranked 44th, dropping 8 places compared to the last midterm exam. Looking at the class worst student in the last row, Group 4. Sitting by the window, the homeroom teacher was heartbroken, feeling disappointed that his efforts were wasted. For this mock exam, you must improve by at least 20 points for me. If you can't, then just wait for me to call your parents. Hearing the homeroom teacher say this, quite a few students below were gloating. One male student laughed out loud and chimed in. Sir, improving by 20 points is too hard for Jiang Yichen. He's busy chasing the class beauty of class 7, Lin Mu Yao. How could he have time to study? His tone was full of ridicule and sarcasm. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately caused another round of laughter in the classroom, and the homeroom teacher's face became even darker. He glared at me angrily. What class beauty? Nonsense. In short, you must improve by 20 points. I don't care what method you use. Doing practice tests, memorizing, rote learning, or getting another student to tutor you. I won't look at the process, only the result. Hearing this, the male student who had just mocked me laughed again. Sir, come on. If Jiang Yichen asks another student for help, wouldn't he just drag someone else down? He's so lovesick. Like that, don't let him infect others with his lovesickness, and they'll fail together. The laughter in the classroom immediately became louder. At the same time, many of the top-performing students in the class also showed a vigilant expression, looking at me with a more wary and distant look. They and an underachiever like Jiang Yichen were not the same. For this mock exam, they all had to strive for good grades and rankings. If Jiang Yichen really took the homeroom teacher's words as a command and shamelessly came to them for tutoring, then their time and study morale would be affected. Amidst a round of laughter, I stood there, seemingly unfazed. If I had encountered this situation in my past life, I guess I would have been both embarrassed and angry, not knowing what to do. But this life is different. A soul over 30 years old. My skin has long been thick. With this insignificant childish malice, not to mention improving my grades, for a reincarnated person like me, was not difficult at all. So, at this moment, I just smiled and looked at the homeroom teacher on the podium. Sir, it's okay. I can study on my own. After saying that, I paused for a moment, then spoke honestly. I will try my best not to be a burden to the class. I'll strive to improve by 200 points. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole class couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into laughter. The male student from before laughed even harder, to the point of being out of breath. Pointing at me, he said, 200 points. Why don't you just explode? I think it's already hard for you to improve by 2 points. After that, this male student turned to look at the homeroom teacher, laughing heartily, Sir. But Jiang Yichen knows his place quite well. He knows none of the top students in the class want to bother with him, so he proactively avoids embarrassing himself. That saves you some trouble, right? Ha ha ha. The homeroom teacher on the podium frowned slightly upon hearing this. Although he disliked the male student's mocking and contemptuous attitude, his words had some merit. An underachieving student was already troublesome enough. If it really affected the study situation of the few top students in the class, the loss would be even greater. As for Jiang Yichen saying head improved by 200 points, the teacher naturally didn't pay it any mind. Just thinking, I was boasting to save face. After a moment's thought, the homeroom teacher said sternly, Fine then, focus on studying by yourself. If there are problems you don't understand and need to ask, you can find me or other teachers. Before he could finish his sentence, suddenly a sound rang out in the classroom. A clear, pleasant voice suddenly rang out. There's no need to find someone else. I'll do it. The atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became quiet. You could hear a pin drop, including the homeroom teacher. At this moment, all the students in the class were stunned. Their eyes instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. Their gaze fell on the last row of the fourth group in the classroom, right in the seat next to a certain underachiever. The cold and beautiful Ice Queen suddenly stood up. She was standing shoulder to shoulder with me. Shen Qingyan's cold gaze swept over all the students in the class. Wherever her gaze passed, the students who had just joined the leading male student in mocking me couldn't help but feel guilty and instinctively lowered their heads to avoid her gaze. Finally, she looked at the homeroom teacher on the podium and repeated in a calm and gentle tone, I will tutor Jiang Yichen. After she finished speaking, the students finally came to their senses. Immediately after, the entire classroom erupted in an uproar. Even I was stunned. I originally had enough confidence and backing and was about to speak up confidently to show off a bit. But as a result, before I could even finish, Shen Qingyan actually stood up too. The moment she opened her mouth, she stole all my thunder. The students could hardly believe their ears, looking at Shen Qingyan with her cold expression, and then at me standing next to her. They truly found it unbelievable. As the school beauty, Shen Qingyan's icy personality was acknowledged by the entire school. Despite her excellent grades, firmly holding the #1 spot in the 10th grade, she was always a loner, focusing on her own studies. It wasn't that there weren't any in the class before. Male students who used tutoring as an excuse to actually get close to Shen Qingyan and start a conversation, hoping for a chance to get closer. The result was always a blunt refusal. But now, for someone in the class, whose grades were near the bottom, Jiang Yichen, Shen Qingyan took the initiative to stand up, expressing her willingness to personally tutor him. The one who had laughed the loudest earlier, that male student couldn't help but get anxious and immediately said, Sir, student Shen's grades are of course good, but for this second mock exam, she still has to help our class compete for first place in the grade. We can't let Jiang Yichen drag her down. The homeroom teacher on the podium hesitated a little, frowning. I think it's better not to. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Shen Qingyan. Sir, it's all right. As the class president, helping classmates is what I should do. Tutoring Jiang Yichen won't affect my grades. In fact, through tutoring and explaining, it can help me understand the material more deeply. She spoke calmly and rationally. The homeroom teacher couldn't help but nod, showing a look of agreement. Finally, after a moment's thought, he decided, all right, then the task of tutoring Jiang Yichen is assigned to you, but you must ensure it doesn't affect your own energy for studying. The homeroom teacher said to Shen Qingyan, after giving his gentle instructions. Then his gaze shifted to me, immediately becoming sharp again. His tone suddenly jumped 8 octaves. Jiang Yichen, you must cherish this opportunity. Learn humbly from student Qingyan. Don't be the one who doesn't study properly and also affect student Qingyan. Watch out, or I'll hold you accountable then. Hearing this, I nodded and said I understood. After speaking, I looked to my side and whispered to Shen Qingyan, actually, you don't have to go through all this trouble. I can do it alone. The next second, Shen Qingyan's gentle voice came over. Don't misunderstand. I am not intentionally helping you. It's just the duty of a class president and a deskmate. When she said this, Shen Qingyan's expression was cold, showing no signs of anything unusual. But in reality, her heart was already blooming with joy. Intimate one-on-one academic tutoring, another legitimate opportunity to get close to and chat with my deskmate. Where should I start with the tutoring? Maybe I should hold his hand and guide him, along with the ringing of the dismissal bell. Evening had arrived in a flash, because the school had mandatory evening self-study sessions from 6:30 to 9:30 p.m. So after school, the students in the class rushed out, scrambling to the cafeteria. Shen Qingyan was with a few female classmates whom she had a closer relationship with, and they invited her to have dinner together. As for me, I went to the cafeteria with my best friend Xu Feng. While eating, Xu Feng admired me to no end. He practically wanted to become my disciple on the spot. Brother Chen, You're so cool. Having lunch together was one thing. School beauty Shen has never tutored anyone before, and you got her first time. With such a blessing, even if you fail this mock exam, Brother Chen, and your parents are called, it's worth it. I looked at Xu Feng and frowned. Who said I am going to fail this time? I don't need a tutor. I can improve by at least 200 points this time. Xu Feng was stunned, then looked at me with an amazed expression. Look, getting one-on-one time with school beauty Shen has made you go crazy with joy, Brother Chen. I rolled my eyes. If you don't believe me, fine. Xu Feng became a bit more serious. He waved his hand and said, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that you're bragging too much. Brother Chen, you scored 370 last time. An increase of 200 points. That's 570 points, which could get you into the top 15 of the class. How could an ordinary person dare to think of that? Hearing this, a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of my mouth. How about we make a bet? If I can improve by at least 200 points on this mock exam. Xu Feng didn't hesitate and patted his chest. He generously agreed. Then I am willing to bet and lose. When the time comes, I'll take off my clothes and at night, I'll do a handstand and run naked for 3 laps on the school's sports field. Damn. I was shocked too. Actually, I was just going to tell him to treat me to a few meals. I didn't expect this kid to be so brave. I nodded. To be fair, I still looked at Xu Feng and asked another question. What if I lose? Xu Feng acted like a good, righteous brother. Brother Chen, if you lose, as your brother, I won't punish you with anything else. Immediately after, he sidled up closer and carefully began to speak. Could you share some of your experience with your brother? How did you manage to win over school beauty Shen? You could even open a class to teach it. On the other side, Shen Qingyan and a few female friends were having dinner together, and were also being asked this and that. The 3 girls who had dinner with Shen Qingyan from class were considered to have pretty good looks and academic performance, compared to others. Their relationship with Shen Qingyan was also a bit closer and more familiar, so they could boldly ask her a few questions. Qingyan, why did you agree to tutor Jiang Yi Chen among the 3 girls? As the literature representative, Yang Yuting couldn't help but ask curiously. This is the first time I've seen you take the initiative to tutor someone. The 2 girls beside her also nodded eagerly. Their gossipy souls were burning fiercely, facing her friends' curious and gossipy gazes. Shen Qingyan just replied casually, it's nothing. I am the class president. Helping a classmate is the right thing to do. Yang Yuting was half convinced after hearing that. That sounds so formal. Why haven't I seen you help others before? And a boy at that. Shen Qingyan remained calm. It's just a coincidence. He's my deskmate. Helping to tutor is just convenient. Another girl beside her couldn't help but ask. Then what about you actively hugging him this morning? I heard during the break, you even held Jiang Yichen's hand in front of the class beauty of class 7. Shen Qingyan's face didn't blush. Her heart didn't race. She lied without batting an eye. It was all a coincidence. She even smiled lightly and asked back, it's not like I like him, right? As soon as she said this, the 3 girls immediately felt relieved. That's true. How could you possibly like an underachiever like him? I told you. It must be a coincidence. Qingyan is just being a little kind. Looking at the state of the 3 girls in front of her, at this moment, the minifigure in Shen Qingyan's heart was smiling with curved eyes, smug as a little fox. Easily deceived them. The time is not ripe yet. For now, it's not convenient for others to know the truth. Her image must be maintained. Otherwise, it would be too sudden for everyone. That would reveal a flaw. Besides, the current situation is very good anyway. There's no pressure. I can be with my deskmate comfortably. In my free time, I can even pretend to casually tease him a bit. So there's no rush to make it public. Just take it slow. However, just as Shen Qingyan was contentedly thinking this, the 3 girls' conversation suddenly changed topics. But then again, that Jiang Yi Chen is not completely useless. After all, Lin Muyao noticed him. The class beauty of class 7 has pretty high standards for a boyfriend. Jiang Yi Chen is just a bit shy and introverted. But looking at him today, he's actually quite handsome. He's the well-behaved little brother type. Yang Yuting's eyes lit up slightly, her hands cupping her chin. She showed an eager expression. I quite like this type. Qingyan, if you're not interested, maybe I'll give it a try someday. As soon as these words were spoken, Shen Qingyan, who had been eating with her head down a moment ago, slammed her chopsticks on the table with a loud bang. This startled the 3 girls beside her, including Yang Yuting. Shen Qingyan raised her head. Her cold gaze swept over Yang Yuting and the other 2. The second mock exam is coming up. Study well. Stop thinking about nonsense. Her expression was extremely cold, displaying the solemn authority of a class president. The 3 girls quickly nodded obediently and listened humbly. Shen Qingyan was secretly sighing with relief in her heart. Thank goodness, the food in my bowl was almost coveted by other bad girls. After dinner, Xu Feng and I returned to the classroom from the school cafeteria. I hadn't been resting in my seat for long. When I saw Shen Qingyan returning with 3 other girls, I noticed that those 3 girls seemed to be secretly looking at me, sitting together and seemingly whispering about something. At this moment, Shen Qingyan had returned to her seat next to me. Her clear, soft, and pleasant voice came over. Get ready. Which subject do you want to be tutored on first? I thought for a moment. I still felt there was no need for the trouble of taking up Shen Qingyan's time and effort, so I spoke up. How about we just forget it? I can study on my own. Shen Qingyan paused for a moment after hearing that, then said softly, do you feel like you don't need help? Then, without waiting for my reply, I saw her rummaging in her desk drawer for a moment and quickly took out 2 English test papers and placed them in front of me. Try doing the fill-in-the-blank section on these 2 papers. Shen Qingyan added, if you get less than 8 questions wrong in total, you'll believe that you can do it on your own. I took the test paper and smiled. Okay. Watching me pick up the pen and start working, Shen Qingyan was also very confident in her heart. She estimated my ability. At my level, I should get at least 14 or 15 questions wrong. At that point, my deskmate would be thoroughly convinced of his defeat and could only obediently accept her one-on-one tutoring. Thinking this, a smile couldn't help but appear on Shen Qingyan's lips. However, just 20 minutes later, when the fill-in-the-blank sections of the 2 papers were completed and placed in front of Shen Qingyan, she quickly glanced at the answer key. Shen Qingyan's cold and calm expression almost broke for the first time. Her small mouth opened slightly, revealing an expression of disbelief. 2. Fill in the blank sections. A total of 30 questions, all correct. Carefully, checking again. When she confirmed there were no mistakes, Shen Qingyan couldn't quite believe it. These 2 fill-in-the-blank exercises, most average students would get at least 3 to 4 questions wrong on each. Even she wasn't sure she could get them all right, but the deskmate in front of her didn't get a single question wrong. All correct. No. According to her understanding of me in the previous life, and after reading his entire diary, the academic level of her foolish deskmate had been in a freefall since the 2nd semester of 10th grade. He was truly near the bottom of the class. How could he get them all right so easily? And it only took him 20 minutes. At this time, I had a very relaxed expression. I even had time to appreciate Shen Qingyan's adorable surprised expression. Since being reincarnated, this was finally the first time when facing Shen Qingyan that I had the upper hand, which made me can't help but say with a bit of pride, now, do you believe me? But these words of mine reached Shen Qingyan's ears. Like a small provocation, her willow-like eyebrows shot up. In her past life, the icy female CEO of the Shang Corporation, her unyielding personality returned. This kid wants to compete with me, doesn't he? Her expression quickly returned to its usual coldness. Fine. These 2 papers are quite simple. With that said, Shen Qingyan then took another test paper from her English textbook, covered the answer section with tape on the fill-in-the-blank she had done, and handed it to me. At the same time, she looked up at me, her tone as gentle as usual. Try this one. I raised my eyebrows slightly and smiled calmly. No problem. So I picked up my pen again and started working quickly. This time, my efficiency was extremely high again, and after only a short 10 minutes, I gently returned the 3rd test paper to Shen Qingyan's hand. Finished so quickly. You'll regret it if you don't check it carefully. Shen Qingyan pretended to comment calmly, but her movements were actually very fast, immediately taking the paper. Then she took a light breath and removed the tape covering the answers, and started checking. The checking process was very short. In an instant, it was confirmed. Shen Qingyan suddenly took a sharp breath. The shock in her eyes this time was even greater. All correct again. Once could be considered luck, but this 3rd paper wasn't an assignment from the teachers, but an English competition paper she found herself. It was originally just for her to practice and further improve her level. Shen Qingyan herself had gotten 3 questions wrong, but I unexpectedly only took about 10 minutes to produce a perfect, all-correct answer. This time, Shen Qingyan couldn't help but look at her deskmate again, her eyes filled with complete astonishment and disbelief. The minifigure in her heart had its mouth wide open in a cute O shape. Is this still the deskmate she knew? The one who complained in his diary that English was too hard? That little fool? How did he suddenly become a competition-level English master? I didn't know what Shen Qingyan was thinking at this moment. After finishing the 3 papers, I just felt refreshed. So this is all an English competition paper amounts to. In my previous life, after failing the college entrance exam, I barely had enough points to get into a second-rate university. My parents took out most of their savings to send me to an ordinary university. When I saw my parents' hair turning grayer, I felt extremely guilty and blamed myself, and only then did I completely wake up. In college, on the contrary, I started to become more diligent and hardworking. I studied while working part-time, tutoring part-time to earn living expenses. Even after graduating from college, my first job, which lasted for 3 years, was at a famous local education center, where I became a teacher, specializing in tutoring students of the center in various subjects, and my main tutoring focus is high school subjects. Now, I've been reborn back to my high school days, facing the challenge of these subjects once again. It can be said, it's a piece of cake. The English test is done. Next are literature, math, and history. However, the mandatory classical literature and poetry in high school, I've memorized them all by heart. At this moment, Shen Qingyan's eyes lit up. Her tone revealed a rare hint of joy and excitement. This question is wrong. Hearing that, I gently glanced over the answer and casually pointed out, it's the wrong answer. Shen Qingyan took a closer look herself and found that it was indeed the wrong answer. I looked up at the dazed Shen Qingyan, who had a rare silly look on her face. I raised an eyebrow. Do you believe me now? Shen Qingyan finally snapped out of it, trying to make her expression return to its usual coldness. Not bad. Right after that, she couldn't help but look at me again, sizing me up, unable to contain the doubt in her heart. How did you suddenly get so good at studying? As for this question, I had already prepared for it. It's not sudden. Actually, lately, I've been secretly working hard, catching up and reviewing, just waiting for this mock exam to surprise everyone. It sounds a bit forced, but it's still better than telling Shen Qingyan that I am a reincarnated person. After hearing this, Shen Qingyan was half believing, half doubting. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but look me up and down. She still felt that something was off. Secretly working hard, catching up and reviewing. This detail wasn't in the diary. Did this need to be kept so secret that it wasn't even mentioned in the diary? But after a moment's thought, Shen Qingyan still accepted this answer. After all, this was probably the only logical explanation. This deskmate of hers couldn't possibly be reincarnated too. Seeing that Shen Qingyan accepted my explanation, I also smiled. In that case, I won't need to trouble you with studying anymore, right? I can handle it on my own. After hearing this, Shen Qingyan hesitated for a moment and then nodded. At this moment, her mood was also a bit complicated and tangled. After all, if I really was like in my past life, with bottom-of-the-class grades, then no matter how much she tried to compromise and cooperate, after the college entrance exams, she and Jiang Yichen would still have to go to different universities. A long-distance relationship is not a good thing, after all. But now it seems this problem is no longer a problem. The minifigure in Shen Qingyan's heart was currently staring at her deskmate. It was rare. Astonished as if seeing a treasure, she couldn't help but be overjoyed. Yeah, as expected of my deskmate. To think you'd secretly hide such great skills. My judgment is indeed not wrong. My silly deskmate isn't silly at all when he's serious about studying. He's a little genius. On the other hand, the minifigure couldn't help but start feeling melancholic. The original plan was to use the opportunity to tutor me, so she could openly and justifiably have deeper contact and interaction with me. Holding my hand to teach, explaining exam questions. She could also satisfy her hands craving to pinch her deskmate's cheek, pat his head, and so on. Now it seems that this beautiful prospect is about to fly away. In a flash, Shen Qingyan thought of a way. Her expression was as cold as ever. Are you busy? If not, help me with this question. As she spoke, she pushed an English test paper over. She extended a finger and pointed to a reading comprehension passage. I am not very good at this one. I was a bit dazed. What's going on? The top student in the class, firmly in the top 3 of the entire grade. My beautiful, top student deskmate is asking me for help with a problem. What kind of question could possibly stump Shen Qingyan? I glanced at the reading comprehension passage on the test paper. Even more question marks appeared in my head. It's not that hard. It's just a very normal reading comprehension passage. If not 20 people in the class, at least 10 could do it. I looked at Shen Qingyan beside me with some suspicion. You don't know how to do this one? Shen Qingyan had a cold expression, calm and composed. Her face didn't change color. I don't know. I became even more puzzled. Could it be that I saw it wrong? Did I underestimate this reading comprehension passage? Is there a hidden trap inside that I didn't see? Not believing it, I carefully read it again, and Shen Qingyan, sitting next to me, was looking at me with an attentive, serious expression of studying and thinking. The little person in her heart was already blooming with laughter. I can't tutor my deskmate, so we'll just have my deskmate tutor me. Well done, Shen Qingyan. As expected of me, my original intention was not to bother Shen Qingyan, but unexpectedly, after showing my true level, the trouble shifted to me. The entire evening self-study session was just her asking me questions. Jiang Yichen, I don't know this one. Are you free? Help me with this essay question. Is this a homophone? I forgot. Tutoring and solving problems is one thing. But ironically, during that process, as I patiently and carefully analyzed and explained to Shen Qingyan beside me, I always inexplicably felt that her gaze, her attention, didn't seem to be on the test paper, but rather, it was wandering all over my face. Every time I suddenly looked up, I wouldn't discover anything. Shen Qingyan, with her cold demeanor, looked as if she was intently focused on the test paper, as if she had never been distracted. And when I continued explaining, that feeling of being secretly watched immediately returned. I suddenly looked up again, and again. I discovered nothing. Instead, Shen Qingyan looked up. Her icy expression carried a hint of innocent inquiry. What's wrong? Aren't you going to continue? I shook my head and said it was nothing. Shen Qingyan tonight seemed to be full of a strong desire to learn. Question after question was passed over without stopping. Jiang Yichen, look at this one. And this one. And this one too. When Shen Qingyan humbly asked a question for the 11th time tonight, I finally couldn't take it anymore and pointed to the top of the test paper. This is the box for the exam ID number. You're asking how to fill in the exam ID number too. Shen Qingyan's face didn't turn red, and her heart didn't beat faster. She flipped to the back of the test paper, pointed to another question. Oh, I looked at the wrong one. Then look at this one. I looked at Shen Qingyan in front of me, completely exasperated, but she had a casual expression, showing no clues whatsoever. I really give up. Helplessly, I picked up the pen, preparing to write on the test paper to explain to Shen Qingyan. Just as I reached for the pen on the desk, Shen Qingyan also happened to reach for the pen. It seemed like she wanted to hand it to me. Our fingers accidentally touched. Then, perhaps due to inertia that couldn't be stopped in time, Shen Qingyan's hand accurately and unexpectedly grabbed my finger. The air froze. A cool and soft sensation came from my finger. I looked up at Shen Qingyan with a puzzled expression. She had a calm expression as if nothing happened. I grabbed the wrong thing. I wanted to give you the pen. I looked down at my finger, which was still being held by her. How about you let go now? Shen Qingyan nodded. Then, with a calm and cold expression, she let go. The little person in her heart was smiling from ear to ear. Aya, Shen Qingyan, how could you be so careless? Let's continue next time. In the end, for the entire self-study period, I spent almost all my time tutoring Shen Qingyan. The school dismissal bell finally rang with difficulty. I let out a sigh of relief, seeing that Shen Qingyan beside me still seemed unsatisfied. Turning her head to grab another test booklet, intending to hand it to me, I immediately shot up as if there were springs under my bottom. School's out. Going home. Going home. The next second, I quickly swept all my books and homework into my bag. Then I put on my backpack. At the same time, I flipped my chair onto the desk. The entire sequence of movements was as smooth as flowing clouds and water, perfectly executed in one go. Shen Qingyan was momentarily stunned. Seeing me run away like that, she almost burst out laughing. Silly little fool. Why are you running so fast? It's not like I am going to eat him. And when Shen Qingyan also quickly finished packing her bag and was about to follow me, she was unexpectedly called from behind by someone. Classmate Shen. Wait. Shen Qingyan instinctively stopped in her tracks and turned around to look. She only saw that it was the class English representative. Representative Zhou Hua was walking over quickly. This person was also someone who often mocked me. The boy who often made fun of me. Shen Qingyan frowned slightly, thinking about being delayed. She might not be able to catch up with Jiang Yichen. Her mood wasn't very good. Her expression also returned to its cold appearance. Is something wrong? And seeing that Shen Qingyan actually stopped to wait for him, Zhou Hua immediately showed some joy, his expression sincere. I want to advise you. A bad student like Jiang Yichen. It's useless to waste any amount of time on him. It will only affect your preparation for the college entrance exams. I think you should stop caring about him. A series of words he thought were very sincere and thoughtful. In the end, Zhou Hua added another sentence. If you find it hard to talk to teacher, I can help you explain. After speaking, Zhou Hua felt that after his little speech, he was extremely gentlemanly, and he couldn't help but feel a bit of joy and smugness. But unexpectedly, after hearing these words from Zhou Hua, Shen Qingyan's eyebrows furrowed, and her expression became colder and colder. Are we very close? Hearing this, Zhou Hua was suddenly stunned. He was a bit at a loss by this unexpected question. Just as he was about to speak, he was cut off by an even colder Shen Qingyan. Let me correct you on something. I was the one who voluntarily asked to tutor Jiang Yichen. Also, my business doesn't need other people's concern. We are just classmates. I hope you will be mindful of your boundaries. Those words just now. I don't want to hear them a second time. After speaking, she paid him no more attention. She put on her backpack and turned to leave through the back door of the classroom. Zhou Hua came back to his senses. A feeling of unwillingness and defiance suddenly surged up. In his anger, he couldn't help but blurt out a sentence. But aren't you and Jiang Yichen also just classmates? Shen Qingyan's footsteps paused for a moment. She turned, her indifferent gaze sweeping over him. It's not the same. He and I are deskmates. I rode my bike home from school. The journey took about 10 minutes. My home is on the 13th floor. While in the elevator, I couldn't help but feel a little inexplicably nervous. The elevator doors opened. As I walked through the corridor towards my front door, looking at the shoe cabinet placed in the hallway, the incredibly familiar decorations, and the familiar smell of food that seemed to be wafting over, floating down the corridor, my mood suddenly relaxed. I walked to the door of my house. I took out my key, inserted it into the lock, and turned it. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open. The first thing I saw was the living room, my incredibly familiar and dear living room. The simple layout and decorations in the house were clearly visible. A middle-aged woman was bent over, holding a broom and sweeping. I called out, "Mom." Hearing this call, Mom looked up and saw me standing at the door. She immediately broke into a happy smile. "Yi Chen, you're back." Right after, Mom turned her head towards the kitchen and called out loudly, "Mr. Jiang, my son is home." Immediately, hurried footsteps were heard from the kitchen. Dad, wearing an apron and still holding a spatula, walked out quickly. Seeing me, he also immediately smiled and greeted me warmly. "You're back. Hurry and change your shoes. Dad has made a late-night snack for you." Then he turned to his wife and grumbled, "What do you mean your son? Isn't he my son too?" Mom replied confidently, "Yi Chen is so handsome, he gets it all from me. Of course, he's my son." "What? Zhang Guozheng, you have an opinion?" The last sentence was a sideways glance at her husband. Mr. Jiang was used to being managed by his wife. Being glanced at by his wife like that, he immediately lost all his momentum. He obediently raised his hands in surrender. "No opinion. No opinion. Your son. Your son." Looking at the familiar scene of my parents bickering before my eyes, at this moment, which I hadn't seen in a long time, I couldn't help but want to smile. But my nose inexplicably tingled. In a daze, I remembered many things. In my past life, when I failed the college entrance exam, only barely getting into a second-rate university, my parents didn't blame me at all. Instead, they put aside their pride, ran around everywhere pulling strings and begging for help. In the end, they managed to scrape together the little savings the family had, doing their utmost to get me into the best university possible. I still remember that night, when my parents came back drenched in sweat after visiting acquaintances to ask for favors, unable to hide their exhaustion, but they still forced a happy and optimistic smile and told me, "It's settled. With this score, you can at least get into Donghai University of Technology. This is as far as mom and dad can help you. From now on in college, it's up to your own efforts." And that night, I accidentally overheard my parents talking quietly in their bedroom. I heard that neighbor, Mr. Wang's son. His exam score wasn't even as high as our Yi Chen's, but they know the vice-chancellor of Donghai University and managed to get their son in. "Our Yi Chen is so smart. He just didn't do well on the college entrance exam. He could have gotten into a better university." In the end, I heard my father's sigh. "It's because mom and dad aren't capable enough." Encouraged by that night, after starting university, I really changed. I strived to improve. My grades were high, and I continuously received scholarships. After graduating, I found a job, and I tirelessly threw myself into my work. I worked hard and strived. Later, my work gradually showed improvement. My career got on track, but I also became busier. My parents back home often called. On the phone, I would talk endlessly about my work progress. My parents would listen quietly and patiently, happy for me. But every time, it would end with worried reminders. "Don't get too tired. You can never finish earning all the money. Pay attention to your health. When you have free time, come home for a visit once in a while." But because of my busy work, in the more than 10 years that followed, I rarely went back. An occasional trip home would make my parents very happy. At that time, my parents were almost 60, and their hair at the temples had turned gray. But my father was still very excited, eagerly rolling up his sleeves to go to the kitchen, wanting to cook a sumptuous meal for me. I sat on the sofa with my mother. Mom happily took out her phone and asked me to teach her how to use some new apps. Neighbor Auntie's son's daughter taught her mother how to use Douyin. "There are also some effects. You should teach me how to use them too." When I opened the app on the phone and showed mom a few effects, when I used an aging effect, I, in the phone's camera, immediately turned into a little old man. It looked very funny, but mom next to me was very happy watching. She excitedly told me to use this effect and take a few more pictures to keep. "Take more and save them in the album. It'll show your father too." Right after, it seemed to be an unintentional remark. "Otherwise, mom and dad probably won't be able to see you when you're old." Just that one sentence. Remembering it now suddenly makes my eyes turn red. In my past life, I couldn't care for my parents until the end of their lives. I even made the white-haired send off the black-haired. How unfilial. Looking at my parents, still quite young and healthy in front of me, I suddenly stepped forward quickly and hugged my parents tightly. Both mom and dad were a bit surprised, not knowing what to do for a moment. Flustered, "What's wrong, son? Were you bullied at school?" I looked up, trying to force a smile. "It's nothing. I just missed you." A moment later, the family of 3 sat at the table for a late-night snack. The late-night snack wasn't lavish, but it was a familiar taste. I held my bowl and chopsticks and ate with great appetite. My parents, sitting opposite me, couldn't help but smile. "Eat slowly. No one is fighting you for it." While watching their son eat his snack, my parents also chatted casually, talking about the company's layoffs. Mom frowned slightly. Her face showed worry. "If I quit now, I can get a severance package. If I stay, my salary will be cut even more. I don't know which to choose." Hearing this, I remembered. I had also experienced this scene in my previous life. In 07, when I was in 11th grade, the state-owned factory where mom worked was indeed not doing well. It started laying off employees. In the end, mom chose to stay with a pay cut. But in reality, after a year or two, the factory still went bankrupt. It was completely sold off. In the end, mom couldn't escape unemployment. And actually, when facing that choice, I remember clearly. Although my mother worked in a state-owned factory, she actually always had a dream to go out and start her own business. It was just that, on one hand, she was influenced by traditional concepts. Subconsciously wanting stability, not daring to take risks easily. On the other hand, the problem was also actually because of this son of hers. After hearing this, Dad shook his head. Forget it. With the little ability we have, how could we possibly be business people? Besides, Yi Chen is now in the crucial final sprint for the college entrance exams. You working at the factory, at least you usually have free time to take care of the house. If you really go out to do business, you'll have even less time to take care of him. Mom heard the first half of the sentence and was actually a little unconvinced, but when she heard her husband mention their son in the second half, she was immediately convinced. Although there was still some unwillingness and regret in her heart, Mom still nodded seriously. That's true. Then I'll go tell the director. I'll take a pay cut and stay. Listening to my parents' conversation, I felt a warmth in my heart, but there was also guilt. If it weren't for me, my parents probably wouldn't have had so many worries. But I've been reborn. This life should have some changes. I shouldn't leave any regrets for myself, and I shouldn't let my parents have regrets either. After thinking for a moment, I looked up at my parents and spoke. I think you should just quit, Mom. Starting a business outside is also good. The factory's revenue is already very bad now. Even if you take a pay cut and stay, it's not certain it will last a few years. By then, if the factory goes bankrupt, you'll still have to quit. It's really better to take the severance pay now and give it a try outside. Besides, if you succeed in business and earn a lot of money, later when I go to university in a big city, you can even help me buy a house to live in, right? A series of very reasonable words, and moreover, this final joke actually made my mother feel a little moved. This way of putting it isn't wrong. Besides, if Yi Chen goes far away for university later, if it's possible, buying a house early would be much more stable, right? Dad heard this, also felt it made some sense, but still frowned slightly. Your studies now? Someone still needs to take care of the house. Hearing that, I smiled and said, Dad, I'm not a child anymore. I can take care of my studies myself. After hearing this, Mom pouted. You're just bragging. If it's really as you say, then why were you ranked in the 42nds in the class in the last mock exam? How can Mom and Dad rest assured? I said without blinking. That was because I wasn't trying my best before. It's different now. The second mock exam is next week. I'll show you my skills then. I'll easily get into the top 10 of the whole grade. My parents looked at each other and immediately burst out laughing. You're bragging without shame. All right. Forget about the top 10 of the grade. As long as you can get into the top 10 of the class in this mock exam, I'll listen to you. Quit my job and give it a try outside. This was the sentence I was waiting for. I immediately held out my hand. It's a deal. Mom also held out her hand and cheerfully high-fived me, looking very magnanimous. It's a deal. After having a late-night snack with my parents and washing my face in the bathroom, I went back to my room. Before closing the door to my room, I could faintly hear my parents cleaning up the dishes in the living room, talking softly. Old Jiang, did you notice? When Yi Chen came back today, he felt a bit different. You think so too? He hugged us as soon as he saw us. It almost startled me. And the things he analyzed for you later, they were quite clear and logical. I was thinking he has finally become ambitious, and he even guaranteed us he could get into the top 10. Do you think your son can do it in this mock exam? The top 10 isn't that easy. Wait a minute. How did he become my son now? It ended with the laughter and teasing of the old couple. Filled with warmth, I smiled faintly. Then I gently closed the door. Back in my bedroom, I didn't rush to bed, but went to sit at my desk. I took out textbooks and practice problems from my bag. I took a deep breath, trying to find that feeling of crazily doing problems and practice tests from when I was a tutor in my previous life. The next morning, I rubbed my sleepy eyes, stretched, and let out a big yawn. Last night, I stayed up practicing problems until 2:30. I slept for a while and woke up not knowing what time it was. Thinking of this, my eyes suddenly widened. Damn it, what time is it? I frantically got dressed and packed my school bag. I didn't have time for breakfast. I said goodbye to my parents and rushed out the door. Downstairs, got on my bike, and sped off. I raced straight to school. The journey that usually took over 10 minutes was directly shortened to 7 minutes. Just as I reached the school gate, suddenly, a shout came from behind me. Jiang Yi Chen, stop right there. I immediately slammed on the brakes. I reflexively turned my head towards the voice and saw it was Lin Mu Yao and her best friend, Li Wei. They also brought 2 other girls and were walking this way. Seeing it was them, I was about to turn and leave directly. I am in a hurry to get to morning self-study. I don't have time to bicker with you guys, but by this time, those girls had already quickly approached. Li Wei saw me about to turn and leave, and immediately let out an even angrier shout. Stop, don't you go. Her voice was a bit loud, causing many other students around the school gate to be drawn to the commotion. I looked at her, a bit speechless. Is something wrong? Seeing my rather impatient look, the anger on Li Wei's face intensified. You still dare to talk? Confess yourself. How did you bully our Yao Yao yesterday? Hurry up and apologize to her. The 2 girls from class 7 beside them, who were probably also good friends with Lin Mu Yao and Li Wei, also chimed in at this moment. That's right. Apologize. Aren't you ashamed, a guy bullying a girl? As her best friends came forward to help her, criticizing me one by one, Lin Mu Yao, as the person involved, said nothing. Only her eyes were red-rimmed, looking extremely wronged. She stood there timidly, looking very pitiful. For a moment, many students from other classes around, and other grades all looked at me. Their gazes also became a little unfriendly. That kid is bullying a beauty. He's really not a good person. I could hear the whispers of discussion from all around. On the surface, Lin Muyao maintained her pitiful, wronged appearance. At the same time, she secretly observed me, her heart growing, more smug. This was what she and her best friend Lai Wei had already discussed. After suffering such a great humiliation yesterday, today at this school gate, she must make Jiang Yichen lose face. Li Wei grabbed the handlebars of my bike with one hand. 3 girls stood in a line in front of me, looking as if they wouldn't let it go if I didn't apologize today. If it were anyone else in this situation, they probably really would have softened. A glint of smugness flashed in Lin Muyao's eyes. She even straightened up a bit, reservedly preparing herself, ready to accept an apology. But the next second, I was seen turning my head towards the right side of the school gate and shouting with all my might, "Teacher, they won't let me go." To class. In an instant, Li Wei and the 2 girls with her were all stunned. Lin Muyao also suddenly looked up, staring at me dumbfoundedly. She almost couldn't believe her ears. They had imagined countless types of reactions and actions I would take, but they never, ever expected the scene before them. You, Jiang Yichen, a dignified man, being blocked by a few girls, actually chose to tell on them to the teacher. Li Wei felt guilty. She hurriedly let go of my bicycle's handlebars. The 2 girls from class 7 also quickly made way, stepping aside. Afraid of being questioned by the approaching middle-aged teacher, I leisurely walked my bike slowly, passing by Lin Muyao and the girls, and entered the school gate. Seeing me just leave swaggeringly like that, a feeling of angry unwillingness rose in Li Wei's heart. She couldn't help but loudly criticize Jiang Yichen. "Are you even a man? You won't even apologize. You're so petty. What girl would ever be interested in you?" These words were more like a frustrated outburst. Just then, suddenly, a cold voice was heard. "I would." Suddenly, a low engine roar was heard. An all-black car, a Maybach 6 tons, sped over. It stopped steadily in front of the school gate. The car door opened. A beautiful, slender, and tall figure stepped out from the back seat, attracting almost every eye at the school gate. Shen Xingyan strode forward on her long, slender legs. She strode over from the front of the car. Each step was light yet powerful, as if she were stepping on the hearts of all the students watching. As cold and beautiful as ever, she came before me. The great campus belle Shen spoke with a cold and calm expression. "It's getting late. Let's go." After saying that, she reached out and proactively took my left hand. Then, under the astonished gazes of all the students, we walked through the school gate and into the school. I turned my head to look at Shen Qingyan. "Thanks for just now." Although, to be honest, just telling on them to my teacher would have basically solved the problem. But having Shen Qingyan back me up and slap them in the face, especially seeing the ugly expression on Lin Muyao's group, this feeling was actually quite satisfying. Hearing this, Shen Qingyan's expression didn't change as she replied nonchalantly. "It's nothing. It's just desk mates helping each other out. It's what I should do. You helped me with my homework yesterday. I am just repaying the favor a little. Don't misunderstand." I looked at my left hand, which was still being held tightly by Shen Qingyan without letting go. Of course, it's not like I'd misunderstand. But then again, you can let go of this hand now, right? Shen Qingyan's face was impassive. As if nothing had happened, she finally let go of my hand. "Sorry, I forgot. We had just gotten to class not long ago." The bell for morning class rang on time. The homeroom teacher walked into the classroom on time. Seeing the homeroom teacher come in to check, the 10th grade students sitting below the podium hurriedly took out their Chinese literature textbooks and started reading aloud in unison. Seeing this, the homeroom teacher showed a satisfied expression. After scanning the room, he left through the back door of the classroom. But as soon as the homeroom teacher left, the sound of reading in the class immediately slackened like a loose guitar string. From the previous uniformity, it instantly became chaotic. Many students pulled breakfast out of their bags and pockets. They started gobbling it down, eating happily. It was all because they rushed to school early so as not to be late and didn't have time for breakfast. Instantly, all sorts of breakfast aromas spread everywhere. In the back row, my stomach couldn't help but growl when I smelled it. This smell of food. Seeing the other students eating so deliciously, I couldn't help but swallow. I was in too much of a hurry this morning, so I didn't bring breakfast either. I am really hungry now, but I guess I can only endure it for a while. Suddenly, a slender, jade-white hand holding a portion of a delicate rice ball and soy milk was passed over from the side. I was startled and instinctively turned my head. I met the cold, otherworldly face of Shen Qingyan next to me. "I bought too much breakfast. Here's some for you. I don't want to waste it." Hearing Shen Qingyan's cold and calm explanation, I looked at the breakfast placed in front of me. I couldn't help but swallow again. "Well then, thank you." Shen Qingyan had already turned her head away, holding her Chinese literature book and continuing to read. "It's nothing. We're desk mates, so it's what I should do." On my side, I couldn't wait any longer and started enjoying the breakfast. I ate very happily. Of course, I didn't notice Shen Qingyan next to me. On her face, hidden behind the Chinese literature book, the corners of her mouth were turned up in a faint smile. The little person in her heart was smiling so much her eyes curved, quite pleased with herself. Yay. Successfully fed my little deskmate for the first time. A morning of boring classes came to an end. The last period was PE class. On the small sports field, the PE teacher, who often caught colds and flu and changed classes, was very lenient. With a wave of his hand, "It's the last PE class, do whatever you want. However, the most important thing for you next is to prepare for the college entrance exam. As a PE teacher, I still have to tell you, along with reviewing for your exams, building a healthy body is also very important." After giving a long lecture, the lenient PE teacher turned and left, leaving the 10th grade students looking at each other. A moment later, they dispersed. The boys either played basketball or volleyball, or they went over to the tennis tables to fight for a spot. Most of the girls went to the cafeteria to buy snacks. A few decisively turned around to prepare, to go back to class and study for a while longer. I was alone and idle. My best friend Xu Feng next to me. I don't know, when he had snuck up to me. "Brother Chen, how's your academic progress?" I nodded. "It's okay. I've reviewed everything I needed to." After hearing this, Xu Feng rolled his eyes. "I am not asking about that." As he got to the last half of the sentence, Xu Feng even carefully looked left and right. He deliberately lowered his voice. "I mean you and our campus belle. The class president, what stage have you reached?" I listened with a foggy mind. What stage is what stage? It's a very normal deskmate relationship. After hearing this, Xu Feng gave a thumbs up. His face was full of understanding. "I get it. Got it. Keeping it low-key. Right? As expected. Of my brother Chen, making big moves in secret, waiting until the end to announce it and surprise everyone." I listened with black lines forming on my forehead. Shen Qingyan and I are clearly just the purest of deskmate friendships. Holding hands, eating together, tutoring and all that. Weren't they all coincidental and reasonable? In my past life, I did indeed have a secret crush on Shen Qingyan. After all, she's the Ice Queen Belle, always cold. How could she possibly be interested in me? While we were talking, the 10th grade girls started coming back from the cafeteria after buying snacks and drinks. On the small sports field, the boys from our class were playing ball. Seeing the girls from class return, they jokingly approached them to chat, asking the girls to share a sip of water to quench their thirst. The boys and girls teased each other a bit. If a girl had a good relationship with a boy, she would even actually bring an extra bottle for him. Along with a series of footsteps, Shen Qingyan, with an indifferent expression, walked over holding 2 bottles of water. The heart-stirring, beautiful aura of the Ice Queen Belle immediately attracted everyone's attention. Under everyone's gaze, Campus Belle Shen leisurely walked up to me. She casually raised her hand and gave me a chilled bottle of Sprite. "I happened to buy an extra one for you." In an instant, the entire sports field fell silent. The students in P class couldn't help but look over. Their gazes were fixed on Campus Belle Shen and the chilled bottle of Sprite in her hand. Everyone's eyes widened. Xu Feng next to me also looked at me reproachfully. Needless to say, his thoughts were written all over his face. Campus Belle Shen proactively, during P class, happened to bring you a drink in front of everyone, and you're still here claiming it's a normal deskmate relationship. Who would believe that? But I was completely oblivious. After hearing Shen Qingyan's explanation, I understood, nodded, and felt it was very reasonable. Then I took it, twisted the cap, and took a gulp. The cold Sprite went down, and my whole body instantly felt refreshed. At the same time, Shen Qingyan also opened her bottle of chilled watermelon juice. She took a small sip, her beautiful eyes squinting slightly, revealing a slightly refreshed expression. I put the Sprite bottle down. I curiously glanced at the bottle of watermelon juice in Shen Qingyan's hand. This brand seems to be foreign. I saw it in the cafeteria in my previous life, but it was sold at an insanely high price. Noticing my gaze, Shen Qingyan raised her eyebrows slightly. She gestured with the watermelon juice bottle in her hand. "Want a drink?" A single sentence directly made the surrounding students, led by Xu Feng, listen in a daze. Their minds hadn't even processed it yet. What does this mean? Is Campus Belle Shen going to help Jiang Yi Chen go to the cafeteria to buy another bottle? The next second, a scene that made everyone's jaws drop occurred. I only saw Shen Qingyan with a placid expression. She held out the bottle of watermelon juice she had just sipped from towards me. "Have a taste." Short and concise. I still seemed a bit embarrassed. "That's not very nice. I already drank your Sprite." Shen Qingyan had a calm expression. "It's fine. We're deskmates. Letting you have a sip won't cost me anything." Countless male students saw this scene. In their hearts, they were all screaming frantically. "Who said it wouldn't cost anything? You're clearly stabbing our hearts." Okay, this is an indirect kiss. I thought for a moment and felt it was true. I happily and generously took the bottle of watermelon juice, but I didn't drink directly from it. Instead, I tilted my head back and poured a sip of watermelon juice into my mouth. Seeing this, the male students present breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. There was no real indirect kiss. "You smelly brat. At least you have some sense and know your limits. But the next second, Shen Qingyan glanced at the chilled bottle of Sprite in my hand. She gestured with her chin. Let me have a sip of yours too. The atmosphere once again fell deathly silent. Xu Feng, who was almost used to seeing public displays of affection up close, couldn't help but tremble inside. Damn, can you show affection in such a flashy way? Why do I feel like Campus Belle Shen is determined today to make this indirect kiss happen no matter what? The other male students around saw this. Their eyes almost popped out in anger. You smelly brat, you dare. If you dare hand over that Sprite bottle, we will. I paid no attention to others' glares. I generously handed the Sprite bottle over. Fair enough. Then, in the deathly silent atmosphere, under countless staring eyes, Shen Qingyan took the Sprite bottle and slowly brought it to her lips. She took a small sip. It touched her lips. Crack. In that moment, who knows how many male students on the spot had their hearts broken. And Shen Qingyan, after taking a sip of Sprite, with a cold and calm expression, handed the Sprite bottle back to me. Thanks. I waved my hand and said, it's nothing, I said as I took back the Sprite bottle. I conveniently returned the watermelon juice bottle to Shen Qingyan. At this moment, along with a sudden whistling sound, a strong gust of wind came from behind, very close to the two of us. Even Xu Feng, standing next to me, didn't even have time to react. I only saw a round, black shadow whistling through the air. It rushed towards me and Shen Qingyan. I suddenly turned around. At the same time, I reached out as fast as lightning to catch that black shadow. Thwack. I saw that I had caught a basketball cleanly with one hand. A wave of astonished cheers immediately erupted like a tide, including Xu Feng. The surrounding students all showed incredulous expressions of shock, staring at me with wide eyes, catching the ball with one hand. Moreover, in a situation that was almost a sneak attack. Damn, what kind of reaction is this? So cool. Only Shen Qingyan's expression suddenly tensed as she looked at me. Are you okay? I shook my head and said, I am fine. After speaking, I raised my head and looked not far away. Su Jun was walking this way. That throw just now wasn't just aimed at me. Even Shen Qingyan was actually within the attack range. She could very well have been caught in the crossfire and gotten hurt. Thinking of this, my expression suddenly turned a few shades colder. Don't you have eyes? The person who just threw the ball was the handsome school tyrant from class 12-5, Su Jun. Today, class 12-5 also had the last PE class of the afternoon. Originally, Su Jun was with a few of his underlings from class, playing basketball for fun. He happened to turn his head and saw me and Shen Qingyan not far away, especially when he saw Shen Qingyan proactively bring me a drink. A flame of anger ignited in his heart. Without thinking, he raised his hand and threw the basketball towards me. He originally thought this throw would hit the back of my neck. Even if it didn't seriously injure me, it could at least make the other party suffer a great deal, and also be humiliated in front of everyone. But he didn't expect it to give me a chance to show off in front of the crowd. But with one plan failed, Su Jun came up with another. His face looked as if nothing had happened. Su Jun casually smiled and walked towards me. Sorry, my hand slipped just now. The throw went wide. Xu Feng only reacted now. He couldn't hold back his anger. You call that a slip of the hand? Damn it. You were clearly aiming for the back of Brother Chen's neck. It was obviously intentional. Su Jun shrugged, smiling indifferently. Well, it's not like I hit him, right? After saying that, his gaze fell on me. The corner of his mouth twitched up slightly. Didn't expect you to know some basketball. Play a match with me? You dare? Su Jun no longer concealed it. He directly challenged me. Hearing this sentence, many students present couldn't help but change their expressions. They were all very clear about Su Jun's basketball skills. He joined the school team in 11th grade. Although he wasn't a starter, he held a solid position as a rotational substitute. He had represented the school in quite a few district-level competitions. Hearing this, Xu Feng became anxious on the spot. He hurriedly pulled me back. Brother Chen, don't agree to him. My eyes narrowed slightly. I looked at Su Jun in front of me without saying anything. Su Jun wasn't in a hurry either, looking relaxed. He looked at me with a playful expression mixed with a bit of ridicule. Of course, if you're scared, just admit it in front of everyone. I have no problem with that. The words were like that, but it was actually a deliberate provocation. He was intentionally trying to bully others. Xu Feng angrily looked at Su Jun and said, You, with the surname Su, don't try to provoke him. After saying that, he turned his head and looked worriedly at Shen Qingyan. Class president, you should also persuade Brother Chen. He was worried his persuasion wouldn't work. This matter probably required Shen Qingyan to speak up to be effective. However, at this moment, Shen Qingyan's gaze swept over me. Then she glanced at the basketball in my hand. As if remembering something, her expression was pensive. Then she raised her head to look at me and asked softly, Are you sure? Her voice sounded more like she was asking for my opinion and confirming something. I raised my eyebrows slightly and smiled. Let's give it a try. Xu Feng was instantly anxious. Damn, here I am trying my best to dissuade him. Why are you two acting in concert as if it's nothing? You can't really go up and fight. Are you going to get thrashed by that Su guy? But before Xu Feng could hastily speak again, Shen Qingyan nodded. Okay, I'll cheer for you. I just simply grunted in agreement and turned to look at Soo-jun. A one-on-one, right? I accept. A light sentence settled the matter. Even Soo-jun himself was stunned for a moment after hearing it. Then he laughed, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Let's go to the small basketball court on the sports field. Half-court game. American rules one-on-one. 11 points, 3 dribble limit. One game decides the winner. Beside the court, there were at least several dozen students. They gathered around to watch, all holding their breath in concentration, revealing tense expressions. First turn. I had the ball outside the three-point line. Soo-jun looked at me, the corner of his mouth curling into a mocking arc. "I'll let you have it." As he spoke, he threw the ball in his hand to me. I caught the ball. I smiled at Soo-jun. "Thanks." As soon as the words left my mouth, with almost no warning, I suddenly straightened up and raised my hand. I executed a standard and graceful jump shot. It was so fast that Soo-jun didn't even have time to react. He hurriedly turned his head to look back, only to see the basketball draw an arc in the air. Swish. The ball went in without touching the rim. It's in. 3 points. Valid. The ball hit the ground with a thud. Soo-jun was stunned. Su-feng watched with his eyes wide and mouth agape. Damn. The dozens of student spectators on the court immediately erupted into an uproar of astonished cheers. And amidst the continuous cheers, the person standing by the court with a cold and calm expression, Shen Xingyan, her willow-like eyebrows twitched slightly, revealing a look of understanding. After readjusting his state, Soo-jun's face darkened as he picked up the ball. He turned and came back to me. Again. As he spoke, he passed the ball to me again. I nodded again, another light thanks. As soon as the words were out, I suddenly leaned forward slightly. I took a step forward to the left, dribbling for the first time. It looked like I was about to attempt a breakthrough. The highly focused Soo-jun reacted immediately. He instantly prepared to block to the left, but just as his center of gravity shifted to the left, I abruptly stopped, took the ball and stepped back. In an instant, I was back outside the three-point line, directly making the opponent lose his balance. Another decisive jump shot. The basketball was once again in the air. It drew a beautiful arc. In front of all the watching students, the ball went in without touching the rim. Swish. Another 3 points. 2 in a row. This time, the entire small sports field was in an uproar. Xu Feng was so excited watching that he almost jumped up. He strained his neck and shouted, "Brother Chen is awesome." Soo-jun's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. I was tricked. This kid has a really good touch. Such a sinister calculation. Amidst a series of enthusiastic cheers, the corners of Shen Qingyan's mouth, on the sidelines, curled into a smile, as expected. Others don't know my basketball skill level, but the her from my previous life had read my diary, so she had read in the diary a few of someone's little secrets and hidden talents. It turns out, I also liked playing basketball since I was young. I was even selected for the district's U11 youth team in elementary school. In high school, because of my introverted personality and lack of friends, plus the heavy schoolwork, my opportunities to play basketball became fewer. But whenever I was in a bad mood, I would still go to the school's sports field alone to play ball for a while, practicing my shots. Especially after I started liking Lin Mu Yao. Every time I was rejected by this 7th grade green tea bitch, this class belle, and felt wronged, I would go to the sports field to play basketball to vent my sad feelings. Shen Xingyan thought of this. A feeling of bitter jealousy welled up in her heart. Her gaze towards Jiang Yi Chen gradually turned cold. Because of that, Lin Mu Yao, he practiced basketball almost every day. On the court, while waiting for Soo-jun to get the ball back, I suddenly shivered, feeling a chill down my spine. For some reason, I felt a murderous aura. The score was 8-0. Everyone present was incredibly astonished. Soo-jun is a member of the school team, yet he was being thrashed like this by Jiang Yi Chen. He couldn't defend at all. It was as if he was being completely toyed with. Finally, only 3 points left. The entire court suddenly fell silent. Everyone held their breath in concentration, not daring to breathe loudly. Their eyes were wide open, afraid of missing even a single small detail. He threw the ball to me again. Soo-jun stood in front of me. He bent down and stared at me, his eyes starting to turn red. I can't lose. In front of so many people, if I lose to someone like this, then his, Soo-jun's, reputation at school would be completely ruined. My expression remained calm and composed. Once again, I faked a jump and then shot the ball. In his haste, Soo-jun desperately jumped up and raised his hand to try and block, but it was too late. Just seeing the flick of the wrist and the standard arc of this ball, one could almost confirm that this three-point shot would definitely go in. Soo-jun, in his desperation and anger, saw that I was about to land. At this moment, a dark, ferocious, and ruthless emotion suddenly flashed in his mind. Suddenly, Soo-jun intentionally stuck his foot out, placing it forward. Swish, the ball went in without touching the rim. A perfect three-pointer. 11-0. A crushing solo victory. The basketball court suddenly erupted, with deafening cheers. But at the same time, Soo-jun and I landed one after the other. Some students led by Xu Feng suddenly gasped. They worriedly noticed that the top of Soo-jun's right foot was right, blocking my landing spot. "Brother Chen, be careful," Xu Feng shouted anxiously. My reaction was a step faster. The moment I realized the opponent's malicious intent, I tried to adjust my center of gravity before landing. Thud. I landed. I temporarily shifted my center of gravity to my right foot. My left foot tried to reduce the downward force, but I still couldn't avoid stepping on the top of Soo-jun's extended right foot. My body stumbled. I took 2 consecutive steps back but managed to stay on my feet. The court let out a gasp, startling the whole area. Xu Feng rushed over worriedly. Brother Chen, are you okay? Immediately after, my classmates all looked at Soo-jun with anger. What's the meaning of this? Tripping him. Can't win so you play dirty. Soo-jun's underlings from class 13 also gathered around, but they had also seen with their own eyes that Soo-jun had clearly tripped him just now. So, at this moment, they all looked at Soo-jun with complicated and strange gazes. They didn't expect that the big brother they had always admired. His glorious image seemed to have collapsed a little. As for Soo-jun, his face was ugly. After the trip just now, he also felt a little regretful. Not only did it not look honorable, but the most hateful thing was that it didn't actually cause me any real harm. But on the surface, he still stubbornly denied it with a cold laugh. Who played dirty? Don't slander me. I didn't do it on purpose. Besides, he's fine, isn't he? As he spoke, Soo-jun secretly cursed in his heart. Damn it. If only I could have crippled this brat for a few days. At least it would have vented my anger. Hearing Soo-jun's stubborn excuses, Xu Feng and the other 10th grade boys became even angrier. I waved my hand, raised my head, and smiled at Soo-jun. Not only did you lose the match, you lost your integrity. Aren't you ashamed? The calm remark was like an invisible slap, accurately hitting the opponent's face. Slap. It burned with pain. Soo-jun's expression suddenly turned even uglier. Then he laughed coldly. I don't know what you're talking about. You luckily won one match. Who do you think you are? Let's go. After saying that, Soo-jun was about to call his underlings to leave. Stop. Suddenly, a clear, cold voice rang out. Footsteps approached. Everyone reflexively turned their heads to look towards the source of the sound. The crowd parted, only to see Shen Qingyan walking over with an icy expression. Completely ignoring the others around, she walked straight up to Soo-jun. Looking at the ice goddess right in front of him, Soo-jun's heart couldn't help but beat a few times faster. I only saw campus belle Shen lift her long, slender calf. The tip of her shoe kicked hard into Soo-jun's right shin. Thwack. Completely unable to react, and not expecting this scene at all, Soo-jun immediately clutched his leg and screamed in pain. The scream echoed throughout the entire court. As for Shen Qingyan, she just looked at him coldly and uttered 2 words. Despicable. Then, she turned and came to me. She reached out her small, cold hand and took mine, her tone cold. Let's go. Under everyone's gaze, I was led away just like that by my campus belle deskmate. The court was silent for a while. Not a sound was made. The amount of information was too large. First, Zhang Yi-chen displayed amazing basketball skills. A 11-0 solo victory, shutting out Soo-jun who came from the school team. Then Soo-jun maliciously tripped and injured him. Campus belle Shen stood up and gave Soo-jun a hard kick. Finally, she held my hand and left with me. The 10th grade students finally came to their senses. Someone smacked their lips. He hesitated and spoke carefully. Just now, our class president's action. Wasn't that a bit like a domineering wife protecting her husband? As soon as these words were said, those who knew the cold personality of the Ice Queen Belle, the female students couldn't help but hesitate, then slowly nodded. But Xu Feng next to them snorted through his nose. What do you mean a bit? Be more confident. As he spoke, Xu Feng looked into the distance, at the receding figures of Shen Qingyan and me. His eyes shone brightly. That was exactly a domineering wife protecting her husband, being led by the hand by my campus belle deskmate, on the tree-lined path of the school campus. Looking at my campus belle deskmate with a cold and calm expression beside me, I couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where are we going?" My campus belle deskmate's voice was faint, short, and concise. The infirmary. After saying that, she glanced at my left leg again. You just sprained your ankle, didn't you? I was stunned for a moment. I looked at my left ankle and nodded honestly. I just reacted. Didn't dodge in time. My campus belle deskmate asked, "Does it hurt?" I admitted honestly, "A little." Shen Qingyan raised her eyebrows slightly, nodded. "Then it'll help you walk." After saying that, before I could even react, Shen Qingyan had come right next to me. Her movement was incredibly natural, placing my left arm around her back and over her shoulder. At the same time, one of her hands reached out and wrapped around my waist, holding me. The sudden skin-to-skin contact, the faint fragrance wafting in my face. In an instant, half of my campus belle deskmate's body was almost pressed against mine. Through the uniform, I could feel the curves of her body. That heart-stirring figure, along with the soft feeling, almost made one's mind wander. The mature man with a 30-something-year-old soul on the spot, this old face of his flushed, red, flustered. There's no need. I can walk by myself. But the next second, my campus belle deskmate tilted her head to look at me. The distance between the two of us was inches apart. Our eyes met. I only saw my campus belle deskmate frown slightly. Be good. Her tone was still as cold as ever, but it also carried the unquestionable authority of a class president. Looking at such a beautiful, heart-stirring face from 20 centimeters away, along with those beautiful eyes staring unblinkingly into my own, I immediately lost all my nerve and obediently cooperated. All right then. On the tree-lined path, the young woman supported the young man as they walked side by side, shattering the glasses of many passing students. We arrived at the infirmary. The nurse in charge wasn't there. Shen Qingyan helped me sit down on a nearby chair, then turned around to find the first aid kit herself. I sat down as if a heavy burden had been lifted, letting out a long sigh of relief. 30 minutes later, Shen, Qing, Yan, and I walked out of the infirmary together. Her expression was still cold, and her steps were steady. I followed behind her, watching her back. I couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Living 2 lifetimes, the relationship between Shen Qingyan and me has undergone such a huge change. Lift your foot. With just that one look, I immediately complied obediently, lifting my left foot. I rolled up my pant leg a bit, revealing my left ankle. As expected, it was already slightly red and swollen. My beautiful deskmate frowned and commented faintly, "That Su-jun is really too much." Shen Qingyan was grinding her teeth in anger. That kick just now was too light. Next time, I'll let Uncle Joe handle it. Immediately after, Shen Qingyan, without any hesitation, placed my left calf on her knee. She took the spray and sprayed my ankle twice. Shen Qingyan lowered her head, reached out, and gently rubbed with her fingers in a circular motion on my sprained ankle, helping the medicine dissolve and be absorbed. While carefully helping me massage my ankle, Shen Qingyan said faintly without looking up, "If it hurts, tell me. It'll be gentler." It doesn't hurt, feeling the jade-like fingers, fair and slender, of my beautiful deskmate gently massaging my ankle. The pressure was just right, gentle, and looking at my beautiful deskmate with her head lowered, attentively applying medicine and massaging for me. I had a sudden feeling of enlightenment. Isn't my beautiful deskmate being too good to me? A thought suddenly flashed through my mind. I just felt my heart immediately skip 2 beats. Looking at my beautiful deskmate, still focused with her head down, massaging my ankle in front of me, I swallowed. I spoke carefully. Are you? My beautiful deskmate stopped her movements and looked up. Her eyes were clear and pure, looking at me, waiting for me to continue. I said, "Does your family own a massage parlor? Your skills are amazing." The air froze for a moment. Shen Qingyan just felt a question mark slowly appear above her head. What is this little idiot talking about? Unexpectedly, at this moment, the little chibi version of me in my heart was pounding its chest. Its expression was still horrified. That was close. I almost blurted out my true feelings just now, but at such a close distance, facing my beautiful deskmate's gaze, looking at those bright, beautiful eyes staring at me without blinking, I suddenly felt a little guilty. The soul of a man over 30 years old became a little flustered. That's why I suddenly changed the subject. My beautiful deskmate probably didn't notice, right? Not answering such a strange question, Shen Qingyan lowered her head again, continuing to focus on massaging me to dissolve the medicine. At the same time, she said in a faint tone, "I don't like that, Su-jun. You just helped me teach him a lesson, so consider it me owing you a favor. Helping you with the medicine is my way of repaying you. Don't get the wrong idea, so that's how it is." Someone had a sudden realization. As expected, my beautiful deskmate still had that cold demeanor that I was familiar with in my previous life. How could she possibly have any feelings for a passing deskmate like me? As a reincarnator, I should indeed be calmer. I can't be so conceited. Just then, my beautiful deskmate seemed to ask casually, "Oh right, you're pretty good at basketball. Who did you practice for?" I stretched my leg comfortably for my beautiful deskmate to massage. I blurted out without thinking, "Not for anyone in particular. I just practice when I am in a bad mood. But then again, it's also thanks to that Lin Mudao from class 7. Ha ha ha. Ah," I suddenly gasped, my eyes widening. I sat up straight. I stared blankly at my beautiful deskmate, Shen Qingyan, in front of me. She calmly withdrew her hand, her tone as faint as usual. My hand slipped and pressed too hard. "Sorry." In the evening, after self-study class ended and school was out, as I was cleaning my desk and getting my bag ready to leave, I noticed my beautiful deskmate was following me. "Your ankle is sprained. It's inconvenient to walk. I'll help you." Still brief and to the point. After speaking, my beautiful deskmate once again, very naturally, prepared to put my arm around her shoulder, and at the same time, put her other hand around my waist. I quickly stopped her. "No need. No need. It's much better. I can walk on my own." Mainly, after the evening self-study class ends, the path from the classroom to the bike shed is really too crowded, being supported so closely by the Ice Queen. With her arm around my waist as we walk, I guess I would be killed by all sorts of gazes on the way. Angry, jealous gazes from the other students. Hearing this, my beautiful deskmate raised an eyebrow slightly and nodded. Then she extended her small hand towards me again. "Then, let's hold hands." My beautiful deskmate's expression was nonchalant. The lights aren't on in the hallway. I am scared of the dark. Deskmates should help each other out. Holding hands for a bit is very reasonable. Isn't it? It's not that reasonable. But I thought, this afternoon, my beautiful deskmate already helped me to the infirmary. In the evening, She's scared of the dark. Me holding her hand for a bit, as a way of repaying her, is also the right thing to do. Okay. The moment I nodded in agreement. The next second, a soft, small hand, cool to the touch, was placed in my palm, and so, the two of us just held hands like that, walking along the dimly lit path. On the outside, Shen Qingyan remained cold and calm, as if nothing was happening, but the little person in her heart was like a little fox, smiling until its eyes crinkled. All the way, walking side by side, holding hands, we attracted countless shocked, jealous, and admiring gazes from other students. If looks could kill, I suspect that on the way, I would have to be reincarnated another 100 times. It took a while to get to the underground bike shed. I quickly let go of my beautiful deskmate's hand and rushed into the shed. As I was wheeling my bike out, I placed my foot on the pedal to test it and frowned slightly. The sprained ankle still hurt a little. I couldn't put pressure on it. Shen Qingyan was still waiting beside me. She noticed my expression. Still hurts? I nodded. Then I shook my head. It's fine. I can probably bike home if I just push through it. I'll probably be fine after a night's rest. Boys are tough. The parenting philosophy of this era is that girls should be raised richly and spoiled preciously, while for boys, there's only one rule. As long as they're alive, it's fine. Growing up, I've had all sorts of falls and sprains, going through a path of bruises and scrapes, but still remaining high-spirited. But Shen Qingyan frowned. How can that be okay? After saying that and thinking for a moment, she made a decision. Get in my car. I'll have the driver take you home first. The great beauty Shen had made a decision, and her attitude allowed no doubt or objection. So a moment later, at the gate of Yunnan High School, countless students who were leaving school were stunned when they saw the ice goddess, the great beauty Shen in their hearts, leading a male student and his bicycle to a black Maybach. The bicycle was put in the trunk. Then the two of them, openly and honorably, got into the back seat of the Maybach together. The car door slammed shut with a thud, breaking the hearts of countless male students. My best friend, Xiu Feng, happened to see this scene. He immediately pulled over a passing student and bragged, "See that? That guy is my best bro." Jiang Yichen. Also seeing this scene was Lin Mudao, who was with a few close friends. Walking out of the school gate, her friends couldn't help but be shocked. The person who got into that Maybach is Jiang Yichen. Are he and Shen Qingyan really dating? But doesn't he like Mudao? Lin Mudao's expression was too ugly for words. What does that have to do with me? Let's go home. Inside the Maybach, Shen Qingyan, sitting in the back seat, looked towards Uncle Zhou in the driver's seat and spoke in a calm tone. Uncle Zhou, take him home first. He's a classmate, and it's on the way, so I am just helping out. Uncle Zhou, sitting in the driver's seat, replied calmly. Yes, but in the eyes of the experienced Uncle Zhou, his pupils contracted violently. Riding home from school in a Maybach, this was the first time I'd received such treatment. Even for a reincarnator like me, it felt novel, but I wasn't the least bit reserved. After getting in the car, I generously looked around. I politely greeted and thanked Uncle Zhou. The driver in the front seat, Uncle Zhou, sorry to trouble you. A great car like this must be the first time it's giving someone a ride, right? Uncle Zhou, in the driver's seat, was still in shock, unable to calm down. Hearing that, he subconsciously nodded in agreement. That's right. He had been with the Shen family for so many years, and this was the first time he had seen Miss Shen use her private car to take another male student home. But before he could finish his words, he was cut off by a soft statement from Shen Qingyan. No. I've given rides to quite a few people when it's on the way. You're not the first. So don't get the wrong idea. Oh? I was both surprised and curious. I never expected that my beautiful, usually cold deskmate would proactively give other students a ride. Uncle Zhou in the driver's seat also reacted instantly. He immediately changed his tune in a second, nodding repeatedly. Right, right, right. Miss Shen is usually very kind. She treats her classmates very well. Whenever she's free with nothing to do, she gives other classmates rides. I understood and nodded. Looking at Shen Qingyan beside me, her expression calm and natural. It seems I still know too little about my beautiful deskmate. I was being a bit conceited. The Maybach stopped in the open space in front of my house. I opened the door, got out, and politely thanked Shen Qingyan and the driver, Uncle Zhou, in the front seat, then prepared to close the door and leave. But before closing the door, I glanced at the spot where the Maybach was parked. Vaguely recalling something, my face showed a hint of doubt. This spot seems a bit familiar. The harmonious atmosphere suddenly froze again. Shen Qingyan, a CEO of a listed company in her previous life. At this moment, her strong psychological fortitude was perfectly displayed. She glanced at me indifferently and said nonchalantly, "It's just an illusion. You're overthinking it. Goodbye." After speaking, she pressed the window button without changing expression. The window slowly rolled up. Uncle Zhou in the driver's seat also let out a hearty laugh. Right, it must be Mr. Jiang's illusion. Let's not talk about it. We're leaving now. See you later. The next second, the dark black Maybach, as if its butt was on fire, immediately sped away like a puff of smoke and disappeared, leaving me standing there alone, bewildered and suspicious. Was it an illusion? At the same time, in the Maybach driving down the road, Shen Qingyan in the back seat thought of the clueless, dazed look on someone's face before the window closed. The corners of her mouth curled up involuntarily. Idiot. The next day, Tuesday, Yunnan High School began its second mock exam. In the exam hall, everyone sat at individual desks in rows. I sat at my desk watching the proctor hand out the first exam paper. My eyes scanned each question on the paper. They were like old, incredibly familiar and close friends. I smiled and picked up my pen. At this moment, my aura instantly changed from calm and reserved to a sharp sword. As sharp as a drawn sword. The show begins now. The second mock exam lasted for 2 days. Students in the humanities stream took 3 main subjects: literature, math, and English, plus a combined humanities subject consisting of politics, history, and geography. Everything ended on Wednesday afternoon. For most 12th graders, finishing the second mock exam meant a huge weight had been lifted. But this time, for many 12th graders of this year's class at Yunnan High School, finishing the second mock exam didn't mean it was time to relax. When the second mock exam ended, in the following 2 days, the entire 12th grade of Yunnan High School seemed to be enveloped in a strange atmosphere with undercurrents swirling, because a certain rumor had grown wings over the past few days and quietly spread throughout the entire grade and even the whole school. Sujan from class 12 to 13 and some guy named Jiang Yichen from class 12 to 4, in order to fight over the school beauty, Shen Qingyan had made a bet on the results of this second mock exam. Whoever loses has to give up pursuing the school beauty and even has to streak across the sports field. Who is Sujun? Everyone at Yunnan High School knows him. Everyone has heard of this handsome, top student, the heartthrob of countless female students. He consistently ranks in the top 5, even top 3, of the grade in every major exam. But who is this Jiang Yichen? Never heard of him. Regarding this bet, some people discussed it enthusiastically, some sneered in contempt, and some were curious and expectant. In such an atmosphere, time slowly passed, and it was Friday morning. Countless 12th graders were wide awake, because this was the day Yunnan High School would announce the ranking results of the second mock exam. Friday morning at school, there was no longer a morning reading session or homework check. 10th graders entered the classroom. Everyone sat down for self-study, occasionally whispering to each other, and there were even many discreet glances, constantly peeking towards the last row of the 4th group. It was clear that the conflict between Su Jun and me over Shen Xingyan at the cafeteria entrance last week, and the bet, had also long spread throughout the class. Today was the day the winner would be revealed. However, the 2 people involved, Shen Qingyan and I, had calm expressions as if it had nothing to do with us. Both of us sat in our seats, focused on eating breakfast. The classmates even saw their class president, the great beauty Shen, very naturally share 2 of the small steamed buns she bought with me. I also accepted them with a casual expression, eating them deliciously without any courtesy. The bell for class rang. First period, second period, third period. As each subject teacher entered the classroom, the eyes of the students in the class were tense with anticipation. But the answer they received was always that the results and rankings would have to wait a little longer. It wasn't until the last period of the morning. The homeroom teacher walked in with a solemn expression and announced that the results of the second mock exam would be announced before the first period of the afternoon. Furthermore, the school would directly hang the ranking banner on the honor board at the main entrance of the teaching building. The time was set. The good show was about to begin. Time passed quietly. The closer it got to the time for the results to be announced, the second mock exam rankings that the homeroom teacher had mentioned, everyone's mood became more tense and expectant. The students in the humanities and science streams, all in the 12th grade, began to discuss it more heatedly. The results are almost out. Su Jun from class 13 of the humanities stream, I heard he went to the teacher for the answer key to estimate his score after the exam, at least 635. With this level of difficulty, a score of 635 inches, the humanities stream is definitely in the top 5, maybe even top 3. It might even threaten the ranking of Beauty Shen. That Jiang Yichen from class 4. I've never heard of him. He used to be at the bottom of the grade. In the bottom 10%. He's screwed this time. Ha ha ha. At lunchtime, my best friend Xu Feng couldn't sit still anymore. He rushed over to report the situation to me. Brother Chen, this is bad. The whole grade is talking about you and Su Jun now, and everyone is unanimously looking down on you. A lot of people are just waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. I nodded. Then I am going to eat. Xu Feng almost fainted from anger. Bro, what time is it? How can you still be thinking about eating? Then, Shen Qingyan stood up and walked over. With a calm expression, she called out to me, let's eat. What are we eating today? I immediately perked up. Your treat. You decide. Shen Qingyan shifted her gaze to Xu Feng. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Do you want to eat too? Xu Feng jumped, immediately shaking his head repeatedly with a fawning smile. Of course not. I don't. Then you can leave. Yes, ma'am. Class president. This humble one will take his leave. At noon, at the school gate, a Land's diner. It was still my rich and beautiful deskmate treating. Since I didn't have to pay myself, my appetite was excellent. I buried my head in my food and ate heartily. Shen Qingyan, sitting opposite me, took a few bites, then rested her chin on one hand and started watching me eat. She suddenly asked a question. Are you confident? I didn't look up and continued to eat. I mumbled a reply. Invincible. It was said lightly, but carried enough confidence and strength. So after hearing that, Shen Qingyan's lips curved into a smile. All right, then I'll wait for the good show later. This smile was like 100 flowers blooming, an iceberg melting. It was so beautiful that the students eating nearby were all stunned. They forgot to pick up the chopsticks that fell to the ground. I happened to look up and happened to see this radiant smile. I couldn't help but be stunned too. When I came to my senses, I subconsciously blurted out a compliment. You look even more beautiful than usual when you smile like that. This time it was Shen Qingyan's turn to be stunned. Reacting, this former Ice Queen CEO from a past life unexpectedly blushed in embarrassment, her face suddenly turning pink. What are you talking about? I also reacted, my face immediately flushing red. I explained flusteredly, nothing. Nothing. I was just talking nonsense. Dark clouds were gathering. A battle was imminent. Yet here, the two teenagers were creating an ambiguous atmosphere with pink bubbles. After lunch, when Shen Qingyan and I headed back, it was already around 1 p.m. It seemed it wouldn't be long until the results were announced. The second mock exam rankings that the homeroom teacher mentioned. We passed through the school gate into the campus. As we walked past the entrance of the teaching building, we both noticed that not far from the honor board, a crowd had already gathered. Shen Qingyan raised an eyebrow slightly, showing a hint of surprise. The results are out already? I walked a little closer and found that the honor board was still empty. The new ranking list for the second mock exam hadn't been posted yet. The students gathered here probably knew it was almost time, so they came here to wait in advance for the latest news. I didn't plan to wait. Just as I was about to turn back to class with my beautiful deskmate, I suddenly heard the voices of a man and a woman call out at the same time, Jiang Yichen. I stopped. I turned to look towards the voices and saw the crowd part. A man and a woman walked out one after another. The man was tall and handsome, and the woman was pretty and cute. To me, they were both old acquaintances, couldn't be more familiar. Sujun and Lin Mudao. I didn't expect them to be together at this time. Sujun looked at me, his face full of contempt and condescension. He spoke mockingly. What? You knew the results were coming out, so you came specifically to see for yourself how badly you've lost. Let me tell you, today is the day that you, Jiang Yichen, will be utterly disgraced at Yunnan High School. Lin Mudao beside him also looked at me, her eyes filled with unconcealed glee. With an arrogant, high and mighty posture, Jiang Yichen, I don't know who gave you the courage to dare make a bet to compete with classmate Su Jun. I was previously considering whether to give you another chance to pursue me again, but now it seems completely unnecessary. Someone like you is not only unworthy of being classmate Su Jun's opponent, but you're also completely unqualified to pursue me. One was the handsome top student of class 13. The other was the beauty of class 7. Su Jun and Lin Mudao, one after the other, in such a crowded place, simultaneously mocked and ridiculed someone without any restraint. It was indeed very damaging. So much so that the surrounding crowd of onlookers looked at me with eyes that couldn't help but hold some pity and sympathy. This guy's in a bad spot. However, before I could speak, a cold voice was heard. Jiang Yichen has me, and that's enough. Why would he need to pursue anyone else? Everyone was immediately shocked and looked up. They saw Shen Qingyan walking through the crowd, heading straight this way with an overwhelming aura. Shen Qingyan's gaze finally landed on Lin Mudao. The corner of her mouth lifted into a cold, mocking curve. Give Jiang Yichen another chance to pursue you. Who the hell do you think you are? A sentence like a thunderclap. It made the minds of the crowd in front of the honor board explode. Hearing this, Lin Mudao's face suddenly turned bright red, both flustered and angry. But these words were spoken by Shen Qingyan. With the other person's status as the school beauty, whether in terms of looks or other aspects, she was completely overshadowed. She wanted to retort but lacked the strength. Su Jun, standing beside her, watched Shen Qingyan's protective attitude towards me. A flash of jealousy appeared in his eyes. Then he looked at me and sneered. Jiang Yichen, is that all you've got? Besides hiding behind a woman and letting Qingyan protect you, what else can you do? As soon as Su Jun said this, Lin Mudao also immediately came to her senses, so she turned to look at me and snorted coldly. That's right, Jiang Yichen. If you have any guts, speak for yourself. The spear was pointed at me again, but I happily nodded. Oh, all right, I'll talk then. My calm and gentle expression suddenly made Lin Mudao vaguely feel that something was wrong. Let me explain to you one more time. I am not interested in you. Classmate Shen is my deskmate, the school beauty, and beautiful. Her academic performance is also good. If I were to rate her, she's at least a 9. If I were to pursue someone, I would pursue her. Why would I pursue a 3-point girl like you, right? The tone was sincere and earnest. Lin Mudao's mind went blank. She couldn't believe her ears. Her cherry lips trembled incessantly. What did you say? I am a 3-point girl? She, Lin Mudao, was the respected beauty of Class 7. Even if her looks weren't on par with Shen Qingyan's, she was definitely among the top at Yunnan High School. Yet one day, she was publicly rated as a 3-point girl. At this moment, Lin Mudao's best friend, Lai Wei, stood up. With an angry expression, she yelled at me, "Jiang Yichen, how can you be so disgusting? Who do you think you are? Rating our Mudao? Are you even worthy?" I turned and glanced at Li Wei. "You're a 1. Ha. Ha ha." A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd. As for Lai Wei, she froze on the spot after hearing that. Then she reacted, her face turning red instantly. I couldn't be bothered with her anymore and turned to look at Sujun. "And you, does your leg still hurt?" Another concerned inquiry. It made many people present immediately recall the one-on-one scene on the basketball court a few days ago. This time, it was Sujun's turn. His face instantly flushed red, but he was clearly calmer than Lai Wei. He took a deep breath to calm down and then sneered at me. "Jiang Yichen, stop putting on an act here. Whatever you say, the ranking results of today's second mock exam are what's real. Since you're already here, it's a good opportunity for Qingyan to also see clearly what kind of clown the person she chose is." Lin Mudao also sneered, looking towards Shen Qingyan. "That's right, Shen Qingyan. I admit you're prettier than me, and your grades are good, but it's a pity your taste in men is far worse than mine. You could have chosen anyone, but you chose someone like Jiang Yichen. Then I can only feel sorry for you." Just then, a male student rushed over from a distance, yelling incessantly, "It's out! It's out!" Everyone's eyes turned in unison. They saw the student run closer, his face excited. His eyes were fixed on Sujun. "Brother Jun, our class scores are out first. I just saw them at the head teacher's office. In this second mock exam, you got 634 points, ranked 3rd in the entire grade." As soon as these words were spoken, another surprised uproar immediately rose from the crowd. Everyone looked at Sujun with surprise and admiration, as expected of the handsome top student of Class 13. This achievement is truly outstanding. Sujun showed a somewhat reserved expression, humbly saying, "Oh, then that's a little worse than I expected. I thought I could fight for the top 2. The student, who brought the news, looked at Shen Qingyan beside him. His expression turned respectful. "When I was in the teacher's office, I heard that Beauty Shen's exam paper seems to have been marked already. Total score is 643, second in the humanities stream." The crowd buzzed again. Everyone's eyes turned towards Shen Qingyan in unison, filled with surprise and admiration. Hearing this, Shen Qingyan just raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly not surprised at all by this result. She looked at the student. "Then, what about first place?" The student shook his head. "I don't know about that, but anyway, the grades, results, and rankings seem to be all out. They're about to be announced. The teacher is coming to post the list." Everyone immediately looked in the direction the student pointed. Under the sunlight, not far from the main entrance of the administration building, they saw a middle-aged teacher, holding a large poster of the academic rankings in his hand, hurriedly walking towards the honor board. As he started to post it, a sudden shout was heard. An earth-shattering shout from not far away, "Brother Chen." Swoosh. Everyone was startled and reflexively turned their heads. Looking in the direction of the sound, they saw Xu Feng rushing from the direction of the teaching building. He dashed towards the honor roll. Brother Chen. Running over, drenched in sweat, Xu Feng was so tired he could barely breathe. But at the same time, he was extremely agitated and excited. He reached out and gripped my shoulders tightly, his voice trembling. "I saw the results at the head teacher's office. Your rank is. Hearing such an agitated and trembling tone, and seeing Xu Feng's extremely excited expression, suddenly, a bad premonition grew wildly like weeds, sprouting in the hearts of Sujun, Lin Muyao, and Li Wei. Under everyone's gaze, Xu Feng took a deep breath and shouted excitedly at the top of his lungs, "It's first place in the entire grade." In that instant, the whole world seemed to freeze. At this moment, in front of the honor roll, the middle-aged teacher had just finished posting the top part of the results ranking poster. Third place, Sujun, total score 634. Second place, Shen Qingyan, total score 640. And at the very top of the ranking, clearly and without error, was a line of text. First place, Jiang Yichen, total score 648. Lai Wei was instantly stunned. The gloating, mocking, and smug look on Lin Muyao's face completely froze, as if she had turned to stone. The pupils in Sujun's eyes suddenly contracted in disbelief. His mind exploded with a bang, as if his whole world had collapsed. As for Shen Qingyan, she just tilted her head and looked at me, recalling checking the answers with someone last night. Her own mood at that time was also shocked and incredulous, and unexpectedly joyful. A smile couldn't help but flash in her eyes. This little deskmate of hers had truly brought everyone, including herself, a huge, unexpected surprise. I looked at Sujun and said calmly, "Looks like you'll be the one performing tonight." In the end, Sujun didn't have the thick skin or the courage to fulfill his promise. In the end, under everyone's watchful eyes, he fled in disgrace. He took leave from evening self-study that night, and didn't come to school for the next month. He seemed to have completely disappeared, not daring to show his face. This also made Xu Feng, who had specially called a group of people to watch the performance on the sports field that evening. Feel quite regretful. That guy surnamed Sue. How can he not have the guts to own up to his loss? Just like the last time we played basketball, he has no sense of responsibility at all. During the second period of evening self-study, the head teacher walked into the classroom, his face beaming with joy. His entire body was enveloped in a joyous atmosphere. He directly announced that their class 10 did very well this time, especially when his eyes landed on me. It was as if he were looking at a rare treasure. He praised me endlessly. A sharp sword comes from grinding. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold. This time, Jiang Yichen did very well, giving me a huge surprise. As long as you work hard, you can create miracles. The head teacher's mood was truly blooming with joy. Finally, the head teacher added another sentence. Of course, for Jiang Yichen to do so well this time, we also have to thank classmate Qing Yan a lot. Thanks to her tutoring help, it has had a great effect. It wasn't just the head teacher who thought so. The students in the class also nodded in dazed agreement. Their gazes towards me were filled with extreme jealousy, while their looks towards Shen Qingyan were full of admiration and awe. As for the head teacher's praise, Shen Qingyan had a calm and indifferent expression, neither arrogant nor impatient. It's nothing, teacher. Helping a classmate is what I should do. There's no need for classmate Jiang Yichen to specially thank me. As expected of the great schoolbell Shen, this level of selflessness is truly admirable. Only I, who had just unconditionally signed a treaty, an unequal one, heard this with a twitching mouth. Her? Selfless? If she's so selfless, can she take back that unequal treaty from just now? That night, after school, when I got home and walked in the door, Father Jiang and Mother Jiang rushed over with excited expressions, giving me a warm hug, while also pinching my cheeks and ruffling my hair. Well done. You're truly our son. You've really made your parents proud. It turned out that the head teacher was so overjoyed in the afternoon that he couldn't help but call my parents to report the good news in advance. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang also couldn't believe their ears. They had to confirm with the head teacher several times before they were overjoyed. They affectionately called their son to sit at the dining table, which was set with a lavish late-night meal to celebrate. Watching me eat, the two of them couldn't help but smile happily, their eyes crinkling. They kept praising me. Until finally, Mother Jiang seemed to suddenly remember something and said, "Oh right, Yi Chen, your teacher said you did so well this time thanks to a classmate with the surname Shen. Who is this classmate Shen? When can you invite her over for dinner? Make a feast to thank her. Invite the schoolbell deskmate over for dinner? There's no need. The schoolbell, deskmate and I are just in a pure deskmate relationship, but in high school, if a boy invites a girl home for dinner to meet his parents, the rumors would definitely cause a huge stir. It also wouldn't be good for the schoolbell deskmate's reputation, of course. I had already agreed to Shen Qingyan's 2 conditions. Wasn't that thank you sincere enough? It was definitely enough. Thinking this, I waved my hands at my parents. There's no need. My deskmate is very kind. She gives without expecting anything in return. If you want to thank her, just let me do it myself. Hearing this, Father Jiang and Mother Jiang nodded. The second mock exam ended, leaving only the final 30-day countdown to the college entrance exam. On that Saturday morning, the head teacher announced to the students, for the next month, those of you who want to review at school, the classroom or the lecture hall, the self-study room, and the library will all be open all day. Those who want to review at home can do so according to your personal wishes. The school won't force you, but the teachers will be in the classroom or the office, so you can come and ask questions anytime. At this point, the head teacher paused. His gaze swept over the 12th grade students below the podium, his expression softening for a rare moment. This is the last month. Everything that needed to be said, I've already told you too many times. What we teachers can do, what help we can offer, is ultimately limited. This final stretch, you must rely on yourselves to break through. His tone wasn't as strict as usual, but had a few more parts of sincerity and earnestness. After the speech, after class, the head teacher, specially, called me to the teacher's office to privately praise my excellent performance in the second mock exam. He told me not to get arrogant and to prepare for the college entrance exam, but then he changed the subject, hinting at the relationship between me and Shen Qingyan, saying we could develop it after the college entrance exam, which left me completely bewildered. The following days, for the students of class 12/10, were completely free. Most students still chose to stay at school to review during the final month. After all, the atmosphere was a bit better. It's easy to slack off at home. I thought so too, but I felt the review atmosphere in the classroom was too lax, so I decided to go to the lecture hall to focus on studying. Surprisingly, I found out that my deskmate, schoolbell Shen Qingyan, also wanted to go, so I suggested bringing my best friend Xu Feng along. But Shen Qingyan said Xu Feng wasn't going. Xu Feng immediately chimed in. I don't think a place like the lecture hall suits me, so I am fine staying in the classroom by myself. How about you and the class president go, Brother Chen? In the end, the two of us had to go to the lecture hall to study together. Shen Qingyan went to the school cafeteria to buy drinks, so I went ahead alone to find and save our seats. Entering the lecture hall, I looked around and quickly found a spot in the corner. I went there and put down my and my deskmate's school bags. the school bells, down. And just as I sat down and was about to take out my paper, pens, and books, I saw a chubby guy in the seat to my front left turn his head and greet me in a low voice. "Hey buddy, got a red pen? Let me borrow it." I nodded and generously took out a red pen and passed it to him. The chubby guy took it with a grateful expression. "Thanks a lot." After using it, he returned it. Borrowing and returning once was enough to start a conversation. This chubby guy was a student from class 12/6 with a personality that was very easy to talk to. To make conversation easier, he even moved to the seat right in front of me, and once he started talking, he didn't stop. The topic shifted to recent gossip. The chubby guy put on a mysterious air, lowered his voice. "Buddy, you're in the liberal arts stream, so you must have heard of Jiang Yi Chen from class 10, right?" I nodded. "Oh, I've heard of him, but we're not close." The chubby guy looked smug and puffed out his chest. "It's fine if you're not close. I am. You know, Xu Feng, right? He's Jiang Yi Chen's best friend." Hearing this, I couldn't help but look the chubby guy up and down and asked hesitantly, "Are you Xu Feng?" "Wrong." The chubby guy casually waved his hand, his expression arrogant. I am Xu Feng's best friend. So what I heard is first-hand gossip. Brother Feng told me himself that Jiang Yi Chen and Schoolbell Shen have been deskmates for 2.5 years. They've long had deep feelings for each other. Besides, not only is Schoolbell Shen a top student, that Jiang Yi Chen is actually a top student too. He was hiding his skills as a poor student all along, pretending to be modest. It's because he couldn't bear to take first place from Schoolbell Shen. He was intentionally letting her have it. I thought to myself, this is truly spectacular. The chubby guy continued excitedly, talking nonstop. This time, it's because of Su Jun from class 13. He recklessly provoked them. That couple was so in love, with mutual affection, a talented man and a beautiful woman, but he, a monster, had to jump in and object, trying to steal his girl. If that's not asking for death, what is? That's why Brother Chen got furious for the beauty's sake. He stopped pretending right away. This time, he easily got first place in the grade. I also heard that Jiang Yi Chen and Schoolbell Shen have secretly discussed that since they've been exposed this time, they won't hide it anymore. After the college entrance exam, they'll go public. By then, they'll be the Condor Heroes couple of our Yunnan High School, leaving a legendary tale for the school, and finally disappearing from the scene. As he reached the end, the chubby guy got so moved by his own story that he clutched his heart, with a dreamy and admiring look on his face. "It's so sweet. When will I find my own little dragon maiden?" I couldn't really listen anymore. How could the rumors have spread so ridiculously? I had to correct him. So I cleared my throat and said seriously, "You heard wrong. Jiang Yi Chen and Shen Qingyan are actually just classmates. Normal classmates, a very pure deskmate relationship. They're not in love." Hearing this, the chubby guy was immediately unhappy. He shot me a sideways glance. "Wrong? About what? Are you Brother Feng's best friend, or am I?" I looked helpless. "In a sense, it seems we're both right. You're something else." Xu Feng. It seems I was still too soft-hearted. I shouldn't have let this guy off. I should have made him run naked on the sports field like Sujun. Just then, a series of footsteps sounded from the front entrance of the lecture hall. The chubby guy and I both reflexively looked up towards the sound. We saw an ethereally beautiful girl walk in. She was wearing a simple red and white school uniform, her figure slender. Her face was as exquisite as a painting. She had her hair in a ponytail, her aura as clear and cool as autumn water. It was clearly the most ordinary attire, yet it exuded a unique charm. From the moment she appeared at the door, she had captured the eyes of every student in the lecture hall, unable to look away. The school bell of Nan High School, Shen Qingyan. The chubby guy stared blankly, then reacted, getting instantly excited. "Holy crap, school bell Shen." As he said this, he glued his eyes to Shen Qingyan, while excitedly pulling my arm. "Bro, we hit the jackpot this time. I heard School Bell Shen studies with Jiang Yi Chen now. School Bell Shen is in the lecture hall. That means Jiang Yi Chen must be here too. The Condor Heroes are both here. We've got front row seats for the gossip." I glanced at the chubby guy sitting, right in the row, in front of me, and nodded. They really are front row seats. The chubby guy heard this and was puzzled. "What do you mean?" Just then, he noticed Shen Qingyan was walking towards him and me, and got even more excited. "School Bell Shen and Jiang Yi Chen want to sit here. Bro, hurry and look. Jiang Yi Chen might be nearby too." I looked down at myself. No need to look. The chubby guy was stunned, and finally turned his head to look at me. Immediately after, under the gaze of all the students in the lecture hall, the great School Bell Shen walked to the back row in the corner, and then, oblivious to the astonished gazes, sat down next to a certain someone. She casually handed over a cold bottle of Sprite. "For you." I naturally took it. "Thanks." The entire lecture hall suddenly fell dead silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and the chubby guy, sitting in the best front row seat for gossip, was now looking at the Condor Heroes couple in front of him, almost turned to stone. Only two large words screamed and swirled in his mind. Holy crap. The commotion in the lecture hall lasted for a while, before finally subsiding and becoming quiet again, but students still continuously couldn't help but secretly turn their heads back to glance towards me and Shen Qingyan. Shen Qingyan and I paid them no mind. We each took out our books and pens from our bags, preparing to start studying. There was just one eyesore, which was a certain chubby guy in the row in front of me who was stealthily peeking, like a gopher, repeatedly turning to stare at us. I glanced at the chubby guy, about to speak, when my schoolbell deskmate next to me looked up first. Her eyes rested on the chubby guy, her voice soft. "Classmate, does sitting this close affect your studies?" Holy crap, the schoolbell is talking to me. The chubby guy was so excited his face turned red. He hurriedly waved his hands. It's fine. It's fine. No effect. I don't think so. It's rare to get a chance to gossip at such a close distance. How could I miss it? Shen Qingyan's eyes narrowed slightly, her coldness carrying a hint of danger. No, you do think so. Her tone was still gentle, but it made the chubby guy jump. There was killing intent. The chubby guy immediately changed his tune. Right. I do find it a little inconvenient. It'll sit a bit further away. Ha ha ha. With a forced laugh, the chubby guy zipped away, instantly teleporting back to his original, distant seat. Finally, it was quiet. Shen Qingyan turned to look at me, smiling gently. Let's start studying. Self-studying in the lecture hall truly had a thick academic atmosphere that made one unconsciously immerse themselves in it. The two of them studied in the lecture hall, taking a short break after an hour. Shen Qingyan naturally handed me one of her earbuds to listen to music together. I looked at her beautiful and exquisite side profile. At this moment, my heart fluttered slightly. The memories and thoughts from my past life seemed to rush back like a tide, making me a bit dazed. Shen Qingyan looked at me gently, because in her past life, she had read a certain fool's diary. She secretly decided to make up for all the warmth I lacked in my past life. The days passed by just like that. I gradually got used to the self-study atmosphere in the lecture hall, as well as having the schoolbell deskmate always sitting beside me. Occasionally, I would return to class 10 from the lecture hall for a visit, to meet my best friend Xu Feng and chat for a bit. Du Feng said that recently, many students have also been pairing up, gathering to find places to study together. The tense and stressful atmosphere of the approaching college entrance exam and graduation had broken the originally clear-cut boundaries between boys and girls, making them bolder and closer. He also said some boys seized the opportunity to get close to female classmates while studying together, and had bravely confessed and succeeded. They would officially be together after the college entrance exam. This made Xu Feng unable to hide his envy. When will Yang Yuting and I get together? Yang Yuting was the literature representative of Class 10, and was also considered Shen Qingyan's best friend. In terms of looks and aura, she wasn't inferior at all. I remembered and asked curiously, "Haven't you been going to the library to study with Yang Yuting every day?" "Recently." "That's good." Xu Feng sulked. "Good?" I wanted to ask her to study alone with me, but she didn't agree. I understood. "So you go as a group?" Xu Feng scratched his head. "Not really. Just the two of us." She said she called other people, but coincidentally, everyone she called was busy and couldn't come. I looked at Xu Feng, question marks appearing above my head. For many consecutive days, they coincidentally couldn't come. "It's always just the two of you," Xu Feng said confidently. "That's right." Yang Yuting said it herself. "It's just a coincidence." Then he sulked again, looking dejected. "Brother Chen, tell me, this Yang Yuting keeps refusing to go alone with me. Does she really not have any feelings for me?" I looked at my best friend as if he were an idiot. What the hell is so logical? And he's still talking about coincidence, with that brain of his. Even if the god of marriage used a steel red thread, he'd still snap it. A moment later, my school bell deskmate packed up her books and notes. She put on her school bag and walked over. The two of them left together, on the way to the bicycle shed. I even shared with my school bell deskmate this little story about Xu Feng, both gloating and disdainful. This kid is a total straight man. Hopelessly stupid. My school bell deskmate had an indifferent expression and nodded slightly. When we reached the bike shed, I took out my bicycle. The two of us walked out of the school gate side by side. At the school gate, I glanced around. I didn't see the familiar black Maybach. "Where's your family's car?" Shen Qingyan acted as if nothing was wrong. "My family's car coincidentally broke down. If it's convenient, can you take me home?" I showed an understanding look, then generously nodded. I thought to myself that deskmates should help each other. And so, Shen Qingyan gracefully sat on the back seat of my bicycle. She even very naturally wrapped her arms around my waist. I got on the bike and pushed off. I rode steadily forward with the school bell deskmate. Sitting behind me, Shen Qingyan reached up to brush the strands of hair blown by the wind from her forehead. The corner of her mouth curved up slightly. This was the first time I had ridden my bike to take the school bell deskmate home, but it wasn't the last time. For the next 7 consecutive days, Shen Qingyan every day changed her reason for me to take her home. When we passed the market my parents often went to, if my parents ever saw me giving you a ride on my bike, they'd probably think I was dating instead of studying. Once, on the way home with the school bell deskmate, I casually made a joke. When Shen Qingyan heard it, her eyes suddenly lit up. Her tone seemed thoughtful. Is that so? Then that's really risky. I laughed out loud. Don't worry. Don't worry. How could there be such a coincidence? And so, the next evening, at the Kyoto market, not far from the Shanhuan neighborhood, a middle-aged couple came out carrying plastic bags of vegetables. They were talking as they walked. Father Jiang and Mother Jiang were talking. Suddenly, Mother Jiang stopped. Her eyes stared blankly at a figure on a bicycle not far ahead, approaching them. Old Jiang. Isn't that our son? It looks like he's giving someone a ride. I also hadn't expected such a coincidence. And thus, the cliché scene that followed. At the street corner in front of the market gate, Father Jiang and Mother Jiang, carrying plastic bags of ribs, and their son, who was giving the school bell a ride on his bike, met face to face. I hurriedly slammed on the brakes, stopping the bike right in front of my parents. Shen Qingyan, sitting behind, couldn't brake in time, and lunged forward into a certain someone's back due to inertia. Smiling brightly, she wrapped one arm around her little deskmate's waist. Aya, how could you be so careless? However, before she could pretend to be magnanimous and express her understanding to someone, she suddenly and sharply noticed that my back and waist muscles, which she was holding, seemed to have suddenly stiffened. Shen Qingyan was slightly stunned. At the same time, I had stopped the bike. My hands were still on the handlebars, my expression a little stiff. I raised one hand towards my equally stunned parents and gave a forced smile in greeting. Mom. Dad. What a coincidence. The atmosphere at that moment was a bit frozen. Jiang Guozheng and Zhao Shuqin stared blankly at their son. Zhao Shuqin, who was normally very talkative, couldn't help but stammer a little at this moment. This is, I hurriedly explained, oh, this is my classmate. Her house is nearby. I am taking her home. I was clearly speaking the truth, but I don't know why. In front of my parents, I always felt a bit inexplicably awkward and guilty. At this time, Shen Qingyan had also recovered and realized the situation before her. She quickly got off the back of the bike. The girl took a light breath, bowed to Father and Mother Jiang, then raised her head and smiled sweetly. Hello, Auntie and Uncle. I am Shen Qingyan, Yi Chen's deskmate. You can just call me Qingyan. Her voice was gentle. Her demeanor was elegant, polite, and calm, combined with a sweet smile that was almost flawless. It was truly invincible. Standing beside them, I was almost stunned, speechless. Damn it. Where did the cold and arrogant school belle deskmate go? I've been her deskmate for 2 lifetimes, but I've never seen the great school belle smile so sweetly before. Father and Mother Jiang were also caught off guard by the beautiful girl, who got off the back of the bicycle, and her polite greeting. Flustered. Oh my, you're too kind. You're Qingyan, right? Hello. Hello. As they hurriedly and politely greeted her, Father and Mother Jiang couldn't help but look Shen Qingyan up and down. The simple and ordinary school uniform worn by the young girl looked so graceful, slender, and elegant. Her manner of speaking clearly showed she was well educated. Furthermore, her appearance was beautiful beyond words. Her pretty face wore a sweet smile, which made people feel refreshed. The more they looked, the more pleasing she was to the eye. The more they looked, the more they liked her. And suddenly, Mother Jiang, Zhao Shuqin, reacted. Deskmate with the surname Shen. The keyword was sharply caught. Mother Jiang immediately showed a surprised and delighted expression. You're the classmate Shen that head teacher Liu mentioned. The one who tutors our Yi Chen. Father Jiang beside her also reacted, enlightened. Right. Yi Chen also said that he did so well on the second mock exam, thanks entirely to the help of his deskmate. Shen Qingyan smiled sweetly once again. Her smile carried a hint of shyness and modesty. Uncle and Auntie, you're flattering me. Actually, it's because Yi Chen himself is smart, and he's also diligent and hardworking. I just spent some of my own review time to study with him every day. It was just a small, insignificant bit of help. The credit mainly belongs to him. I listened, stunned again. Why does it feel like my school belle deskmate is deliberately taking credit to win over my parents? But Father and Mother Jiang were already moved by what they heard. These words were so pleasant to the ear, they went straight to the heart. This beautiful girl in front of them had clearly helped their son so much, and yet was so modest. She was truly the best girl in the world. This child is so sensible. Father Jiang snapped his head around to look at his son. He made a decisive call immediately. Son, hurry up and kowtow to thank classmate Qingyan. Mother Jiang enthusiastically agreed, nodding repeatedly. Right, 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 thank her properly. I thought to myself, these are truly my biological parents. But the school belle deskmate next to me heard this and waved her hands repeatedly. She lowered her head slightly, looking shy. Uncle and Auntie, you're too kind. There's no need to thank me. If anyone should be thanked, it should be me thanking Yi Chen. The girl's face even had a slight blush. After all, at school, it's always Yi Chen taking care of me. He holds my hand to go to the cafeteria to buy snacks. He also holds my hand when we walk on dark roads at night. He took me to the observatory to watch the stars. When other bad boys bullied me, he was the one who stood up and said he wanted to be my protector. Recently, he's also been taking the initiative to take me home every night, listing every good deed one by one, specific and detailed. terrifyingly detailed. I stood by listening, my mouth opening wider and wider, almost forming the shape of an O in the end. My whole mood was a mess in the wind. Damn it, this is bad. What the hell is this school bell deskmate saying? Although at first, listen, it seems to be true. Upon careful thought, it's completely twisted. Didn't you ask me to take you home? And watching the stars at the observatory was clearly a coincidence. And the stuff about going to the cafeteria for snacks and walking on dark roads. Why are you deliberately emphasizing the hand-holding part? Father and Mother Jiang were also almost stunned, speechless, listening to this. They turned to look at their son, almost suspecting that this wasn't their son. Is our Yi Chen really that close with this girl? Seeing the strange look in my parents' eyes, I quickly spoke up. Mom, Dad, don't misunderstand. Shen and I just have a very innocent deskmate relationship. My parents hesitated and nodded. Oh, a deskmate relationship, that's what they said. But their eyes kept darting back and forth between me and Shen Qingyan, their gazes growing stranger and stranger. I couldn't take it anymore and coughed to interrupt. It's getting late. I'll take Shen home first. The great beauty Shen next to me raised an eyebrow, putting on a thoughtful expression. There's no rush. I can chat with Auntie and Uncle a little longer. What the hell is there to talk about? If we talk any more, there'll be big trouble. Ha ha ha. Shen, you're too polite. Let's go. 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 I laughed out loud, forcing a smile as I quickly reached out and grabbed my beautiful deskmate's hand, pulling her onto the back of the bicycle. At the same time, I quickly got on the bike and pushed off. In a frantic hurry, I turned and fled. Mom, Dad, you two go home first. I'll be back later. Leaving Father and Mother Jiang behind, watching their son ride off with his beautiful deskmate, still a bit stunned. Then they reacted. Father Jiang suddenly gasped. Yi Chen just took the girl's hand on his own initiative. Mother Jiang's eyes lit up beside him. My son is so capable. A while later, the bicycle finally arrived. At the gate of Coral Garden residential area, I stopped the bike and let out a long sigh of relief. Then I looked up and saw the beauty. My deskmate getting off the back of the bike and nodding at me. Thanks. Goodbye. She suddenly reverted to her cold and indifferent demeanor. If I hadn't just experienced it myself, I would have suspected the scene in front of the market was just my imagination. As if seeing through someone's thoughts, my beautiful deskmate offered a light explanation. Your parents are very nice people. I just wanted to be polite. Don't misunderstand. The corner of my mouth twitched. I am not misunderstanding. I am afraid my parents will misunderstand that I am in a puppy love. My beautiful deskmate looked at me, her gaze clear and calm. What puppy love? We just have a very innocent deskmate relationship. After saying that, my beautiful deskmate paused for a moment. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Unless you have a guilty conscience. Do you have a guilty conscience? Facing my beautiful deskmate's clear, indifferent gaze, I don't know why, but I suddenly felt a bit guilty. Of course not. My beautiful deskmate nodded lightly. Then that's good. I don't either. That night when I got home, I was inevitably dragged to the dining table by my parents and interrogated. Time passed day by day. The college entrance exam drew nearer. An atmosphere of farewell gradually spread across the campus. Yu Feng slammed a reference book on the desk. A rare fighting spirit burned in his eyes. I want to get into the university in Hangcheng closest to Yang Yu Ting. On the track, my sneakers glided under the starlight. Shen Qingyan quietly handed me a bottle of soda. The cold condensation on the bottle was like the secret feeling she had hidden for 18 years. The sky in this small city was only so big. I gave a signal, and the girl under the moon suddenly cut through the night breeze. I'll always be here. Her fingertips brushed against the hem of my sweat-soaked uniform, fulfilling the most solemn promise of that summer. June 6th. The final countdown day before the college entrance exam. Class 12 to 10 classroom. When the homeroom teacher walked in and stepped onto the podium, as the class president, Shen Qingyan, shouted, "Stand up," the whole class stood up in unison. They all bowed deeply to the middle-aged man on the podium. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. Even though he had been the homeroom teacher for the graduating class countless times and experienced scenes like this countless times, the homeroom teacher still couldn't hold back his emotions. His eyes reddened with joy as he tried to suppress his feelings, his gaze sweeping across each youthful face below the podium, and he said loudly, 3 years of diligent study have sharpened your blades. Tomorrow, my students, you will unsheathe your swords. A roar of agreement came from below the podium. June 7th. Sitting in the college entrance exam room. Even though I had been reborn, I could still feel the cold, tense atmosphere that filled the air. I took a deep breath. The fighting spirit in my eyes blazed fiercely once again, suddenly boiling over. Let's fight. In the blink of an eye, the 2 most stressful days of the college entrance exam passed quietly. After finishing the final exam, English, and walking out of the examination hall, I took the first breath of fresh air outside. Hearing the endless cheers of celebration from afar, I finally realized that the college entrance exam was over. My high school life was also coming to an end. The most stressful moment had passed. What remained was revelry and celebration. Class 12 to 10 seconds. Graduation party was scheduled for 7 p.m. tonight, and my best friend, Yu Feng, had approached me at some point. He secretly revealed some news to me. At the graduation party tonight, he was preparing to confess to Yang Yu Ting. As he said this, Ixu Feng was full of confidence. The atmosphere at a graduation party like this, when everyone's had a little to drink, is perfect for a confession. The next second, he leaned in with a gossipy expression. Brother Chen, how about you also? I scoffed at my best friend's suggestion. If you really like a girl, but have to rely on alcohol for courage, getting completely drunk and slurring your words, to tell her I like you. For most girls, that's not a plus. Besides, who would I confess to? Lin Muyao, a genuine green tea bitch. Her dating history is like a sea king's. In this life, I've long wanted to cut all ties with her. As for my beautiful deskmate, there's even less to say. We are both upright and completely above board. An innocent deskmate friendship filled with integrity. However, when facing my best friend, I put on an air of righteousness. That night, in the private room of the hotel for the graduation party, the moment I saw my beautiful deskmate walk into the room, my heart still couldn't help but skip a beat. For tonight's party, all the students had carefully prepared before coming. The girls all wore beautiful clothes and dresses and had put on makeup carefully, looking gorgeous. When the beautiful girls arrived at the hotel banquet room, it made the boys who arrived earlier stare until their eyes nearly popped out. The boys of class 10 were all amazed. 3 years of high school. Turns out we were surrounded by such beauties all along. The seemingly ugly ducklings had all turned into white swans, and when someone among the students cried out in surprise, "The class president is here," everyone's eyes immediately turned towards the door in unison. Shen Qingyan walked in. Unlike the other girls in the class, the great beauty Shen didn't wear heavy makeup tonight. Shen Qingyan had simply changed out of her school uniform. She chose a small, form-fitting white shirt with a beige cardigan over it. Below, she wore a plaid skirt and a pair of small leather shoes and knee-high black socks. Her waterfall-like long hair was let down over her shoulders, softening her cold aura by several degrees. She looked pure and tranquil, and breathtakingly beautiful. The boys in the class were stunned. Everyone's jaws dropped, their eyes glued to the class president. They couldn't look away. Xu Feng was also mesmerized. He almost drooled. Damn, the class president is so beautiful tonight. Brother Chen, if you don't make a move, be careful or the class president will be snatched away. I didn't answer, because at that moment, I was also staring blankly at my beautiful deskmate at the door. After a long while, I managed to swallow with difficulty. Then I saw Shen Qingyan's gaze sweep across the room, and her eyes quickly locked onto me. She walked towards Xu Feng and me. As she got closer, Shen Qingyan glanced at Xu Feng, who was sitting next to me. You're sitting here? Xu Feng jumped up as if he had a spring on his butt. No. I am sitting over there. Class president, you sit here. He was so tactful, fawning like a simp. Without any brotherly loyalty, he turned and fled. And Shen Qingyan, very naturally, sat down next to me. Then she finally turned to look at me, raising an eyebrow slightly. So, what do you think? My gaze was still fixed on the beautiful deskmate. Unable to look away, snapping back to my senses, I was a bit flustered. What do you mean? What do I think? Noticing someone's confusion, a hint of a smile flashed in Shen Qingyan's eyes, but her tone remained cool and casual. Do I look good tonight? Caught off guard by the direct attack, I was speechless. Then I tried to pretend everything was normal. Very beautiful. My mouth pretended everything was fine, but in my heart, I couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Because in reality, my beautiful deskmate's outfit tonight, so pure and radiant, with that gentle and free-spirited girl next door style, happened to perfectly match my aesthetic taste. Shen Qingyan seemed to nod non-committally. Thanks, I just threw something on. Her tone was also indifferent, full of cold arrogance. But at the same time, the mini version of her inside was standing with her hands on her hips. Smug. You fool. I deliberately dressed according to the aesthetic preferences that you wrote in your diary. With the strategy guide in hand, how could I possibly lose? Everyone had arrived. The food started to be served. Waiters brought out steaming plates of food, constantly entering and leaving the room, moving between the tables. Quickly, the large tables were filled with sumptuous dishes. The class lifestyle committee member was still hard at work. With a wave of his hand, he used the class funds to order several cases of beer for each table. In addition, there were a few bottles of white liquor, specifically for the subject teachers and the homeroom teacher. The girls gathered in small groups, eating small bites, and chatting quietly amongst themselves. From time to time, happy laughter and teasing could be heard. The boys, on the other hand, couldn't wait to pop open the bottles. Holding bottles and glasses, they started making rounds to toast everyone. The atmosphere in the room quickly became lively. After 3 drinks, the history teacher was spouting endless prose. The politics teacher shed his serious demeanor, his eyes crinkling with laughter. When the flushed homeroom teacher raised his glass, the entire room erupted with youthful energy. The boys stole glances at the Ice Queen's table, but only dared to use envious glances to glare at me sitting next to her. Immediately, a crowd carrying bottles and glasses lined up and came over. Brother Chen, have a drink. I'll finish mine. You can drink as you please. Me too. I am next. Everyone was aggressive. It looked as if they wouldn't rest until they got me drunk tonight. My alcohol tolerance isn't bad, but even I couldn't handle being ganged up on like this. But just then, Clack. A pair of chopsticks was slammed down by a delicate, jade-like hand. Shen Qingyan suddenly stood up, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Shen Qingyan's gaze was cold. She glanced over the group of male students in front of her and raised an eyebrow. What kind of hero gangs up on one person? From now on, I, his deskmate, will drink for him. A sentence spoken in a light and calm tone, but it caused the entire room to fall silent for a moment. Everyone, including the subject teachers, couldn't help but stare wide-eyed, their faces showing clear astonishment. After a moment of silence, the room erupted into noise again. The girls of Class 10, led by Yang Yuting, all screamed and cheered for Shen Qingyan, and the boys were even more excited. They finally had a chance to toast the class president. We have to step it up. Class president, I am first. I am second. They all fought for a turn. In an instant, Shen Qingyan had already downed 2 or 3 glasses of beer, each one chugged in a single breath. The Ice Queen was rarely so forthright and generous. Seeing this, the students all cheered. I sat beside her, suddenly becoming the object protected by a dark night. Watching my beautiful deskmate drink glass after glass, I was about to stand up. Let me. Before I could finish, my beautiful deskmate's delicate hand pressed down on my shoulder, pushing me back into my seat. Her tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. No need. Next, Shen Qingyan went all out. She was no longer passively accepting toasts, but actively went on the offensive. She targeted one person at a time, drinking until they were defeated, then moved on to the second and the third. When 5 or 6 boys in a row were drunk, under the table, or had fled for their lives, the girl was almost the only one left standing calmly in the room. At this moment, Shen Qingyan, wearing a pure white shirt, had casually tied up her waterfall-like black hair. Her waterfall-like long black hair in a simple way. She exuded a sharp and capable aura. Her gaze swept over the remaining boys. The great beauty Shen slightly raised her willow leaf eyebrows. Her tone was light and carefree. Anyone else? The room was dead silent. No one dared to speak. Xu Feng watched with his eyes wide and jaw dropped. Coming to his senses, he roared, "Class president is awesome." The next second, the entire room erupted in cheers and applause. I also looked at Shen Qingyan as if she were a goddess. My beautiful deskmate can drink this well? And amidst the cheers and applause, Shen Qingyan's eyes swept over. Noticing my astonished, goddess-gazing expression, the corner of the girl's mouth tilted up slightly. In my past life, I was the female CEO of a listed company in Nan Province, dealing with people, socializing at the dinner table. Though I didn't like it, I had to have the skills to protect myself. I fought my way out of countless drinking parties, thrilling and soul-stirring battles. This little scene is easy to handle. This graduation dinner party lasted from 7 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. When the party ended, the students of Class 10 were still not satisfied and called out to each other, planning for a second round. KTV. Over 30 students split up. 2 rooms were just enough. Shen Qingyan and I both went to room 504. Inside the room, some students started ordering drinks, while others couldn't wait and started picking songs to show off their singing voices. In the noisy atmosphere, I sat down on the sofa near the door. I looked up and saw Shen Qingyan also, coming in from the door. Perhaps she had drunk a little too much earlier, so now, as my beautiful deskmate walked in, her steps were clearly a bit unsteady. Just as she was about to pass through the aisle between the sofa and the coffee table, she tripped. Seeing that she was about to fall, I quickly reached out and grabbed my beautiful deskmate's hand. "Be careful." With that pull, Shen Qingyan's center of gravity immediately shifted, and she fell into my arms due to inertia. The scene froze at that very moment. The girl was standing on one leg, while the other leg happened to be braced between someone's legs. Her fair arm, one hand, rested perfectly on my chest. The two of them were inches apart, no more than 20 centimeters, an extremely intimate and ambiguous position. The air in the room suddenly fell silent. It seemed as if the air itself was about to freeze. Xu Feng, also in room 504, stared in shock. A storm raged in his heart. Damn, as expected of Brother Chen. So bold. A moment ago, I thought he was too timid to confess. Who would have thought that in this KTV room, in front of so many people, he would perform such a thrilling scene with our dear class president, truly a role model for our generation. But the next second, luckily, Yang Yuting next to him was very perceptive and reacted quickly. She immediately pulled Xu Feng and said loudly, "What are you spacing out for? Go on, pick a song." Xu Feng immediately came to his senses. Right? Let's sing." He continued playing the music, and grabbing the microphone, he started wailing like a ghost. The other students in the room also snapped out of it. They quickly joined in, bringing the lively atmosphere back. But over here with me and my beautiful deskmate, we were still in an awkward and passive situation. Shen Qingyan was just sitting on me like that, one hand still on my chest. I just had to look up to be face to face with my beautiful deskmate's stunning face. At this moment, my heart started pounding. I tried to take a deep breath, pretending to be calm. "Are you okay?" Shen Qingyan, sitting on me at this moment, seemed calm, her tone light, as if nothing had happened. I am fine." But who knew that at this moment, Shen Qingyan was staring at me dazedly from up close. looking at the other's handsome face, and she couldn't help but feel her heart race. Clearly, she had the soul of a cold, powerful female CEO in her 30 seconds who had weathered countless storms, yet she was starting to feel a little flustered. She didn't even dare to look me straight in the eye. Just then, Xu Feng finished a song. In the room, the students clapped and cheered. The two of us snapped out of our daze and quickly separated. Shen Qingyan hurriedly got off me. The revelry in the room continued. Some of the girls were with some of the boys, playing drinking games with dice. They called Shen Qingyan over. Soon, I was also pulled into the game by Xu Feng. First, they played a game of high-low. At first, Xu Feng's luck was very good. Several people from the girls' group had already lost. When it was Shen Qingyan's turn, Xu Feng lost 2 rounds in a row. Not believing his bad luck, he demanded another round. The result was another 3 consecutive losses. The great beauty Shen was like a gambling goddess, sweeping the competition. She defeated Xu Feng and several other boys one after another. Finally, Xu Feng pulled me over. Brother Chen, you're the only one left on our side. Good luck. So, I sat down in front of Shen Qingyan. The two of us looked at each other, thinking of the intimate and ambiguous scene from not long ago. I suddenly felt a little guilty, and Shen Qingyan, who had just been dominating the dice game, also suddenly became inexplicably flustered. She even actively avoided someone's gaze. Let's start. It was still liar's dice, but ironically, both of us were clearly not focused. One person didn't even look at the dice cup and casually called out 3 4s. The other immediately followed with 3 6s. They kept calling like that until they somehow called 10 6s. Both of them were still dazed and didn't see anything wrong. Xu Feng, listening from the side, was dumbfounded. Damn, are you two even playing the same game as us? There are only 6 dice in total. How can you call 10 6s? That sentence made Shen Qingyan and I snap out of it. Then I lose. Ill drink. I lose too. Ill drink too. And so, in front of everyone, the two of them quickly filled the glasses in front of them, and at the same time, raised their glasses and downed them. Putting the empty glasses down, they both secretly sighed in relief at the same time. Xu Feng, Yang Yuting, and the other students in the room were all speechless. The atmosphere in the Qiangui KTV room was still lively. I pushed open the door, left the room, and went outside the KTV to the outdoor balcony to get some air. The summer night breeze blew across my face, bringing a bit of coolness, and the effects of the alcohol faded a little. Before, I could enjoy the comfort of being alone. A familiar, coquettish female voice sounded from behind me. Jiang Yichen. The tone carried a hint of grievance. Turning to see who it was, my face couldn't help but darken. Lin Mu Yao. This girl was like a lingering ghost. It must be that the students of class 12 to 7 were also singing at Qiangui. Tonight, Lin Mu Yao had also put on meticulous makeup. A small, pink dress with white bubble socks accentuated her cute and lovely appearance. At this moment, she widened her sparkling eyes and looked at me pitifully. I sent you so many messages on QQ. You didn't reply to any of them. I looked at the beauty of class 7 inches front of me as if she were an idiot because I deleted you. With this IQ, she probably didn't do well on the college entrance exam. Lin Muyao was choked by this sentence, unable to speak for a long time. The rims of her eyes turned red again. I know I was wrong. Please don't treat me like this. Okay? I agree to be your girlfriend now. Can we start over? Her tone carried a sob. The cute, sweet-looking girl with red-rimmed eyes, her hands clasped together, looked like she was about to cry. Guests from other rooms saw this scene and couldn't help but show concern and sympathy. Even the onlookers. Besides feeling sympathy, when their gazes shifted to me, they also carried a hint of dislike and blame. But I could clearly see in Lin Mu Yao's eyes a small glint of triumph. A green tea is always a green tea. To put it elegantly, a leopard can't change its spots. I chuckled and looked at Lin Mu Yao calmly. You don't know you were wrong. You just found out that someone is too lazy to spoil you anymore, so you can't bear it. You can't stand it. You're furious. But then, I paused. So what does that have to do with me? Seeing you upset actually makes me feel quite pleased. Lin Mu Yao's pretty face immediately flushed red. Her voice trembled with angry sobs. How could you be like this? I feigned ignorance. Why couldn't I? After all, we're not close. I looked at Lin Mu Yao again and added, oh, right. Please stay away from me from now on. I am afraid my girlfriend might misunderstand. Lin Mu Yao was struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. Girl.friend. Since when do you have a girlfriend? As she spoke, she seemed to realize something and looked at me in shock. Is it Shen Qingyan? I nodded matter-of-factly. That's right. I was completely fed up with this green tea sea queen in front of me. To end things once and for all, I would use my beautiful deskmate as a shield, to make her give up completely and retreat. With this plan in mind, my words flowed even more smoothly. We just made it official today. The homeroom teacher officiated. Our classmates were witnesses. We're registering our marriage in a few days. We're getting married on Qxi Festival. Yang Yuting is the bridesmaid. Xu Feng is the best man. Only family and friends are invited to the wedding. You don't need to come. If it's convenient, just send a gift. Lin Muyao couldn't help but take a few steps back, her voice sharp with shock and anger. Impossible. I don't believe you. You're lying to me. Her words were laced with sobs again. You two are obviously just acting. Besides, in what way am I inferior to Shen Qingyan? Why did you choose her? Why? I was all too familiar with this question. I could answer without even thinking. Student Shen is tall and beautiful, and her voice is pleasant, unlike you, who's short and looks. Before I could finish, Lin Muyao heard this and couldn't help but scream. Don't say it. The next second, the beauty of Class 7 covered her ears, turned, and ran off the balcony. I could faintly hear her crying voice trailing off. Jiang Yi Chen, I hate you. I watched Lin Muyao's retreating figure and pouted. Seriously, can anyone understand me? And she has the nerve to hate me. Just then, footsteps sounded. I looked up and saw that at some point, my beautiful deskmate had coldly walked over. Who were you talking to? I scratched my head. A passerby. I don't know her. As I said it, I suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu, and my beautiful deskmate just nodded after hearing it, her expression indifferent and non-committal. But right after, she looked up at me and raised an eyebrow slightly. Girlfriend? Official? Marrying on Kikshi. These words were spoken lightly, casually, but they almost made my heart stop. Damn it. The person herself heard me. The soul of a man over 30 couldn't help but blush at this moment. I was a little flustered and hurriedly explained, no. I was just trying to get rid of Lin Muyao. I guiltily glanced at my beautiful deskmate in front of me and quickly found another reason. Saying righteously, we're deskmates. It's reasonable to use you as a shield, right? Shen Qingyan was stunned when she heard this. She suddenly thought of similar words. Just now, when facing her best friend Yang Yuting, it seemed she had also used it as a cover, an excuse. Instantly, the girl also couldn't help but feel a little guilty. On the surface, she immediately pretended to be cold and calm. As long as it's reasonable, I secretly sighed in relief. But looking at my beautiful deskmate's face, I suddenly wondered, why is your face so red? This time, it was Shen Qingyan's turn to be flustered. She tried to act calm. It's nothing. I just drank too much. That's what she said, but the girl guiltily turned her head away. Her face, flushed with embarrassment, became even redder, but it also made her even more stunningly beautiful. I couldn't help but stare, mesmerized. Right after, I saw my beautiful deskmate's gaze sweep over. What are you looking at? This time, it was my turn to be flustered. I hurriedly turned my head away. Two guilty fools stood side by side on the balcony like that, neither daring to look at the other. Pretending to be calm, they watched the city lights in the distance together. The summer night breeze blew, the air carrying humidity and warmth. A subtle, ambiguous atmosphere slowly spread across the balcony. A moment later, perhaps feeling that this atmosphere was a bit awkward, Shen Qingyan tilted her head slightly to look at me and found a topic. Let's go back and sing a few more songs. I thought for a moment, then shook my head. Probably not. The mic hogs won't let go of the microphone. Just then, the two of them were standing on the outdoor balcony of the KTV. One could faintly hear a burst of heart-wrenching screams coming from room 504. Shen Qingyan raised an eyebrow, as if she had thought of something. Then let's get another room. The two of us had pretty good luck when we went down to the front desk to ask. The staff said there was a small room available. The wealthy Miss Shen generously paid, placing a 100 yuan bill on the counter, and then led me, her little follower, to the new room. The new room was number 406. The room wasn't large, originally meant for only 4 to 5 people, but for Shen Qingyan and me, it was more than enough. Shen Qingyan walked to the song selection machine, turned to look at me. What should we sing? I waved my hand. Anything's fine. We can sing a duet. Shen Qingyan nodded, casually flipping through the song list. She accidentally selected a song, and immediately, the large screen displayed a music video with a classic, pure, and romantic style. A familiar, melodious tune filled the room. It was Rooftop, which Jay Chou wrote for Landy Wen, a male-female love song duet. I was stunned. Shen Qingyan was also stunned. The great school beauty Shen came to her senses, quickly regaining her cold and calm demeanor. It's only called a love song when lovers sing it. When deskmates sing it, it's called a deskmate song. There's no problem with singing a deskmate song. A giant question mark slowly appeared above my head. That works too? Under the neon lights in the room, it hid the faint blush on the girl's face. Following the intro, I took the microphone and sang the male part first, casual and gentle. When it came to the second verse, Shen Qingyan joined in. Her voice was gentle, pleasant, and seemed to be whispering her feelings, making the listener unknowingly immersed in it. When the chorus came, the two of us, perfectly in sync, picked up our mics and sang the duet with ease. After finishing the deskmate song, we were both very happy. We looked at each other and both burst out laughing. The earlier panic and guilt each of us felt seemed to disappear at that moment. The atmosphere between the two of us became natural again. We each chose a few more songs to sing. A KTV staff member brought in 2 cases of beer, saying it was a complimentary gift for the room. To congratulate the graduating 12th grade students, Shen Qingyan looked at me, raising an eyebrow slightly. Can you still drink? I didn't need to think. So we stopped singing. We just let the songs play randomly in the background. to create some ambiance. The two of us sat down at the coffee table, each opening a bottle of beer. We picked up the dice cups and started playing liar's dice. Game after game, we were evenly matched. I looked at my school beauty deskmate with some surprise. In my past life, I was a seasoned veteran of society, with all sorts of social gatherings and parties. I wouldn't say my dice skills at the drinking table were godlike, but they were definitely masterful. Yet the school beauty next to me could actually match me. Shen Qingyan was also a bit surprised. In her past life, she was a respected female CEO in the business world. Although she didn't frequent cheap drinking dens, her skills honed in high-end clubs were absolutely outstanding. Yet she couldn't overwhelm this deskmate of hers. The competitive urge to prove herself immediately arose. The two looked at each other and picked up their dice shakers at the same time. We played game after game, drinking glass after glass. Unconsciously, a case and a half of beer had been finished by the two of us. Whether it was me or Shen Qingyan, even though our alcohol tolerances weren't bad, we couldn't stop the drunkenness from creeping in. Shen Qingyan suddenly stood up, letting the alcohol control her swaying body. She walked over to me with her dice cup and said loudly, "Let's play one round." I had just finished the first chorus, swaying my head, slightly drunk, dazed and confused. Hearing the school beauty's words, I didn't think twice. I generously nodded. "Play what?" Shen Qingyan put the dice cup on the table and said decisively, comparing points. "If I lose, you can make any request you want." I was dizzy and asked subconsciously, "Then what if I lose?" Shen Qingyan shook her head, trying to suppress the dizziness from the alcohol. Her eyes looked straight into mine. "If you lose, you have to kiss me." I was already tipsy. I just slapped my thigh in excitement. "Let's play." The dice cup was shaken. Shen Qingyan went first. She opened the lid. A single die lay still. It was a 5. Right after, it was my turn. I swayed as I picked up the dice cup and shook it vigorously for a while. As a result, when I opened the lid, I accidentally let the die fall out. It rolled onto the floor. "Let me go find it." I staggered towards where the die had rolled, bending down in front of another coffee table, trying to open my eyes wide to search. Suddenly, I let out a cry of surprise. Shen Qingyan immediately looked over. "What is it?" I waved my hand hard. "See for yourself." Shen Qingyan also staggered over. Ignoring her image, she got down on the floor. Trying to open her blurry, drunken eyes, she followed my gaze. "What's the number?" The die was perfectly wedged in the corner of the table leg, standing on its edge. One side was a 4, the other a 6. A 4 meant Shen Qingyan won. A 6 meant I won. I shook my head and asked dazedly, "So did I win, or did you?" Shen Qingyan raised her head, staring at me intently. The girl suddenly reached out. Her slender, jade-like fingers unhesitatingly flicked the die. It landed firmly on one side, settling on 4. "I win." Her firm declaration, allowing no room for doubt, rang in my ears. The next second, a faint fragrance wafted over. The girl proactively and decisively leaned forward and pressed a firm kiss on my lips. In this moment, time and space were separated, but fate had crossed mountains and seas. The high school days of the boy and girl in this life had graduated in a grand and romantic fashion. When I woke up the next day, I just felt my head pounding like a hammer. I struggled with all my might to sit up in bed. Looking around, I realized I was back home. But how did I get back? I frowned, trying hard to remember. I tried to recall what happened afterwards, but I couldn't remember anything. I opened the door, left my bedroom, and went to the living room. Mother Jiang, Zhao Shuqin, was at this moment cleaning the living room. Seeing her son come out, she gave me a displeased glare and scolded. "You're awake? Go take a shower, and then come eat breakfast. What state were you in last night? You came home reeking of alcohol and passed out, just like your father when he's drunk. Don't do it again." Being scolded by my mother, I knew I was in the wrong, so I could only obediently admit my fault. My heart stirred, and I hurriedly asked my mother a question. "Mom, how did I get home last night?" If I hadn't asked, Mother Jiang got angry again. "You still have the nerve to ask? You don't even remember how you got home. It was a driver named Zhou from your classmate Qingyan's family. He brought you home. He even helped you to the door. We troubled him so much." I was stunned when I heard that and immediately understood. "Uncle Zhou?" Mother Jiang nodded. "That's right. He left right after dropping you off. He had to hurry back to take classmate Qingyan home." After saying that, Mother Jiang couldn't help but praise. I didn't expect it. Classmate Qingyan even has a private driver to take her around. Her family's situation must be quite extraordinary. That driver, Uncle Zhou, is a really good person. You can tell he's upright and trustworthy. After saying that, Mother Jiang suddenly wondered. There was just one strange thing. At that time, I asked him, "How is classmate Qingyan?" His eyeballs trembled like there was an earthquake. Unable to get more information from my mom, I went to the bathroom first. I took a hot shower, washing away most of the lingering smell of alcohol from last night. After changing into clean clothes and finishing breakfast, the discomfort from the hangover had subsided. My mental state was finally a little better. Then I went back to my room to check my phone. I found several unread messages and missed calls from last night, and most were from Xu Feng. I thought for a moment and called him back. On the other end of the line was a weak, dying voice. Xu Feng sounded like he was about to die. Hello? This kid must have been dead drunk last night too. Xu Feng's voice on the other end was extremely frustrated. Damn it, I was originally going to confess to Yang Yuting last night, but then I ended up with Zhang Qi, Sun, and the others, playing dice and drinking games. I got so drunk I forgot the main event. Then he changed the subject, and asked me suspiciously, Brother Chen, where did you go last night? We couldn't find you in either room. Our class president disappeared too. Me, Yang Yuting, and the others texted you too, but neither of you replied. I answered honestly. She and I went downstairs and got another room to sing. Xu Feng was utterly shocked. What? Got a private room for just the two of you? As expected of my brother Chen. Fess up. Did you manage to win over the class president last night? I was annoyed. What are you thinking? We just sang normally and had a little to drink. Nothing else happened. Xu Feng's voice was full of suspicion. That's it? Nothing else? I said sternly. Of course. If something else happened, how could I not know? As soon as I said it, I myself hesitated. A few vague, hazy images from last night flashed in my mind. I really couldn't remember clearly. In the villa at Coral Garden, Shen Qingyan sat at the solid wood dining table, imported from Italy in the living room, also frowning. She massaged her temples. A hangover was not a pleasant feeling. Beside her, a housekeeper in her 50 seconds named Feng brought over a bowl of pumpkin millet porridge and placed it on the table in front of Shen Qingyan. Her tone was both pitying and concerned. It must feel awful drinking so much, right? Eat some porridge to sober up. Shen Qingyan picked up the bowl and said thank you, then looked up at Auntie Feng. Did Uncle Zhou bring me home last night? Auntie Feng nodded. Yes. You were completely drunk when you came back last night. When Uncle Zhou and I helped you to your room, you were humming some song. Then, as if remembering something, she added another sentence. Oh, right. When Uncle Zhou brought you back, he mentioned that he saw you at the karaoke bar with a male classmate named Jiang Yi Chen. You were both so drunk you fell asleep. He dropped your male classmate off on the way. Shen Qingyan was stunned. Jiang Yi Chen? She tried to recall the scene from last night. She vaguely remembered getting a private room with her deskmate, but she couldn't remember anything after that. Trying to remember more only made her head hurt a little. Shen Qingyan shook her head. I don't remember clearly. Nothing major probably happened. After finishing the millet porridge, Shen Qingyan returned to her bedroom. Sitting on the bed, leaning against the pillows, the girl couldn't help but frown, still trying to remember the sober moments from last night, but it all felt vague and unreal. Shen Qingyan picked up her phone, thinking maybe she should just text her deskmate to ask if he remembered. But just as she picked up the phone, her phone rang. It was her best friend. Yang Yuting, she answered, and on the other end, Yang Yuting asked first where she had gone last night. Shen Qingyan didn't hide it. She generously replied that she and Jiang Yi Chen got a private room to sing. Yang Yuting on the other end, just like Xu Feng, couldn't contain her surprise and excitement, and then nosily asked for details. Hearing this, Shen Qingyan laughed and shook her head, her tone casual, and naturally said they just sang normally and had a drink. Nothing else. Then she asked why Yang Yuting called. This time, when asked, Yang Yuting hesitated a bit, her tone a mix of nervousness and joy. Don't tell anyone, but last night, Xu Feng confessed to me. Xu Feng confessed? This time it was Shen Qingyan's turn to be a little surprised, her eyes widening. She was a little interested and asked for more details. On the other end, Yang Yuting's voice had a hint of pride. That fool drank a lot of alcohol last night. I guess he was trying to build up courage. Then he just pulled me out onto the open-air balcony to confess. Hearing this, Shen Qingyan couldn't help but cover her mouth and ask curiously, So what about you? Yang Yuting's voice was reserved, but she couldn't hide the sweetness. I've tentatively agreed for now, but I still need to test his performance next. Oh right, he just asked me to go for a walk and have dinner tonight. It's like our first date. I am a little nervous. Could you come with me? A young couple's first date. Shen Qingyan didn't want to be a third wheel. She was about to refuse, but then she heard Yang Yuting's next sentence, which made her temporarily change her mind. Xu Feng said he also called Jiang Yi Chen to come along. We can go as a group of 4. Shen Qingyan's eyes lit up slightly. Okay. At the same time, I hadn't been resting in my bedroom for long when I received another call from Xu Feng. Classmate Xu's tone on the other end was jumping with excitement. Brother Chen, I just asked Yang Yuting to hang out tonight. She agreed. I was too drunk yesterday. I forgot to confess to her. I definitely have to get it done tonight. Then he changed the subject. But I am still a little nervous. Brother Chen, can you come with me tonight? It just so happens that Yang Yuting also invited the class president. Let's all go together. I thought for a moment, it's a good chance to meet my school beauty deskmate tonight. I can ask her about what happened at the karaoke room yesterday, so I happily agreed. The meeting spot for the 4 of us was at the foot of the park mountain. That evening, sitting in her family's Maybach. On the way to the meeting point, Shen Qingyan glanced at the front seats, at Uncle Zhou, the driver. In the driver's seat, Uncle Zhou, Shen Qingyan called. In response, Uncle Zhou in the driver's seat answered calmly. Yes? Shen Qingyan thought for a moment, then asked. Last night, when you came to pick me up, what did you see? Uncle Zhu's hands, which were steady on the steering wheel, suddenly stiffened a little. He replied in a deep voice, Miss Shen, rest assured, I didn't see anything. For some reason, there was a hint of tragic heroism in his voice. A question mark slowly appeared above Shen Qingyan's head. She shook her head and rephrased the question. When you arrived last night, were Jiang Yichen and I very drunk? Did we do anything embarrassing? Uncle Zhu's hands on the driver's seat stiffened slightly again. After a long moment, he calmly replied, Rest assured, you and classmate Jiang Yichen just fell asleep very normally. Nothing embarrassing happened at all. Hearing that, Shen Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. That's good then. Then she leaned back against the back seat, relieved, and comfortably closed her eyes to rest for a bit. But since Shen Qingyan had her eyes closed, she naturally didn't see that at this moment. Although Uncle Zhou in the driver's seat had a calm and firm expression, his pupils were shaking violently as if in an earthquake. Who could understand? Last night, when he entered the karaoke room, what a terrifying scene he had witnessed. Last night, when he pushed the door open, the boy and girl in the room were indeed drunk, fast asleep. But the recognized pearl of the Shen family, the one with a personality as cold and proud as a snow lotus on an iceberg, the great Miss Shen, was like an octopus, clinging tightly to someone's neck and not letting go. She was even on top of the other person, mumbling and nuzzling like a kitten. I walked straight from home. When I arrived at the meeting spot at the foot of the park mountain, Xu Feng, Yang Yu Ting, and the school beauty also arrived at the same time. The four of us met. Shen Qingyan and I looked at each other. Xu Feng looked at Yang Yu Ting. Yang Yu Ting couldn't help but look at Xu Feng too. The atmosphere was a bit strangely quiet. In the end, it was Yang Yu Ting who laughed generously. Breaking the awkward atmosphere first, everyone's here. Let's find a place to eat. Xu Feng immediately nodded vigorously. Okay. I am hungry too. Of course, Shen Qingyan and I had no objections. Just as we were about to leave, we saw Yang Yu Ting suddenly stop. She turned her head to look at Xu Feng. Her face slightly red, she proactively held out her hand to him, her tone petulant. What are you spacing out for? Hold my hand. As she finished speaking, the air suddenly fell silent. Xu Feng and I were both stunned, speechless on the spot. We looked at each other in astonishment. Holy crap, he hasn't even confessed to make things official. Is this Yang Yu Ting so proactive? Xu Feng was truly overwhelmed by the favor. He then trotted over and took Yang Yu Ting's hand. When he held her hand, it was as if he had found a treasure. He would occasionally lift Yang Yu Ting's hand to look at it a few times, truly cherishing it endlessly. Yang Yu Ting couldn't help but laugh. She pulled her hand back and lightly hit Xu Feng. What are you doing? If you're not going to hold it, then forget it. Xu Feng immediately panicked. Who said I am not holding it? I am. I have to. He then hurriedly grabbed Yang Yu Ting's hand, holding it tightly in his own. He couldn't help but grin as they walked. Yang Yu Ting, on the other hand, was generous, walking ahead with Xu Feng, talking and laughing with him, looking natural and intimate. Shen Qingyan and I followed behind. Looking at the intimate appearance of the two in front, I couldn't help but remark in admiration. I didn't expect that. Is Yang Yu Ting always so proactive? Shen Qingyan beside me raised an eyebrow slightly. Proactive? At this stage in their relationship, holding hands is normal. I thought for a moment and agreed. After all, my deskmate, the school beauty, and I had already held hands even with our purely platonic relationship. For Xu Feng and Yang Yu Ting, although he hadn't confessed, holding hands didn't seem like a big deal. I immediately nodded in agreement. Reasonable. In a small town in Yunnan in 2007, for students, the dating and dining options were not many. Our group of four strolled along the park path, and in the end, we still chose Old Qian's Fried Skewers, a shop with decades of history. Shen Qingyan and Yang Yu Ting went to find a table first, while Xu Feng and I were in charge of ordering and picking the fried skewers. As soon as the two girls left, Xu Feng eagerly sidled up, next to me, lowering his voice, but his tone couldn't hide his excitement and thrill. Brother Chen, did you notice? Yang Yu Ting is being very proactive with me today. I feel like I have a chance. My confession tonight will definitely be a success. I nodded in agreement too. Then, good luck. Xu Feng was full of confidence. It'll definitely work. You don't know, just now when she and I were holding hands and walking, her attitude towards me was as if we were already dating. If I wasn't so drunk last night, I would have thought I had already confessed to her. Ha ha ha. Hearing this made me happy for him. I joked along. That makes sense. Maybe you were so drunk last night that you already confessed to Yang Yu Ting. Hearing that, Xu Feng became even happier. Oh my god, if I've already confessed and forgot about it today, if Yang Yu Ting finds out, I am definitely dead. The ordered skewers were brought to the table. The four of us ate and chatted. We talked about what happened in the karaoke room last night, who got drunk and made a fool of themselves. Then we talked about plans and arrangements for the upcoming summer vacation. I've always wanted to learn how to swim. I didn't have time when I was in school. Now that it's summer break, I have a chance. Go sign up for a class next week. Speaking of this, Yang Yuting looked at Xu Feng. Will you go with me? Xu Feng was stunned. Yang Yuting pouted. Of course. Do you want me to go with another guy? Xu Feng was immediately both surprised and overjoyed. No, no, no. It has to be me. I'll definitely go with you. In an excited and cheerful mood, Xu Feng kept signaling to me. See, Brother Chen, my confession tonight is a sure thing. I secretly gave my best friend a thumbs up. After dinner, Xu Feng insisted on paying. The four of us left the restaurant and went for a stroll in the square at the foot of the park mountain to walk off our meal. Being together like this tonight, between Xu Feng and Yang Yuting, the relationship had clearly taken a step forward, becoming more intimate and natural. At this moment, Xu Feng looked at Yang Yuting as if he had made up his mind. Wait for me a moment. After saying that, he turned and ran off like a puff of smoke. Shen Qingyan was a little curious and puzzled. Where is he going? I don't know. Yang Yuting shook her head. Then she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. This guy. He's so shy after becoming my boyfriend. Shen Qingyan also nodded in agreement. Only I was left standing there with a confused mind. The more I listened, the more confused I got. A shy boyfriend. Girls these days, without a confession to confirm the relationship, already assume their status. Not long after, we saw Xu Feng hurrying back, holding a bouquet of roses in his hand, his face flushed with nervousness and excitement. Ting ting. Yang Yuting couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. This is for me. Xu Feng nodded vigorously. Summoning all his courage, he looked at Yang Yuting affectionately. It's for you. I've liked you for a long time. Will you be my girlfriend? The air suddenly fell silent for a moment. This time, it was the two girls' turn to be stunned. Shen Qingyan was so surprised her mouth was slightly agape, a rare sight, and Yang Yuting was even more dumbfounded, almost doubting her own ears. Be your girlfriend? Didn't I already agree? Huh. This time it was Xu Feng's turn to be stunned, his eyes filled with pure confusion and foolishness. When did that happen? I haven't even confessed yet. How could you have agreed? The air suddenly fell silent. A vein on Yang Yuting's forehead twitched slightly. She took a deep breath, looked at Xu Feng, and forced a smile that wasn't a smile. So you completely forgot about confessing last night, didn't you? Xu Feng had to move heaven and earth to finally, reluctantly coax his new girlfriend into a good mood again. The price he paid was the soft flesh on his side, after being gently caressed by his girlfriend's delicate hand, was now a tragic sight to behold. Even so, Xu Feng, while hissing in pain, couldn't help but grin from ear to ear while talking to me. Anyway, the result is still good. The four of us walked around for a while longer. Ahead on the roadside, someone had set up a stall for on-the-spot portrait sketches. Xu Feng eagerly pulled Yang Yuting over there, intending to get a drawing done to commemorate their first day as a couple, leaving Shen Qingyan and me to continue strolling in the Gongyuan Mountain Square to kill time. Mentioning how Xu Feng had just been taught a lesson by Yang Yuting, both of us couldn't help but laugh. This guy is really too much. He drinks a little and can't even remember his own confession. Shen Qingyan also nodded slightly, commenting with a nonchalant expression, truly disgraceful. Speaking of drinking, I remembered something. I scratched my head and looked at my school beauty deskmate. Oh, right, last night. The two of us got drunk. We didn't do anything too outrageous afterwards, did we? Shen Qingyan gave a faint smile, her tone casual and confident. Don't worry. Uncle Zhou brought us back. He said, we just got drunk and fell asleep. Nothing major happened. I breathed a sigh of relief. That's good then. At this moment, from a record store, not far away, a song started playing. It was The Fruits of Midsummer by Karen Mok. As if remembering something, I looked at my school beauty deskmate. Did you sing this song last night? Shen Qingyan also recalled a bit. Yes. After that, you seem to have sung a song by Wu Bai. I slapped my forehead. A sudden realization, my train of thought suddenly cleared. The two of us, one sentence after another, quickly pieced together the fragmented memories from last night. After that, you pulled me to play dice, comparing high and low. You even set a special prize for winning and losing. If you lost, you had to agree to any one request of mine. If I lost, then. If you lost, then. Speaking excitedly, we spoke faster and faster, then suddenly both of us froze. In our minds, the forgotten memories from being drunk quickly returned. This time, what finally happened last night, we both remembered everything. It was that stunning kiss to fulfill the bet. My train of thought returned to the present. At this moment, the air seemed to freeze. The whole world fell silent. I was stunned. Shen Qingyan was also stunned. The next second, the two of us suddenly calmed down and looked at each other, staring wide-eyed at each other. I took a deep breath, trying to compose myself. What was I supposed to do if I lost? I forgot. Shen Qingyan also took a deep breath, trying to pretend to be cold and as if nothing had happened. I forgot too. We both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. At this moment, Xu Feng and Yang Yuting walked back hand in hand after getting their portrait drawn. Xu Feng had an excited expression. Class president, Brother Chen, let's go to Cashbox for karaoke again later. I'll order more drinks. Tonight, We won't go home until we're drunk. The word drinks had just come out. When my school beauty deskmate's eyelids twitched at the same time, he hit a sore spot. I glared at Xu Feng, both angry and regretful. You got so drunk you lost your memory yesterday. What's there to drink? There's something wrong with the alcohol at that KTV. Shen Qingyan commented in a cold, stern voice. Bad alcohol. I am never drinking it again. After saying that, the two of us looked at each other again and nodded seriously in greeting. Xu Feng and Yang Yuting were stunned. They looked at each other, then back at their two best friends in front of them. A giant question mark slowly appeared above their heads. What's wrong with these two all of a sudden? That night, after returning home, entering the bedroom, closing the door, Shen Qingyan threw herself onto the bed and started rolling around without any regard for her image. The female CEO of a listed company, the school's proud ice queen, with just a little alcohol, her image completely collapses. In the end, Shen Qingyan still sat up, went to her desk, turned on the computer, and prepared to play a song to distract herself. The computer started up. She moved the mouse to open the TNT music player. Back then, this was the most popular music software. Accidentally, Shen Qingyan scrolled and saw a song on the playlist. A song was there, Reunion Once More. She was stunned. She moved the cursor to it and pressed play. As the singing began, it couldn't help but bring Shen Qingyan's thoughts back to last night. Under the soft, dim light, Shen Qingyan was a bit dazed. Unknowingly, her mood gradually calmed down. At first, she felt that last night's kiss was an impulsive and rash act due to the effects of alcohol. That's why she felt ashamed and embarrassed. But now, thinking back seriously, she realized that before she had even noticed it herself, she had gradually fallen for him. Last night's kiss, although catalyzed and prompted by alcohol, was also what her heart wanted. A natural progression. Having figured this out, a smile finally returned to Shen Qingyan's face. If you like someone, of course, you should be open and honest about it. How could a single kiss throw me into such disarray? Next, things will go on as before. I still have to keep taking the initiative. Thinking of this, Shen Qingyan suddenly felt a surge of interest. She took out her phone, found a number in her contacts, and dialed. Very quickly, the call connected. My voice came from the other end. Hello? What's up? There was a clear hint of guilt in my voice. Shen Qingyan couldn't help but let the corner of her mouth curl up. This guy, he really does remember what happened last night, doesn't he? And he's still pretending. At the same time, she outwardly pretended like nothing was wrong. She spoke in a casual tone. It's nothing. It's just that. About what happened later last night, I seem to remember a little something. A mischievous glint flashed in the young woman's eyes. The punishment for you losing was to kiss me, right? Thud. The sound of someone falling off the bed came from the other end of the line. Shen Qingyan tried to hold back her laughter. She continued to pretend to be nonchalant. Of course, I am not too sure either, so I wanted to ask if you have any impression of it. On the other end of the line, that handsome guy scrambled to get up and pick up the phone, opening his mouth to spew a string of denials. No, there wasn't. I don't remember anything. You must have misremembered too. How could we casually use that as a bet? Ha 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 ha. A string of guilty, dry laughter. Shen Qingyan couldn't help but laugh when she heard it. But on the phone, she still feigned doubt. Is that so? But I feel. Before she could finish her sentence, I hurriedly cut her off. Don't feel. You definitely misremembered. It's late. Time to sleep. Good night. He practically hung up the phone immediately, as if he was afraid of being questioned further by his beautiful deskmate. Putting the phone down, Shen Qingyan couldn't help but shake with laughter in her bed. Teasing my little deskmate is just too much fun. Well then, just wait for me to take the initiative and pursue you. With nothing to do in the afternoon, I turned on my computer to go online. As soon as I logged into QQ, I unexpectedly received a series of friend message notifications. I opened it and found it was my middle school class group chat. It was an announcement. Everyone, tonight at 6. It's the Class 9 6th reunion at Hight Seafood City. 70 yuan per person. Be there or be square. Everyone must come. A Class 9 6th reunion. I stared at it, dazed. I vaguely remembered that in my past life, after the college entrance exams, I seemed to have attended, but too much time had passed. I couldn't clearly remember the specifics of the reunion back then. But since I was free anyway, it wouldn't hurt to go. I could see it as meeting old classmates and reminiscing. I made up my mind. So at 5:30 that evening, I dressed simply, said goodbye to my parents, and prepared to leave. At the same time, on the other side, in a villa in the Coral Garden district, Shen Qingyan carefully adjusted the hem of her pleated skirt. She twirled in front of the mirror, revealing a satisfied smile. At exactly 6 p.m., I arrived on time at the middle school reunion venue. It was called a Seafood City, but in reality, it was just an ordinary seafood restaurant, a bit more upscale. In front of private room number 6 inches the Tian Wing, I knocked, then pushed the door open and walked in. I saw 2 large round tables in the room. Quite a few classmates were already seated, nearly 20 people. I glanced around and felt that most of the faces were no longer familiar. Even for those who seemed slightly familiar, I couldn't recall their names. After all, including my previous life, It had been at least 16 or 17 years since we'd last met. But for these middle school classmates in the room, it had only been 3 years since middle school graduation. So when they saw me walk in, someone recognized me very quickly, waving and greeting enthusiastically. "Isn't that Jiang Yi-chen? Over here, sit here. We were just waiting for you," I replied and went over to sit down. These middle school friends probably hadn't seen each other in a long time. This reunion was a rare opportunity to chat and reminisce. At the table, everyone was chatting animatedly, and the atmosphere was quite good. I sat in a corner, not participating in the conversation, just observing each of my friends with interest. My middle school was Yunnan No. 4 Middle School. Its ranking in Yunnan town wasn't high. Many classmates went to vocational school after graduating from middle school, or entered the workforce right after graduation to start earning money. Therefore, compared to the recently graduated 12th graders from Yunnan High School, my middle school friends sitting in this room now, most of them dressed in a way that was clearly more mature and worldly. Some of the guys had tattoos, smoked, and had permed hair. They wore gold-plated copper chains around their necks. The girls were all dressed maturely, some even a bit provocatively. Wearing high heels and stockings, they wore heavy makeup, trying to show off their beauty. Among such a group of friends, I was simply wearing a hoodie and jeans, looking too much like a well-behaved student, a bit out of place. At the table, someone immediately noticed how I was dressed, and the topic shifted to me. "Jiang Yi-chen goes to Yunnan High School, right? Impressive. A top student. How were the college entrance exams this time? Did you get into a key university?" As soon as this question was asked, many classmates also looked at me. After this college entrance exam, I didn't deliberately seek out teachers or classmates to compare answers and estimate my score, but I estimated in my head that I had basically maintained the level of my second mock exam. But now, facing a group of middle school friends, I didn't intend to show off, so I just smiled. "I'll only know when the results are out." I spoke modestly and politely, but at the table, someone couldn't help but pout. He took a drag from his cigarette and said casually, "In my opinion, studying well is useless. Nowadays, when college students graduate, don't they also have to find jobs as laborers? It's better to enter the workforce early and earn money. Look at me. I started working right after middle school, and I am living quite well now." As soon as he said this, the classmates next to him started flattering him. At this moment, the heavily made-up Chen Cc raised her red lips slightly. She looked at me with a teasing smile. "Jiang Yi-chen, have you been in a relationship during your 3 years of high school? Don't tell me you're still a virgin." A roar of laughter erupted at the table. I was stunned for a moment. I realized she was the girl who sat behind me in middle school and used to have a crush on me. She confessed and was rejected. Now, she had become a mature and beautiful woman. She had become the belle of the state-owned factory, while I had just graduated from high school. In her eyes, I was probably just a naive student. "No, I didn't date early," she burst out laughing. "Early dating? You're already grown up, so childish." The other classmates chimed in. "Belle Chen is out of your league now." She pursed her lips proudly, a look of smugness in her eyes, as if to say, "You regret it now, don't you?" I looked at her, smiled faintly, and said nothing. Some missed opportunities she thought were regrettable, but I just felt they weren't even worth mentioning. Meanwhile, Qian Yi from earlier generously patted his chest. "It's okay, Jiang Yi-chen. If you want. Brother, Qian here, will introduce you to a girlfriend. However many you want, he'll find them for you. He'll help you settle this lifelong matter today." Oh my god. This boss Qian is extraordinarily generous and righteous. Just then, footsteps could be heard from outside the private room. The door to the private room was pushed open. Everyone turned their heads toward the sound, and couldn't look away. The person who pushed the door open was a young woman. The girl's gaze swept over everyone in the room, finally resting on me. Her eyes immediately lit up, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. "Yi Chen." The atmosphere suddenly froze. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone in the room turned to look at me, disbelief gradually appearing in their eyes. Everyone was stunned. A young woman, so beautiful, it was unbelievable, both pure and stunning, wearing a JK uniform, had just barged in unexpectedly. And this absolute beauty actually knew me, the person they had just been laughing at and teasing. Moreover, their relationship seemed far from ordinary. I was stunned too. What is this situation? Is this a middle school reunion or a high school reunion? Why is my beautiful deskmate here? I quickly walked to the door and hurriedly pulled my beautiful deskmate aside. I lowered my voice and asked softly, "Why are you here? Facing me alone?" Shen Qingyan immediately put on a nonchalant expression. Her tone was casual. "I was just passing by. I accidentally entered the wrong room." She had followed the records in a certain someone's diary to find this Hijai Seafood City. There were a total of 7 private rooms in the restaurant. She had accidentally entered 5 wrong rooms before finally, coincidentally, barging into this private room number 6 inches the Tian Wing. One classmate couldn't help but swallow, his heart surging with emotion. But on the outside, he forced a smile and asked, "Jiang Yi-chen, a friend is here. Aren't you going to introduce us?" "This is." I couldn't help but scratch my head, feeling a bit awkward. I didn't know how to introduce her. Before I could finish my sentence, my beautiful deskmate beside me had already linked her arm with mine. She looked up and smiled at everyone in the room. Hello everyone, you can just call me Qing Yan. I am Yi Chen's girlfriend. Immediately, the entire room was shaken. They stared at me and Shen Qing Yan. Their jaws dropped. Girl? I was shocked too. What trick was my beautiful deskmate pulling now? Coming to my senses, I quickly pulled Shen Qing Yan aside and lowered my voice. What are you doing now? Shen Qing Yan immediately switched back to her cold mode. Her tone was nonchalant. I heard them laughing at you from the door just now. I am just helping you save face. It's just deskmates helping each other out. The next second, before I could say anything, Shen Qing Yan had already turned back around. She looked up at everyone in the room and spoke again with great ease. You're all having a class reunion, right? Would it be convenient for me to join? When a beauty makes a request, how could they possibly refuse? Immediately, a group of middle school classmates in the room dazedly nodded, repeatedly saying it was convenient. Shen Qing Yan casually walked over and sat down. She even smiled at that kind classmate. Thank you. That classmate's soul nearly left his body from her thanks. You're welcome. Everyone sat down again, but the atmosphere at the table had changed. Qian Yi really couldn't help but ask, Beauty, how did you two meet? Shen Qing Yan smiled. Yi Chen and I were deskmates in high school. Chen CC, who was beside her, couldn't hold back either and spoke up. Jiang Yi, Chen, how did he pursue you? Actually, he wanted to ask why Shen Qing Yan would even like me. Chen Si, Sai also didn't expect that in a small county like Yunnan, there would be a beauty of this caliber. Even the classmates at the next table couldn't help but prick up their ears to listen. But after hearing this, Shen Qing Yan laughed and shook her head. He didn't pursue me. I pursued him. I quickly tugged on my beautiful deskmate's arm under the table. I whispered, You're exaggerating too much. Even I wouldn't dare to boast like that. The smile on Shen Qing Yan's face didn't change. Her lips barely moved as she replied calmly in a low voice. If you want to save face, you have to go all out. Don't be afraid. At the same time, she smiled at everyone. There's no rule that says boys have to pursue girls. When you meet an outstanding guy, a girl has to take the initiative too, right? Everyone turned to look at me in unison, their faces full of confusion. They couldn't believe it. Jiang Yi Chen? Is this guy really that outstanding? Shen Qing Yan had a natural expression. Of course he is. Yi Chen is kind-hearted, brave, and upright. Towards me, he's thoughtful and caring. He has good grades. He can sing, and he can also play basketball. She listed each good point without a second thought. Everyone listened, completely dumbfounded. Their gazes towards me became surprised and hesitant. I was also a bit stunned. So I have that many good qualities? Why didn't I know that myself? Just then, a waiter pushed the door open and brought in the food. One by one, plates of stir-fried vegetables and seafood were placed on the table. A large plate of oysters happened to be placed right in front of me. Shen Qing Yan used her chopsticks to pick up a few oysters. She thoughtfully placed them in my bowl, her tone gentle and caring. Eat up. Nourish your body. The private room fell silent once again. After all the food was served, the waiter also brought in several cases of beer. Now, the sight of beer scares me. I subconsciously recalled the scene at the KTV a few days ago, so when a classmate asked if I would drink, I flatly refused. I am not drinking anymore. Drinking is bad for your health. After hearing this, Xian Yi couldn't help but pout. If you don't drink, how can you call yourself a man? As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance at Shen Qingyan a few more times, with a mix of admiration, jealousy, and hatred. How did this kid get so lucky? Another classmate next to them attentively asked Shen Qingyan, Sister-in-law, do you drink? The term sister-in-law almost made Shen Qingyan grin from ear to ear, but on the outside, the beautiful Shen maintained a calm and polite demeanor. She smiled shyly. Thank you. I don't drink. I lose control easily when I drink too much. It's not very polite. As soon as she said this, the classmates at the table became curious. A girl as ethereal as this would also lose control when drinking? What kind of losing control? Being bombarded with curious questions from everyone. The beautiful Shen smiled and said casually, When I drink a lot, I like to kiss the person next to me. I was drinking soda and immediately spat it all out, choking and coughing continuously. Yi Chen, are you okay? I hurriedly wiped the water spill on the table in front of me. I am fine. I was careless. Shen Qingyan thoughtfully handed me a napkin. Wipe it. I took it. Looking at the appearance before me, of my beautiful deskmate acting as if nothing happened, I couldn't tell if she was just speaking casually, or if she had other intentions. After a satisfying meal and drinks, it was still early. As the owner of a small pool hall, Qianyi suggested going to his place to play some pool, and he generously promised with a pat on his chest that he would cover all the expenses at the pool hall tonight. Everyone went to Qianyi's pool hall. The place wasn't very big, 3 storefronts with the walls knocked down, with 6 or 7 pool tables inside. There were also 2 or 3 arcade machines and slot machines. There were no other customers tonight, so it was perfect for the group of middle school classmates to have it all to themselves. Shen Qing Yan and I went to an empty table in the corner. I looked up and around, and found that the other classmates were now divided into groups of 2 or 3 and had started playing. I turned my head to look at my beautiful deskmate beside me, who had, at some point, already brought over a cue stick. Her aura had returned to its cool and composed state. My beautiful deskmate raised an eyebrow slightly. Let's play for a bit. I was curious. Do you know how to play? My beautiful deskmate's expression was calm and natural. No. Hearing that made me happy. Well, there's finally something that the great beauty Shen isn't good at. Usually, my beautiful deskmate came off as someone who knew everything, so perfect that it made people feel insecure. I immediately perked up. It'll teach you. In my previous life, after starting college, I often went to the pool hall with my college friends to kill time. After I started working, I would also go play a few games on weekends. So while my pool skills weren't amazing, to teach a complete beginner like my beautiful deskmate, it was more than enough. After racking the balls, I eagerly picked up a cue stick and went to my beautiful deskmate's side. Come here, come here. I'll demonstrate a shot for you. Then I got into position. I bent down low, aimed the cue, and pulled it back. Then I suddenly struck forward. The movement was fluid. In one smooth motion, the white ball shot out like a bullet from a barrel, rushing forward. It immediately caused the triangular rack of balls to break apart, scattering across the table. I nodded in satisfaction and looked at my beautiful deskmate. Got it? My beautiful deskmate quickly shook her head, short and concise. Don't get it. This time I scratched my head. How about I demonstrate again for you? But slower. I retrieved the cue ball and placed it back in its original position. Once again, I got into position, preparing to bend down low. But before I could even make this shot, a soft, fair jade-like hand had already placed itself on my cue stick. I instinctively looked up, looking at my beautiful deskmate with a confused expression. My beautiful deskmate's expression was as cool as ever. Teaching like that isn't intuitive. I scratched my head again. I didn't have any experience teaching others how to play pool. Then how should I teach? Before I could finish my sentence, I saw my beautiful deskmate in front of me. Reach out, take my cue stick, and lift it. Before I could even react, the girl took a step forward, and with an extremely natural movement, slipped into the space in front of me. She leaned over slightly, simultaneously placing my arm and the cue I was holding back down, bringing them inwards. It just so happened to perfectly embrace her slender, soft waist. And so, at this moment, the girl's body was practically pressed against mine. Finally, a pair of fair, delicate hands gently placed themselves on the back of my hand that was holding the cue, creating such an intimate and ambiguous teaching posture. The girl's voice was nonchalant. Teach like this. Just then, at the other pool tables in the hall, the middle school classmates, intentionally or not, were all looking this way, and so they saw this scene. In the pool hall, the atmosphere this time was even quieter than it was in the private room at the seafood restaurant. A group of middle school classmates, whose psychological defenses had just been built, had previously only heard Shen Qing Yan intimately call out Yai Chen twice, which had already made their bones go weak. They wished they could take someone's dog life and replace him. Then they saw Shen Qingyan proactively pick up food for me. So thoughtful and gentle, it almost made them burn with admiration and jealousy. With great difficulty, they silently chanted "You can't mess with a friend's wife" 100 times in their minds. Murder is illegal, and barely managed to suppress this jealousy. As a result, they came to Qianyu's pool hall, and the couple started playing this one-on-one pool teaching game. And it was close contact tutoring. No less. Almost every guy present couldn't help but almost have their eyes pop out of their sockets upon seeing this scene. Their mood was one of extreme indignation. Why does this dog get to have this? And at the same time, with the warm, soft, jade-like fragrance in my arms, I was also completely dazed. Through the thin white shirt, I could almost feel the slightly hot body temperature of the girl and her faint fragrance. I swallowed hard. Teaching like this isn't very appropriate. My beautiful deskmate in front of me, her usual cool voice came. It is appropriate. It's easier to learn with hands-on instruction. Unexpectedly, from an angle I couldn't see, the corners of Shen Qingyan's mouth were almost curving up to the sky, but outwardly, her tone was extremely righteous. If you want to learn a skill, you must learn it properly. Between deskmates, imparting knowledge with all one's heart and effort, isn't that what should be done? Although I felt everything about it was unreasonable, I didn't know how to refute it. It seemed my beautiful deskmate wasn't wrong. She was just eager to learn. Taking a deep breath, I gritted my teeth. Appropriate. And so, the teaching began. Lower your waist. Open your fingers, curve the back of your hand a little, align 4 points to the ball and then strike. And as a student, my beautiful deskmate seemed to be genuinely focused on learning the technique, humbly seeking guidance, completely engrossed. There were no excessive physical contacts that would make one blush and their heart race. Of course, some minor incidents, small situations, still inevitably occurred from time to time. For example, when looking for an angle to hit the ball, my beautiful deskmate accidentally stepped back and bumped into me. My beautiful deskmate let out a soft cry, then casually apologized. I didn't notice you were behind me. Another example, when I was guiding her to correct her shooting posture, I looked down silently at a small, soft, fair hand that was holding my palm. Are you holding the wrong thing? The girl looked down, slightly surprised. Is that so? Then she nonchalantly withdrew her hand. It was just a coincidence. The close contact, one-on-one tutoring plan seemed to yield no results in the short term. The renowned top student, Beauty Shen, unfortunately seemed to have no talent for pool. I taught for a long time, but couldn't teach my beautiful deskmate and ended up exhausting myself. Over here, my teaching with Shen Qingyan, though ineffective, the classmates nearby were watching with flames of jealousy, about to emit smoke. As the owner of the pool hall, Qian Yi couldn't take it anymore. Just a moment ago, he was generously willing to introduce girlfriends to his middle school classmate. But a middle school classmate can have it good, but not this good. Immediately, he came over with his cue, his face grim, and slammed the table. Jiang Yi Chen. Let's play a game. Instantly, the eyes of all the classmates in the hall focused here. In terms of pool skills, Qian Yi had 7 or 8 years of experience. Moreover, he often competed with the experts in his own hall. Occasionally, he could even earn some extra money with his pool skills. Compared to the other classmates, he was a cut above. I guessed I probably wasn't his match, but he had already issued a challenge. There was no reason to be scared before even playing. I was about to nod in agreement, when a melodious and pleasant voice cut in. Let me. I then realized my beautiful deskmate, I don't know when, had already walked up with a cue. Ill play in his place. The classmates erupted in a clamor, and beside her, Chen Cc, who had been suppressing her anger for a long time, couldn't help but laugh. You? In place of Jiang Yi Chen, he himself is no match for Qian Yi. A beginner like you wants to compete with a professional? Shen Qingyan raised her hand and casually tied her beautiful hair into a ponytail. Her expression was calm. Let's give it a try. Qian Yi couldn't help but glance at Shen Qingyan, thinking that being able to compete with a beauty of such caliber was a rare opportunity, so he readily nodded. All right, you can break. And so, under everyone's watchful eyes, Shen Qingyan calmly walked to the pool table with her cue. Looking at the racked pool table, she took a light breath. The next moment, Shen Qingyan's gaze suddenly became as sharp as a dagger. The cue in her hand immediately shot forward. The white ball shot forward like a bullet, crashing into the rack of balls. A series of object balls immediately scattered. Among them, a solid ball dropped into a pocket with a thud. A murmur of surprise went through the crowd. I watched, completely stunned. The second ball, the third, the fourth. Under the astonished gazes of everyone in the hall, the girl with the neat ponytail held the cue in her hand. Her footsteps were nimble and light as she moved around the pool table. With every shot, a target ball accurately fell into a pocket, not a single miss, until the final 8 ball was sunk by the cue ball. There were no longer any of the girl's target balls on the table. A clean sweep in one turn. An absolute victory. The entire hall fell dead silent. One classmate watched, dumbfounded. Damn, that's amazing. Is this something a beginner can pull off? Shen Qingyan, without a blush or a flutter of her heart, smiled lightly. A great teacher produces a brilliant student. It's because Yi Chen is a good teacher. Qian Yi was also stunned, feeling like his brain couldn't keep up. Just a little bit of teaching, and she can reach this level? I was also amazed, even having a slight existential crisis. Are my teaching skills really that good? Shen Qingyan raised an eyebrow slightly and corrected. It wasn't just teaching, it was the close contact, one-on-one tutoring that had such an effect. Under everyone's astonished and admiring gazes, the corners of Shen Qingyan's mouth curled up slightly, but she remained extremely composed. The female CEO of a listed company in Nan Province, her rare sporting hobby was precisely pool. She was nicknamed the Little Pool Queen of Nan Province's business world. After the reunion ended and everyone left, Shen Qingyan and I walked along the moat, strolling leisurely home. I have to take the school beauty home first. At first, I found it strange. Where is your family's? Maybach, didn't Uncle Zhou already recover last time? He even drove us back from the KTV. Shen Qingyan didn't blink. Uncle Zhou is sick again. I nodded with an O and didn't think much of it. I just felt that this Uncle Zhou looked quite healthy. I heard he was even a retired Special Forces soldier. I didn't expect his health to be so poor. Well, if I have to take you, I'll take you. But I lowered my head and glanced at the small hand. The school beauty's incredibly soft hand was holding mine so naturally. Is holding hands necessary for this? Shen Qingyan's expression didn't change. Of course. Did you forget I am scared of the dark at night? I recalled for a moment. It seems there really was something like that. Holding hands, walking side by side, strolling along the bank of the Moat River. I couldn't help but glance at Shen Qingyan beside me again. I voiced the suspicion in my heart. You already knew how to play pool. Facing my gaze, Shen Qingyan had a calm and natural expression. I didn't. It was my first time playing. Maybe I am just a fast learner. Those words were so ridiculous that even a fool wouldn't believe them. But Shen Qingyan didn't seem to be finished speaking. The next second, she looked at me and slightly raised her eyebrows. Otherwise, why would I need you to teach me? Could it be that I was deliberately pretending? I was astonished when I heard that. Damn. This is completely turning things upside down. I haven't even figured this issue out yet, and you're the one turning around to bite back. I stopped and looked at Shen Qingyan, choosing my words carefully. I spoke cautiously, probing. 2 days ago at Qiangi's. What happened after we got drunk in the private room? Did you remember it? After speaking, I stared intently at her face, observing any change in her expression. However, the school beauty in front of me only paused for a moment after hearing it. Then she nodded generously. That's right. I remember. This time, it was my turn to be stunned. I never expected the school beauty to admit it so decisively. It felt like the CPU in my head was about to overload. I quickly calmed myself down, not giving up, and asked again. Are you sure you remember that day? What we did that night? The school beauty's expression was calm and natural. She answered without hesitation. You lost at dice, and kissed me. I was so shocked, I almost jumped up on the spot. No way. This school beauty actually remembers, and she even dares to say it out loud. And Shen Qingyan's gaze fell on me. Her eyebrows raised slightly. What's wrong? Honoring a bet. Isn't that perfectly reasonable? My eyes widened immediately. Of course, it's not reasonable. We're classmates, deskmates. Friends don't just go around kissing each other. After hearing this, Shen Qingyan frowned slightly and asked in return, is friendship really that fragile? Does one kiss break it? I was completely dumbfounded. The next day, I really couldn't take it anymore. I called my best friend, humbly asking for advice, asking for his counsel. It's about relationship matters. Then you've come to the right person. Xu Feng on the other end of the line was thumping his chest, full of heroic spirit. He was brimming with confidence. Ever since he successfully confessed to Yang Yuding and successfully got out of being single, he now considered himself a love expert. Brother Chen, feel free to ask. But after he heard my story, Xu Feng's eyes went wide. What? You've kissed? And it's still just a friendship. Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old? Finally, Xu Feng casually asked another question. Brother Chen, who told you this nonsense? I replied. Shen Qingyan. Xu Feng immediately became righteously indignant. Then the class president is right. You can just consider the words I just said as a fart. I realized it then. This best friend of mine wasn't reliable either. I gave up on seeking further advice from the love expert. I was about to hang up, but Xu Feng suddenly seemed to have a realization. Damn. Brother Chen, don't tell me you and our class president kissed? I almost dropped my phone on the ground. I hurriedly said, seriously, absolutely not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. I was just asking for a friend. It has nothing to do with me. Finally, feeling uneasy, I added one more thing. Don't you dare spread this around. Xu Feng quickly agreed. He thumped his chest and swore solemnly, don't worry. Being your brother doesn't have any other advantages. Except for one thing, my lips are sealed. I guarantee it won't get out. I hung up, relieved. For the next 2 days, Shen Qingyan and I didn't contact each other much. I didn't know what she was busy with. As for me, I hadn't been able to sort out my thoughts anyway. After all, I had a guilty conscience. On the other hand, Xu Feng called me often. On the phone, he was always boasting and bragging about him and Yang Yuding being all sweet and lovey-dovey during swimming lessons, and also how his swimming skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Finally, he mentioned something serious. Oh, right, Brother Chen. I heard the water park in the neighboring Qiaotang town just opened. Yuding and I are planning to go. She invited the class president too. You should come with us. The next day, at Qiaotang Water Park, even though I had mentally prepared myself, but when my school beauty deskmate, wearing a swimsuit, slowly walked over under the bright sunlight, it still made my heart skip a heavy beat. Like a lotus rising from the clear water, her high ponytail swung refreshingly behind her head. The swimsuit she wore was just a simple white floral dress, but it still highlighted her admirable curves. Her skin was like congealed fat, whiter than snow. Her radiant and moving beauty was almost blinding. The long legs under the skirt were even more breathtakingly slender. Her lovely jade-like legs stood straight. Yang Yuding pinched her boyfriend's ear with one hand. Who are you looking at? Xu Feng yelped in pain. Honey, you've wronged me. Of course I am only looking at you. Ouch, ouch, ouch. A little gentler. The couple went off somewhere else, still teasing each other, intentionally or not, leaving the space here for the remaining young boy and girl. Shen Qingyan looked at me, slightly raised her eyebrows. Do you know how to swim? I snapped back to my senses when I heard this question. Remembering the scene at the pool hall a few days ago, I immediately became vigilant, so I shook my head decisively. I don't know how. This isn't something I can teach. Unexpectedly, the girl in front of me just nodded slightly after hearing this. Her expression was calm. Is that so? I know how. I'll teach you. Damn it. So careless. I didn't expect this move. Being personally taught how to swim by my school beauty deskmate. What kind of experience is that? For me, the answer to this question is both painful and joyful. Under the brilliant summer sun, the girl in the white floral swimsuit in the pool had a graceful figure and skin whiter than snow. The skin exposed by the swimsuit was smooth and sparkling, attracting countless astonished gazes from the men around. First, learn to hold your breath. At the beginning, the school beauty's teaching seemed very systematic and reasonable. She told me to take a deep breath and then put my head underwater. As a beginner, I obediently followed her instructions, but while holding my breath with my head under the water, I accidentally opened my eyes, and right in front of me was my school beauty deskmates, those long, well-proportioned, slender legs, especially because the buoyancy of the water caused the girl's already short swimsuit skirt to float with the current, bobbing up and down. My pupils suddenly widened. My heart almost stopped beating right there. I couldn't hold my breath and ended up choking on several mouthfuls of water. I struggled to surface with a whoosh, clutching my throat and coughing violently. My school beauty deskmate glanced over. I panicked and quickly waved my hands. I've learned it. Teach me something else. The other parts of the lesson weren't much better. If holding my breath only required the school beauty to give pointers from the side, and I could learn it on my own, then the remaining parts, like trying to float by curling up, and more advanced, the dead man's float, and then the breaststroke kicks, the posture of my arms and legs. When we got to these parts, the difficulty increased, and my school beauty deskmate, as the teacher, started to get very hands-on and dedicated. Keep your arms straight, pay attention to the kicks, tighten your stomach. I struggled to splash around in the water a few more times, then I quickly stood up. My school beauty deskmate frowned. What are you so tense about? Don't lose focus. The corner of my mouth twitched slightly. Then can you please not touch my stomach? Just now underwater, a small, soft hand had suddenly been placed on my waist. It almost scared me into getting a cramp. The girl raised an eyebrow. Her expression was calm and unchanged. This is to help you correct your posture, I said indignantly. But you just squeezed my butt. The girl didn't blush or miss a beat, her tone still cool. Oh, it was an accident. My hand slipped. How can your hand slip 13 times in 1 minute? Luckily, Yang Yuding came and pulled my school beauty deskmate away afterwards. The two girls went to play on other water attractions, which finally let me breathe a long sigh of relief. Other than that, it was fine. The main thing was that it was too embarrassing. An 18-year-old body, young and full of vigor, having all sorts of close contact with my school beauty deskmate during the lesson, some parts accidentally. Touching was enough to make one's heart flutter. It was fatally charming. And it was very easy to accidentally have an exaggerated reaction from certain body parts. I almost lost face. My best friend Xu Feng, who doggy paddled like a beginner, came to find me. The two of us went to the snack bar to buy 2 sodas. Then we got back in the water, relaxing comfortably against the pool wall, chatting about random things while we drank. Taking a sip through the straw, Xu Feng turned to look at me, winking. Brother Chen, how's the progress? I sighed with a troubled expression. Learning to swim is terrifying. Xu Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes after hearing that. Who's asking you about that? I am talking about you and the class president. It's been so long and you still haven't won her over? It seems people in love are particularly enthusiastic about giving relationship advice to others. You like the class president, and the class president definitely likes you too. Even a fool can see it. Let me tell you, when it's time to make a move, you have to make a move. If you miss this chance, there won't be another. I tried to look serious. Don't talk nonsense. We just have a normal classmate relationship. Xu Feng rolled his eyes to the heavens, still saying normal classmates at this point. You can fool your brother, but don't fool yourself into believing it, I said calmly. We really are just normal classmates. I said that, but I unintentionally turned my head and saw in the pool not far away, playing in the water with Yang Yuding, the figure of my school beauty deskmate. Her best friend playfully splashed a handful of water at her, and the girl laughed, raising her hand to block it. The girl's smile in the pool was gentle. She stood gracefully, her figure slender and elegant. Her refreshing ponytail swung behind her back, full of life. Seeing this scene, my heart suddenly beat a few degrees faster. After playing at the water park all afternoon, the 4 of us happily headed back. In the evening, we found a roadside stall to eat at. We ate and drank, friends talking and laughing. We talked about our future college lives. Soon, once the college entrance exam scores are out, we'll have to fill in our university choices. Yang Yuding was preparing to go to Hangcheng. Her family does business there. As for Xu Feng, as he had told me before, he was also preparing to apply to a school in Hangcheng, trying not to be too far from his wife. When they asked about me and Shen Qingyan, I thought for a moment and said I would probably consider Donghai. My estimated score for the college entrance exam this time would probably barely meet the cutoff for Qingbei, but I might not be able to get into an ideal major. Donghai University is developing very quickly these days. Its domestic ranking is just behind those 2 universities. More importantly, Donghai was the city where I studied and worked, and lived for many years in my past life. It was familiar and dear to me. It's also not far from home. While my parents are alive, I shouldn't travel far. In my past life, I was busy with work and life, and neglected to care for and spend time with my parents. In this life, I want to make up for that regret. Our class president is definitely going to Qingbei. Xu Feng looked at Shen Qingyan, unable to hide his admiration. Yang Yuding also nodded in agreement. Qingyan's estimated score could very well be the county's top score this time. Whether it's Tsinghua or Beta, she's guaranteed a spot. I also looked at my school beauty deskmate. In my memories from my past life, she went to Beta. There probably wouldn't be any surprises this life either. It's just that, thinking about this, my heart suddenly felt a little empty. I couldn't tell if it was disappointment or some other reason. But Shen Qingyan just smiled faintly. I haven't thought it through yet. Well, see. Regardless, it seemed we were all destined to go our separate ways after this summer. There's no feast in the world that doesn't end. High school, best friends, no matter how close, no matter how inseparable, we'll eventually have to say goodbye. The atmosphere became a little sad. Yang Yuding suddenly laughed. It's too early to be thinking about these things. Besides, even if we go to college, it's not like we'll lose contact. Xu Fang nodded repeatedly. That's right. This summer vacation has just begun. Let's just have fun first and worry later. I laughed too. Cherish the present. Seize the day, right? Shen Xingyan nodded slightly and raised her glass. A toast to seizing the day. Everyone raised their glasses. The glasses clinked together instantly. The following week, the two young couples, the four of them were practically inseparable. Every day, they would meet up to eat, go hiking, stroll through the streets, or camp out in the library to enjoy the air conditioning. That day, the four of them were at the newly built library in Yunnan County. They stayed there all afternoon. In the late afternoon, they said goodbye at the library entrance and went their separate ways. The couple Xu Feng and Yang Yuding left first, leaving me and Shen Qingyan. However, when the two of us were halfway through our walk, a roll of thunder rumbled from the thick clouds in the sky. A moment later, the rain poured down in sheets. Shen, Qingyan, and I hurriedly looked for a bus stop to take shelter. By the time we ran to the bus stop, the two of us were inevitably more than half soaked. We were still far from the school beauty's house. I hesitated for a moment. Looking at my deskmate, I suggested, my house is nearby. How about we go to my place for a while? The girl was raising her hand to wipe the rain from her face. When she heard my words, her movements suddenly stopped. Then she turned her head to look at me. The girl's willow leaf eyebrows rose slightly. Then she softly replied with an okay. Once we got inside the house, it immediately felt much warmer and more comfortable. I let out a long sigh of relief and quickly took off my soaked shoes and changed into slippers. At the same time, I called for my school beauty deskmate to come in behind me. Hurry up and come in. Don't be a stranger. Shen Qingyan was also soaked from head to toe. She followed me in with a calm expression. Sorry to bother you. Behind me, the corner of the girl's mouth unintentionally curved up slightly. I didn't notice the change in my deskmate's expression behind me. Right now, I was rummaging through the shoe cabinet in the entryway. Don't take off your shoes. I'll find a woman's pair for you. That's strange. Where did the guest slippers go? Usually, my mom takes care of tidying up these small things at home, so I couldn't find them right away. Check the cabinet in the bottom right corner. The girl's melodious voice sounded from behind me. I was stunned. I unconsciously reached out and opened the shoe cabinet in the bottom right corner. Inside the cabinet, there were indeed several pairs of unused guest slippers. A huge, absurd question mark slowly formed above my head. I turned my head to look at my deskmate behind me. The girl's expression was calm, as if nothing had happened. I guessed. Slippers are usually kept in the corner. I was half convinced, half doubtful. Oh, although I felt it was a bit strange and hard to understand, but it seemed there was no more reasonable explanation. After all, my school beauty deskmate had never been to my house before. I took a woman's pair from the cabinet and handed the slippers to my deskmate. Shen Qingyan also took off her shoes and socks and changed into the slippers. A pair of simple, old-fashioned pink plastic slippers. She just put them on naturally. On the girl's small, delicate feet, they somehow looked a little cute. I told my deskmate to sit on the living room sofa first. I went into the bathroom to get a towel and returned to the living room to give the towel to her. Dry your hair. Be careful not to catch a cold. Shen Qingyan nodded. She said thank you naturally and took the towel. Then she carefully dried her own rain-soaked hair. Her hair was considered a little drier, but her body was still soaked. Today, Shen Qingyan was wearing a light-colored dress, which was already thin and sheer. Now the wet dress clung tightly to the girl's skin. You could even vaguely see the outline of her underwear, carrying a hint of captivating charm, but I frowned slightly, only noticing that under the wet clothes, the girl's body was trembling slightly. Even though my deskmate's expression was as calm as usual and didn't show anything, but I knew the girl had clearly been running in the rain just now with me and had gotten cold. This wouldn't do. I looked at Shen Qingyan. You should take a hot shower first. This dress is all wet. You can't wear it anymore. I'll find you another set of clothes. Shen Qingyan was stunned when she heard this. She was about to open her mouth to say there was no need to trouble me, but before she could speak, she saw me turn around and quickly walk into the inner room. Hurry up and go to the bathroom. I'll get you a new towel. For once, my voice had a tone that brooked no argument, and looking at my back, Shen Qingyan's eyes grew warm and gentle. The Great Ice Queen was only full of schemes in front of her little deskmate, but today's downpour was unexpected. Just now, sitting on the sofa, wearing the soaked dress, she was a little cold. She had tried to hide it, pretending to be fine, just so the other person wouldn't notice anything unusual and become worried. But she was still found out. The corners of the girl's mouth couldn't help but curve up again. This little fool can actually be quite manly. Huh? This could easily make my heart flutter. The sound of rummaging came from the inner room. My somewhat awkward voice rang out. Wait a moment. I am looking for where the new towel is. My voice trailed off, but my mumbling could still be faintly heard. Strange. I clearly remember there being new towels in the house. Shen Qingyan raised her eyebrows slightly. Check the drawer in the bottom left corner of the wardrobe. My questioning voice came from the inner room, followed by a rustling sound of searching. A moment later, I came out again. holding a brand new towel in my hand. I looked at Shen Qingyan in shock, as if I'd seen a ghost, facing my gaze. The girl didn't blush or miss a beat, her eyes not even blinking. Towels and such are usually kept in places like that. Just a random guess. I was sitting on the bed in my bedroom. When I looked up, I saw that my school beauty deskmate had finished her shower, changed into a dry set of clothes, and pushed the door open to enter. After showering, the girl's hair was slightly damp, casually draped over her shoulders, giving her a different kind of pure and moving beauty. Because Mother Jiang's clothes didn't fit her, I had found my own clean clothes, a t-shirt and shorts for Shen Qingyan, now wearing them. The baggy white cotton t-shirt drooped down to her thighs, just managing to cover the loose shorts, beneath it by more than half, only revealing her long, fair, and smooth legs. Her jade-like feet were bare on the floor. My deskmate's expression was natural. She generously spread her arms, spun around, and then looked at me. She raised an eyebrow slightly. Does it fit? My Adam's apple bobbed. I couldn't help but swallow, trying to calm down. It fits perfectly. But the heart in my chest was disobedient, thumping wildly. However, my answer didn't seem to satisfy my deskmate. She looked down at her clothes and frowned slightly. Your clothes are a bit loose. With that, she reached behind her waist and casually pulled the loose t-shirt, pulling the hem of the shirt back to make it tighter, and this tightening motion suddenly made the curves of the girl's body perfectly visible. I was almost stunned watching her, and my deskmate happened to look up at me. What's wrong? I forced myself to calm down, pretending nothing was wrong. No, nothing. My deskmate looked at my face. She pointed out in a light tone, but your nose is bleeding. Huh. I froze, then immediately started panicking. I looked everywhere for a tissue. Before I could find one, my deskmate beside me handed over a tissue. Here. I quickly took it, rolled it into a ball, and stuffed it straight into my nostril. Thanks. At this moment, Shen Qingyan appeared expressionless on the outside, but inwardly, she was about to faint from laughter. Oh my god. Oh my god. How can my little deskmate be this cute? What should I do if I want to keep teasing him? School beauty Shen immediately turned around and started to walk around and observe my bedroom. Looking at the tidy desk here, checking the wardrobe there, the girl raised her eyebrows slightly and commented, "It's quite clean." After hearing that, I immediately puffed out my chest, my face full of righteous pride. Of course, I've always been this tidy. Actually, it was just now while my school beauty deskmate was showering, I had done a quick cleanup in the bedroom, tidying up and hiding things that couldn't be seen by outsiders. Everything. Is this what a boy's room is like? My school beauty deskmate seemed to be pondering something. She said casually, "You're not hiding anything that others can't see." My eyelid twitched, and I said with certainty, "Of course not. I am not that kind of indecent boy." The words were barely out of my mouth when my deskmate pulled out a magazine from the corner of the bookshelf. The cover featured a sexy blonde beauty. The title on the cover was very eye-catching, Playboy. Then she tilted her head slightly to look at me, who was momentarily stunned. "What were you saying?" I shot up from the bed. I snatched the magazine and quickly threw it into the nearby trash can. "This is Xu Feng's. He left it here last time he came over. I don't know why. It's a surprise. Just a surprise. There's definitely nothing else." Hey. My deskmate, from the desk next to me, pulled out a pictorial from the gap underneath. The cover featured Asian beauties of different styles, long legs package. I scrambled again to snatch the pictorial. I quickly threw it into the trash can again, trying to stay calm. Xu Feng came over twice. The next second, a third magazine appeared from somewhere. Appeared in the girl's hand. Her long, slender, jade-like fingers pinched a corner of the magazine. She waved it in front of my face. "Is this the third time?" Whoosh. The third magazine also went into the trash can. I started spouting nonsense. "This is my dad's." A moment later, the trash can was full of all sorts of magazines. Looking at my calm deskmate in front of me. "Oh. Great school beauty Shen. Are you a female prosecutor here to search my house? How can you be so accurate with every find?" Noticing my gaze, the girl just nodded slightly. "It's just a coincidence. I just flip randomly and there it is." 100,000 question marks flew around in my head. How can random be so accurate? A faint smile appeared on the corner of Shen Qingyan's mouth, and just as she was about to pull her gaze away from the bookshelf, she happened to suddenly notice, in the gap in the corner of the third shelf of the bookshelf, there seemed to be a few old draft papers. The girl showed a slight look of surprise. Her memory had always been very good. In her past life, she had read my diary, and could still remember it clearly to this day. She knew the details of my bedroom like the back of her hand, but this corner of the third shelf, these suddenly appearing draft papers, left no impression on her memory from her past life. Shen Qingyan immediately became a little curious. She reached out, preparing to take out the draft paper, and at this moment, my eyes also happened to scan over, and noticed my deskmate's action. At first, I didn't react either. Everything had been exposed anyway. It was all in the trash can. So, at this point, I had a kind of give-up mentality. Go ahead and look. My biggest and most unspeakable, embarrassing secret was just various beautiful women, magazines plus a few novels. How much more embarrassing could it get? My deskmate also found a piece of draft paper. It seems to be a few lines I wrote back in 10th grade. It was just A dead memory suddenly came rushing back fiercely. I suddenly remembered the content written on the draft paper. My expression changed drastically in an instant. I shot up from the bed and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, don't look." But it was too late. Two slender, jade-like fingers pinched the few yellow draft papers and pulled them out of the bookshelf gap. I turned pale with horror and rushed forward. "Don't look." But the girl had already opened the draft paper. The draft papers were filled without a single empty space. It was densely filled with the handwriting of a young man. All of them were the same three words, Shen Qingyan, dense. With flamboyant strokes, the atmosphere at this moment froze. The girl slowly raised her head to look at me, who was completely frozen stiff, tilting her head slightly. Reborn for a new life. A mature soul of over 30 years had seen all kinds of storms. Even if Mount Tai collapsed before me, I could remain unfazed. Until the girl from the bookshelf pulled out a few yellow draft papers, on which were written, densely packed with the girl's name. I immediately remembered everything. This was my masterpiece. Although I had been a simp for Lin Mu Yao for a few years in my past life. But in the beginning, in 10th grade, I was placed in the same class and at the same desk as Shen Qingyan, facing the Ice Queen school beauty sitting next to me. The heart of a 16 or 17-year-old boy couldn't help but sprout feelings. At that time, I had tried several times to gather all my courage, racking my brains to be able to exchange a few words with my school beauty deskmate, but in the end, it always went nowhere. A young man's frustrated feelings, suppressed in his heart, silently enduring it alone. Late at night, doing homework at home, doing drafts, taking notes, I couldn't help but get lost in a daze, unconsciously writing. The content had changed. By the time the young man came to his senses, he was stunned to find that, at some point, the paper was filled with the name of his school beauty deskmate. Then I hurriedly stuffed these draft papers into the gap in the corner of the third shelf of the bookshelf, hiding them carefully. That way, it would become a secret only I knew. Who would have thought that across time and space, on a rainy midsummer night at the age of 18 inches this life, it would still be discovered by someone else. And by the person herself, no less. I am screwed. Totally screwed. My toes could dig a 3-bedroom apartment out of the floor from embarrassment. I swallowed hard, trying to stay calm. If I said Xu Feng wrote this, would you believe me? My school beauty deskmate raised a delicate eyebrow, her expression indifferent. Just that one sound instantly made me drop my weapons and surrender. All right, I wrote it, but I was just casually practicing my handwriting. At the same time, I couldn't help but secretly observe the expression on my school beauty deskmate's face. Little did I know, at this moment, Shen Qingyan was about to burst out laughing internally. Ha 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 ha. What should I do? This little deskmate of mine is going to make me die of laughter. Your little secret has been discovered. Huh? So you really do have a secret crush on me, don't you? If you like me, just say it. I never said I wouldn't agree. The girl's gaze fell back on the draft paper. She picked it up and waved it in front of me. Not bad handwriting. It's mine now. What? I stared blankly at Shen Qingyan in front of me, but the girl had a calm and composed look, a souvenir symbolizing our deskmate friendship. It's perfectly reasonable for me to collect a little something. Right? Reasonable, my ass. This kind of incriminating evidence is darker than my darkest secrets. It's embarrassing enough to have someone see it. The only thing I want to do right now is quickly destroy this thing. Okay? I looked at Shen Qingyan, my face earnest and sincere. Don't collect this. It'll give you something else some other day. Shen Qingyan's expression didn't change. I am still collecting it. I'll also accept whatever you give me some other day. Woman, thy name is Greed. I gritted my teeth in anger. I looked at the draft paper in my school beauty deskmate's hand. Desperate times call for desperate measures. I suddenly pointed out the window. Look, Shen Qingyan didn't even turn her head. She looked at me as if I were an idiot. Look, the distraction tactic failed. My anger flared up, and I decided to act recklessly, preparing to take it by force. Give it to me. I lunged directly at the draft paper in her hand. As a result, the girl, as if anticipating it, nimbly leaned back to dodge. I lunged at empty air. I turned to look at Shen Qingyan. After a long silence, I squeezed out a sentence. Nice dodge. Shen Qingyan nodded slightly, feigning humble pride. You flatter me. I didn't give up and lunged again. The girl nimbly dodged again, and as I once again aggressively lunged towards Shen Qingyan was about to step back to dodge, but didn't notice a chair and tripped. She immediately lost her balance. She let out a small cry and fell onto the bed behind her. At the same time, I couldn't stop my momentum. My forward lunge couldn't be stopped. I ended up lunging right on top of my school beauty deskmate. The girl's slender and soft body was pressed underneath me just like that. This scene seemed familiar, as if replaying the scene from the KTV room last time. Only this time, it was the man on top of the woman. The girl's long, fair legs were pressed against my waist. The faint scent of her after-bath fragrance quietly wafted into my nose. It was intoxicating. One of my hands was braced on the bed next to her face. The other hand was meant to grab the draft paper, but at this moment, it landed perfectly on the most unreasonably lethal part. In an instant, both Shen Qingyan and I froze. A shockingly soft sensation came from my palm. At this moment, my mind with a boom, went completely blank. Having lived 2 lifetimes, even as a reincarnator, no matter how many great storms I had been through, I never would have expected that I would one day experience a scene like this. I almost braced myself and shut my eyes, my gaze slowly moving down, looking towards the part that was giving off that soft, warm feeling, holding onto a final shred of hope. When my eyes landed where they needed to land, I clearly saw my right hand, resting where it shouldn't be. It's over. Shen Qingyan was also stunned, clearly seeing my right hand resting on her body. She could even feel the burning warmth coming from the other person's palm. In an instant, the girl's cheeks suddenly flushed crimson. The air was so still, it was almost frozen, and the atmosphere in the bedroom became increasingly ambiguous and alluring. The two of them maintained this position, in a standoff, staring foolishly at each other. Shen Qingyan's mind was a little fuzzy. At this moment, the girl felt her body go a little limp, unable to exert any strength. As for me, I didn't even dare to move. I swallowed hard. I looked at the school beauty deskmate beneath me, and spoke with a slight tremble. If I turn myself in now, how many years will I get? That one sentence broke the frozen, awkward atmosphere. Shen Qingyan's mood was originally embarrassed and flustered, but when she heard my words that made one both angry and amused, plus my trembling, sweat-drenched appearance, she suddenly felt that her embarrassment and panic had mostly disappeared. Looking at my expression, Shen Qingyan's heart stirred. As if possessed, she blurted out a sentence. How does it feel? I was stunned when I heard that. Once, I reacted. I moved my right hand away from my school beauty deskmate in a flash. It doesn't feel like anything. The girl raised a delicate eyebrow, as if persisting with her questioning. Is it soft? That sentence nearly floored me. Damn, is this something we can talk about? I replied in horror. I don't know. But in the girl's eyes, she only felt that I seemed to have become shy. When the other person is shyer than you yourself will no longer be shy. At this moment, Shen Qingyan became even bolder. Then try again. I shook my head like a rattle drum. No. No way. Try it. No. 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 Then give it a squeeze. I scrambled to get off of Shen Qingyan, but the girl was quick-witted. Her slender, fair hand reached forward, grabbing my collar and pulling me down once again. I was on top of my school beauty deskmate again. This time, the two of us were practically glued together from the waist up, face to face, only inches apart, so close that I could even feel the warm, fragrant breath of Shen Qingyan as she breathed. The eyes of the girl in front of me narrowed slightly. The corners of her mouth curved into an arc, as enchanting as a nine-tailed fox, with a half-smile, trying to leave after taking advantage of me. Outside the bedroom door, a series of footsteps approached from a distance. The familiar voice of a middle-aged woman rang out. Yi Chen. You're back. Why are there 2 pairs of shoes at the door? Is it Xiao Xu? In an instant, my face turned pale with horror. Shen Qingyan's beautiful face also changed slightly. But before the two of us could separate, with a creak, the bedroom door was pushed open. Mother Jiang, Zhao Shuqin, pushed the door and walked in. She was about to open her mouth and say, "This child of mine brings a classmate home without giving any prior notice." Then, when Zhao Shuqin looked up, she saw the scene by the bed. A young man on top of a young woman, frozen in an extremely intimate and ambiguous position. The atmosphere froze once again. Mother Jiang seemed to come to her senses and coughed. She muttered, "Ah, I forgot my glasses. I am getting old. My eyesight is getting worse. Can't see a thing." While muttering, Mother Jiang quietly and slowly backed out the way she came, and even closed the door behind her on her way out. Shen Qingyan and I reacted. I scrambled off the bed and rushed out the door. Mom, listen to my explanation. At the dinner table that evening, after hearing the explanations from both me and Shen Qingyan, Father Jiang and Mother Jiang finally understood. So that's how it is. Shen Qingyan sat next to me. At this moment, the girl facing Father Jiang and Mother Jiang appeared composed and well-behaved. Her face slightly flushed. She seemed a little shy. Yes, so it was thanks to Wei Chen that I got home. I am just afraid I've troubled you, Auntie and Uncle. Father Jiang waved his hands repeatedly upon hearing this. Not at all. Not at all. It's no trouble. You kids are classmates, and you're even deskmates. It's only right for deskmates to help each other. While speaking, Father Jiang's eyes kept darting back and forth between Shen Qingyan and his son, his face glowing with a healthy, ruddy complexion. Mother Jiang beside them was even more enthusiastic, putting food into Shen Qingyan's bowl. Here. Qingyan, you must be hungry, right? Eat up. Treat this place like your own home. Don't be a stranger. Shen Qingyan nodded and said, yes, smiling sweetly at the 2 elders in front of her. Thank you, Auntie and Uncle. Just that smile alone almost melted Father and Mother Jiang's hearts, so the couple became even more enthusiastic, vying to put food into Shen Qingyan's bowl. In an instant, the bowl in front of the girl was piled high like a small mountain. I, sitting beside her, was completely ignored and left out in the cold. I glanced at the empty rice bowl in front of me, then at the treatment my school beauty deskmate was receiving. I raised my hand in protest. Hey, what about me? Father and Mother Jiang glanced over. You? Oh, then they immediately turned their heads back in unison, continuing to enthusiastically greet and care for the girl beside me. A happy and harmonious dinner. I became a pitiful outsider completely, casually treated like air and ignored by my own parents. Shen Qingyan was composed and graceful. Eating in small bites, her demeanor was impeccable, like a well-bred lady. Looking at the girl, father and mother Jiang found her more and more pleasing to the eye. The more they looked, the more they liked her. While continuing to enthusiastically put food into Shen Qingyan's bowl, they chatted with the girl. And as they talked, the couple was surprised to find that even in terms of conversation topics, the girl in front of them was incredibly compatible with their personalities and interests. On a whim, Father Jiang couldn't help but open a bottle of ergotu, pouring himself 2 glasses and drinking until his face was flushed. When chatting with Mother Jiang, it was all sorts of trivial matters of life, neighborhood gossip, regarding daily cleaning, organizing, and storage at home, and some expenses. The girl could also join Zhao Shuqin and have an engaging and agreeable conversation. She even shared and contributed to Mother Jiang a few small money-saving tips, which left Mother Jiang both surprised and delighted. I listened from the side, completely dumbfounded. I looked at Shen Qingyan as if I'd seen a ghost. Damn, how did she do that? This woman came to my house once and conquered my parents on the spot in just a few minutes. The Ice Queen's charm knows no age. Does it truly captivate both men and women? And at the same time, the girl casually lowered her eyes, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. In her previous life, she had long understood the personalities and hobbies of the 2 elders. As the conversation drew to a close, Mother Jiang couldn't help but ask about the girl's family situation. Facing the question, Shen Qingyan smiled politely and answered truthfully. My father is in business and isn't usually in Yunnan. I live alone in Yunnan. I have a driver and a housekeeper to take care of me. As for my mother, at this point, the girl paused. She looked up at Father and Mother Jiang and smiled calmly. My mother passed away from an illness when I was little. That one sentence made the happy atmosphere at the dinner table suddenly become heavy. I was also a bit stunned when I heard it. I glanced at my school beauty deskmate beside me. In my past life, I didn't have much interaction with the girl beside me. The Ice Queen at school had a cold personality, always coming and going alone. Very few classmates knew her specific family situation. It turns out that such a perfect girl, admired by countless people and longed for, also had a heartbreaking, heavy side that no one knew about. Her mother passed away early. Her father was busy with work abroad. The girl's childhood was always lonely. Even a luxurious villa couldn't truly bring the warmth of a family. No wonder she developed such a cold, solitary personality. Father and Mother Jiang felt they had misspoken and quickly apologized and offered comfort. But Shen Qingyan just took a soft breath and shook her head with a smile. It's all right. I am used to it. Besides, at this point, the girl changed the subject, smiling again at Father and Mother Jiang. I should be the one thanking you. I took the liberty of bothering you today. I didn't expect you to be so friendly, treating me so well. Father Jiang wasn't good with words. He downed another glass of wine himself, then continued to put food into the girl's bowl nonstop. Mother Jiang was even more sentimental, her eyes turning red. She reached out and took the girl's hand. You silly child. From now on, just treat this as your home, if you don't mind. I'll take care of you as if you were half a daughter to me. I, who was quietly eating by myself, suddenly looked up in a daze, and Shen Qingyan was also stunned when she heard it. Actually, this familiar scene. In her previous life, when she first met my parents, she had also experienced it. During their interactions, despite suffering the pain of losing their son, the couple still used such kindness and sincerity to bring her warmth and move her, which was why, initially, it wasn't just because she felt guilty about me saving her life, but that she truly respected and loved Father and Mother Jiang from the bottom of her heart, sincerely treating them as her own family. So, at the dinner table, on the girl's charming little face, an expression of pleasant surprise couldn't help but appear. She seemed to speak with hesitation and anticipation. Then, can I call you Mom? Mother Jiang was on the verge of tears, nodding her head excitedly and joyfully. Of course. The girl tentatively ventured. Mom. Mother Jiang beamed. Yes. The atmosphere suddenly became cheerful and harmonious. Listening from the side, my whole body froze on the spot. Mother Jiang's gaze happened to sweep over, and she immediately frowned. Yi Chen. What's with that expression? Do you have an opinion? Shen Qingyan also glanced over, her eyes landing on me. Her expression was a little downcast. If Yi Chen doesn't want to, then forget it. Father Jiang slammed the table, his voice powerful. He dares? The couple's gazes immediately became sharp as knives, shooting towards their son. I don't have an opinion. Faced with the authority of my parents, I could only obediently admit defeat, but I couldn't help but have black lines on my forehead. Glancing at my school beauty deskmate beside me, the latter appeared obedient and well-behaved, her eyes lowered. In a corner where others couldn't see, the corner of Shen Qingyan's mouth was about to curve up to the sky, reborn for another life. The strategy to conquer Yi Chen's parents has succeeded for a second time. She had been calling them mom and dad for a long time in her previous life. It's only logical to resume it in this life. After dinner was over, Mother Jiang pulled Shen Qingyan to sit down. on the sofa for a heart-to-heart chat about everything. Unknowingly, the sky gradually darkened. Zhao Shuqian grew more and more fond of the girl, reluctant to let her go. Seeing it was almost time to leave, Mother Jiang suddenly had an idea. Her eyes immediately lit up. How about this? Qingyan, don't go back tonight. Stay the night. As soon as Mother Jiang spoke, the living room fell silent for a moment. I, sitting beside her, looked up with a dumbfounded expression. The house only has 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, plus half a study. How could we have someone stay the night? But looking at my excited and happy mother, and then at my father beside her, also beaming with joy, nodding continuously in agreement, I didn't dare to ask. If she stays the night, where do I sleep? With my understanding of my parents, if I just asked, I'd probably be dragged into the study by them, or kicked straight out the door, to make room for my school beauty deskmate. Luckily, upon hearing Mother Jiang's enthusiastic invitation, Shen Qingyan just smiled, thanked her, and politely declined. It's not convenient today. I haven't informed my family in advance, and I haven't prepared any belongings. There will be opportunities in the future. There's still plenty of time. When she said the last sentence, the girl seemed to glance at me unintentionally. It seemed to have a deep, hidden meaning. I immediately felt a chill down my spine, hearing Shen Qingyan say this. Father and Mother Jiang, though a bit regretful, still agreed to accept it. In the end, they decided to have me take Shen Qingyan home. The couple reluctantly saw their newly adopted daughter to the door. Mother Jiang held Shen Qingyan's hand, giving all sorts of instructions. Be careful on the way. The girl smiled brightly and nodded. Yes, thank you, Mom. That Mom was said so naturally. It almost melted Zhao Shuqin's heart. She turned her head to look at her son beside her, immediately becoming stern. If you don't escort her carefully, I'll have your head. Father Jiang thought for a moment, couldn't think of anything better to say, and echoed with a stern face. Your mother is right. My status in the family seemed to have dropped another level. Riding my bike with my school beauty deskmate on the back, the summer night breeze blew against my face, fresh and cool. On both sides of the road were the lights of countless homes. At this moment, I felt a strange sense of peace in my soul. In the past, a scene like this was always me rushing by on my bike alone. Perhaps because I've been reborn for another life, I had more of a mood for appreciation and nostalgia. Moreover, it seemed that not only my mood had changed, feeling the weight on the backseat of the bike, knowing it was my deskmate sitting behind me, made me unable to help but let out a small smile. Regardless of whether our relationship deepens or not, but on a fresh summer night like this, having someone with me instead of being alone couldn't help but make one's mood become happier. I rode all the way into the Coral Garden residential area, taking my school beauty deskmate to the front door of her villa. As I turned with my bike, intending to leave, my school beauty deskmate called out to me, Jiang Yichen. I turned my head to look back, standing on the steps in front of her house. My school beauty deskmate was looking at me, her eyes sparkling. Thank you. I scratched my head. It's nothing. Deskmates help each other out. I paused for a moment, then added with lingering fear. If I didn't take you home, my mom would kill me. That sentence made Shen Qingyan, with her cold image, unable to hold back her laughter. She let out a soft chuckle. Under the warm yellow streetlights, shining on the girl's exquisite and captivatingly beautiful face, that smile almost made me stare blankly. Coming back to my senses, I immediately felt a bit awkward. Scratching my hair, looking left and right, I happened to see the Maybach Park nearby. I conveniently brought up a topic. Oh, right. Where's Uncle Joe? Is his health any better? The girl also stopped laughing, returning to her nonchalant demeanor. He's sick. He hasn't recovered yet. So he'll still have to trouble you for a while longer. I nodded absent-mindedly, then seemed to think of something. I hesitated for a moment, then looked at my school beauty deskmate. The college entrance exam scores are coming out soon. When it's time to fill out applications, have you thought about where you want to go? Shen Qingyan paused, not answering directly. Instead, she looked at me, her eyes flashing slightly. Where do you want me to go? I was stunned, pretending to be casual. With your estimated score, whether it's Tsinghua or Beta, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Of course, if you're in the liberal arts stream, then objectively speaking, Beta is a little better. As soon as these words left my mouth, I suddenly felt a little empty inside, as if my heart ached a little. The girl raised an eyebrow. Objectively speaking. What about subjectively? I was a bit flustered by the question. Subjectively speaking, as a good deskmate, a good friend. Of course, I hope we can continue to be together in the future. Then I hurriedly added, but this matter. A deskmate's opinion isn't important. It mainly depends on you. Have you thought carefully about where you want to go? The question was thrown back to my school beauty deskmate, and seeing someone's guilty look, the corner of Shen Qingyan's mouth twitched slightly. Her tone was still casually indifferent. I've thought about it. I was stunned. I couldn't help but ask. Where? Shen Qingyan smiled faintly. It's a secret. You'll know when the time comes. The girl turned to look at the boy in front of her and smiled. Jiang Yichen, good night. After saying that, the girl turned to leave, walking gracefully towards her door, leaving me with only her beautiful, graceful, and elegant back. A few days later, under everyone's anticipation, the 2007 National College entrance exam scores were released. 10 p.m. on June 22nd, the channels for checking college entrance exam scores via phone and internet were announced. Yunnan High School is a key provincial high school. The acceptance rate for the first-choice university was 62%. The schools recognized Ice Queen Goddess, Shen Qingyan, with a high score of 659, became the county's top scorer. I, as her deskmate, became the second highest scorer with 652 points. 3 days later, the application registration system opened. A shocking piece of news quickly spread throughout Yunnan High School, causing a huge sensation. The top and second highest scorers of this year's college entrance exam both chose Donghai University as their first choice. The college entrance exam results of Yunnan High School were quite outstanding, and the students of class 12 to 10 also performed very well in this exam. Yang Yuting scored 594 points, definitely passing the cutoff for first-choice universities. She successfully applied to Hangcheng University of Technology. Xu Feng also scored 562 points, although not enough for a first-choice university. He still had many options among second-choice schools to work with. He filled out all his applications without hesitation to universities in Hangcheng. When the homeroom teacher received the class score summary, his old face was about to bloom, smiling like a chrysanthemum flower. But when he discovered that the first and second-ranked students in his class had both given up Tsinghua and Beta to apply to Donghai University, the homeroom teacher's face immediately turned pale. He immediately rushed to call the two living ancestors, trying his best to persuade them. The answers he received from both of them were almost identical. Shen Qingyan said calmly on the phone, "What suits me is the best." I, on the other end, was even simpler. "I agree with the person above," but back on Penguin, chatting with Shen Qingyan, I couldn't help but ask, "Was it because of what I said that day that you applied to Donghai University?" The girl's reply seemed casually indifferent. "Of course not. I just also feel that Donghai University suits me better. It's just a coincidence." She then sent another message. Her tone was joking. "Besides, I had a dream. In my dream, I've already studied at Tsinghua and Beta at a small eatery." Xu Feng angrily slammed the table. "Coincidence, my ass. You didn't go to Tsinghua or Beta, but to Donghai. The class president followed you to Donghai. This is clearly because of you, Brother Chen." I thought for a moment and nodded. "That's right." Xu Feng continued passionately, practically foaming at the mouth. "Brother Chen, if you still say it's a reasonable coincidence now, believe it or not, I'll fight you to the death right now." "Yeah." Suddenly stunned, Xu Feng's eyes widened. "Brother Chen, what did you say?" I nodded seriously. "I said it's not a coincidence. Her choosing Donghai University is at least partly because of me. 2 lifetimes, my school beauty deskmate went to Tsinghua and Beta in her previous life. In this life, she changed her decision. The biggest variable can only be myself, a reincarnator. Moreover, over the past 2 months, spending every day together with so many things happening, I am actually not an idiot. I can feel the girl's feelings." Xu Feng couldn't help but beam with joy. "Holy crap. That's great. Brother Chen, you've finally figured it out. Since you're sure about the class president's feelings, then what are you waiting for? Attack directly. Take her down in one go." But at this moment, I hesitated. "No way." "Why not?" I shook my head, my expression serious. "It's just that I feel this affection came too suddenly." "That's right. In my past life, I was deskmates with the school beauty for 3 years. It was as bland as plain water. In this life, the girl's initiative and kindness came so unexpectedly. I can't see the reason or basis for it. It naturally makes one hesitate and feel confused. If I were really an 18-year-old teenager, faced with such affection from the school beauty deskmate, I would surely have been overjoyed and actively accepted it. But the problem is, I am now actually a mature soul over 30 years old. I will think more, be calmer, and also more rational. The school beauty deskmate's feelings for me are indeed unconcealed. But if the reason isn't clear, then it might just be a momentary impulse. For me, being able to date the school beauty is naturally no loss at all. It's a huge gain. But for the school beauty deskmate herself, if it's just a hasty decision, this might not be a good thing." Xu Feng was speechless after hearing this. He couldn't help but ask, "So, Brother Chen, what do you plan to do next?" I narrowed my eyes. With a calm demeanor, "Nothing at all." In the milk tea shop, sitting across from Shen Qingyan was Yang Yuting, who couldn't help but widen her eyes in disbelief. "He gave up on Tsinghua and Peking University. You also gave up on Tsinghua and Peking University. You two both chose Donghai University. Even if Zhang Yichen is a block of wood, he should have reacted by now, right?" Shen Qingyan took a sip of her milk tea, her posture elegant and composed. She smiled lightly. "He's not made of wood. Of course he understands." Yang Yuting grew even more puzzled. "Then, he should just go ahead and confess to you. Or you could just tell him directly. It's easy for a girl to pursue a boy. You should confess." Shen Qingyan shook her head. "Neither is appropriate. Have you forgotten about what happened with Lin Muyao before?" Yang Yuting was stunned. Then she reacted, realization dawning on her. "You mean Shen Qingyan hummed in agreement, a slight glint in her eyes, as if she had seen through everything, giving sincerely but receiving nothing in return. After being hurt once, one will always become more cautious, for fear of being hurt again. It's not really related to Lin Muao. Shen Qingyan put down her milk teacup. Her expression was cool and composed, yet it was as if she had victory in her grasp. The corners of her mouth curved up slightly. There's no need to say it out loud. Just like now. Slowly boiling the frog, let him gradually get used to and like being together like this. Let him discover his own feelings bit by bit. By the time he realizes it, hell have already taken the bait. Little Chen, how can you escape from my grasp? I was just as confident, calm, composed, and scheming. Little school beauty. I am a dignified reincarnator. My heart is as firm as a rock. Do you think a girl like you can easily control me? The boy and the girl were both full of confidence. Both thought they had seen through the truth and had victory in their hands, and each of them was rubbing their hands, preparing for a long-term battle of wits and skill with the other. And in the end, their two best and closest friends couldn't help but ask the question. Yang Yuding looked at Shen Qingyan, her tone curious. All this talk has been about how to pursue Jiang Yi Chen and get him to take the bait. But what about you? How much do you actually like him? Xu Feng also looked at me, his face full of doubt. Brother Chen, don't just talk about the class president's feelings. What are your feelings for the class president, really? Shen Qingyan was stunned. I was stunned too. Both the boy and the girl were caught off guard by the question. Flustered, they immediately stood up awkwardly, a little embarrassed, angry, and panicked. That's not important. That evening, it was the familiar gathering of the four of them again. Looking at my school beauty deskmate, I cupped my hands righteously. Classmate Shen, we will be at the same university in the future. I hope you'll look after me. The girl nodded slightly. Her expression was cool, natural, and she returned the gesture seriously. You're too polite. We're deskmates. It's what I should do. Not far ahead was a milk tea shop. The speaker was broadcasting an ad for a buy one get one free couple's milk tea. The girl looked at me, her tone indifferent. Look, buy one get one free. That's a great deal. I didn't think twice. Then we have to take advantage of this deal. And so, the girl generously extended her hand towards me, her posture as elegant as a princess. I understood. I bowed like a knight and took the girl's hand, and held it. The two of them just held hands openly, as they walked towards the milk tea shop, leaving the actual couple, Xu Feng and Yang Yuding, stunned in place. Xu Feng couldn't help but have black lines all over his face. Aren't those two just playing games with each other again? If they keep dragging it out like this, when will they ever get together? But Yang Yuding was thinking about something else. Looking at the backs of the two, walking away hand in hand, she shook her head and smiled. It doesn't matter. Two fools who know perfectly well but are still pretending. They're just being stubborn. Right now, compared to a real couple, is there really any difference? Something big also happened this summer, giving me a reason to temporarily escape the battle of wits with my school beauty deskmate. It was Mother Jiang's plan to start a business and open a shop. Mother Jiang, Zhao Shuqin, had successfully resigned from the state-owned factory. With a severance package in hand, she began to plan her startup. At first, Mother Jiang was a little hesitant. She wasn't sure what she should choose to do. After all, she had spent decades in a state-owned factory with a stable job. Now, she actually had to go out and work for herself. The future was unclear, and there was always a sense of unease and anxiety. I suggested to my mother, Mom, how about we open a pastry shop? On one hand, it was the prophetic vision of a reincarnator. It was very clear that after 2007, in the small town of Yunnan, the business of high-end pastry shops would gradually develop. There was a pretty good market for it. Not to say one could get rich quick and make a fortune, but in my past life, there was a pastry shop chain like that. It opened 7 or 8 branches in Yunnan County at once and built its own brand, and had a fairly large loyal customer base. On the other hand, my mother was naturally good at baking and making sweets. She had a knack for it. Doing what you're good at is always a bit easier. And there's a third very important point. In my past life, when I was in university, I even worked part-time at a high-end pastry shop in Donghai City. I worked there part-time for over a year. From making various types of bread and desserts, to their popularity levels, I knew it all like the back of my hand. Mother and I researched and discussed it for several days, and finally decided on the next steps, the product menu and the concept for opening the shop. The shop's location was chosen in advance, right near our neighborhood, at a main road intersection with heavy foot traffic. It was also near several kindergartens, middle schools, and high schools. Even the shop itself was a high-end breakfast shop that was being transferred, which saved half the effort on decorations. It took about half a month to hire enough staff. The shop was also decorated according to the design concept I provided. The renovations were completed. The signboard was made to fit the style. The simple, rustic style of a small county. The name Hao Zai Lai Bakery sounds a bit rustic but is easy to remember, easy to pronounce. 3 days before the bakery's official opening, as I was rubbing my hands eagerly, impatient to try, preparing to help my mother build her empire, in the pastry world of Yunnan County. That afternoon, the shop unexpectedly welcomed its first customer. Ding dong. The glass door of the shop was pushed open. Along with the crisp sound of the wind chime hanging on the door, A slender and beautiful figure pushed the door and walked in, ignoring someone's dazed gaze. In a long, light blue dress, the girl with a refined and charming aura smiled and greeted Mother Jiang, who was standing behind the counter in the shop, sweetly. Mom. Mother Jiang. Xiao Shuqin heard the voice and turned to look. With a look of pleasant surprise, she quickly walked over to greet her. Oh my, Qingyan. Why are you here? The girl intimately and naturally linked arms with Mother Jiang. My godmother is opening a new shop. Of course, I have to come and help out. One sentence was enough to make Mother Jiang smile from ear to ear. Then, Shen Qingyan tilted her head slightly, looking at me standing beside her with a dumbfounded expression. She raised an eyebrow slightly. What's wrong? Seeing the silly look on my face, Shen Qingyan felt a little smug inside. This little brat thought he could secretly hide this from me. Little did he know. She had already gone through her best friend, asking Yang Yuding to first ask Xu Feng, someone's best friend, and found out that I was busy helping my family start a business recently. Then she called her godmother and confirmed the plans for the bakery's opening. That's why there was this scene of a divine soldier descending from heaven today. Shen Qingyan's thoughts were now very clear. She was determined to fully implement her plan to conquer her deskmate. She had to act simultaneously from multiple angles and directions. It wasn't just about attacking me alone. Winning over the parents first was also a brilliant move. The corners of the girl's mouth curled up. Originally, with her familiarity and understanding of how to get along with Father Jiang and Mother Jiang in her past life, it would be very easy to once again win the favor and affection of the two elders. Now that her godmother was busy with the new shop's opening, this goddaughter, without hesitation, stepped up to help and offer ideas. Bustling about, wouldn't this make the godmother who already adored her, love her to the bone? At that time, what godmother? That would be her actual mother-in-law. What goddaughter? She would instantly become the official daughter-in-law. She began to calculate and daydream in advance about the future scene of a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law living together. Extremely harmonious and wonderful. Little Yi Chen would be responsible for serving tea and water by the side, washing her feet. Shen Qingyan was about to burst into laughter inside, until Mother Jiang beside her couldn't help but call out with some concerned confusion. Qingyan. Qingyan. What is this silly girl laughing about by herself? The girl then came back to her senses. Her spirits immediately lifted. It's nothing. Mom. How are the preparations for your shop coming along? Let me take a look for you. Give you some suggestions. Helping with Mother Jiang's soon-to-open bakery, offering suggestions. Shen Qingyan was full of confidence and certainty. In her past life, her listed company had shopping malls as one of its main business segments. Regarding the opening of various types of shops, layout, marketing, and product selection, she was sufficiently familiar and knowledgeable. Although the bakery business was not within Shen Qingyan's area of expertise, as a reincarnator, with a vision and experience more than 10 years ahead of the future, made her believe she could easily help Mother Jiang grow this bakery bigger and stronger in this small county. Having made up her mind, Shen Qingyan was immediately filled with ambition and confidence. She started preparing to help her godmother by carefully examining the issues within the bakery. But as she began to look around the bakery, which had just been renovated, she discovered that this bakery was surprisingly well decorated. In her past life, in the shopping malls that Shen Qingyan managed, there were also a few high-end pastry shops and bakeries. She had even personally led her subordinates to inspect the situation at some of the stores. For those truly outstanding bakeries, she had a rather deep impression of how they should be decorated and laid out. She originally thought that with the backward experience of a small county and the newly emerging bakery-type stores, plus the fact that Mother Jiang had no relevant experience, this newly opened Hao Zai Lai bakery would surely have many problems and shortcomings that needed improvement. But now, the decorative layout in the shop that met her eyes was almost up to standard. The girl turned to look at Mother Jiang. Did you arrange all of this, Mom? Her tone carried a hint of disbelief. But Mother Jiang just laughed and waved her hand at the question. How could I have such skills? It was all Yi Chen's idea. The decoration and arrangement in this shop, the copper display shelves, the spotlights and all that. He decided on all of it. Just a kid. I don't know where he gets so many strange ideas. Although her tone sounded like she was blaming him, it clearly carried a few hints of unconcealable pride. Shen Qingyan was stunned to hear this. She turned to look at me with even more disbelief. You came up with it? Her mouth was about to form a cute O shape. My little deskmate has this kind of ability. I nodded happily, calmly and composedly. Yeah, just winged it. My tone was extremely casual. In reality, I was thrilled and openly smug inside. It's rare to be able to surprise the little school beauty. It really makes me look so cool. I was overjoyed inside, but I didn't forget to remind my mother. Mom, don't forget what I told you last time. When the time comes, the display of bread and sweets and cookies in the shop also has its rules. The golden spot, stack the signature. High-profit products there. Fill up a large area to enhance the visual effect. On the lower level, put the delicious, nutritious, and cheap snacks that kids like. Kids are short, so the first thing they see is the lower level. When we open, we'll do some more marketing. Go to the print shop to make some flyers and coupons to give out at the opening. Every time a customer refers a new one, we can give them another coupon with a deeper discount. Shen Qingyan listened from the side, a little dazed. Isn't this the Pinduoduo model? Who on earth is the reincarnated one? In the bakery. I was clearly speaking with enthusiasm. When the time comes, it's best to be at the shop's entrance. Organize a small tasting event, free samples. Put out the best-looking, freshest items, things that are eye-catching, and also the most fragrant items, so that students passing by and adults 2 streets away can smell it. Even good wine fears a deep alley. We have to use every method to attract people first. As long as you give people that first free bite. Once they're tempted, they'll naturally come into the shop to look and start shopping, compared to just hanging up a sign and leaving it alone. It's much more attractive. I was speaking animatedly over here, full of excitement. Mother Zhao Shukin, listened, a bit confused. But as the chairwoman of a listed company in her past life, Shen Qingyan was able to grasp the essence and subtlety of my words. Many of these ideas, 10+ years later, or even just a few years later, would no longer be novel. But in this era of 2007, in the small county of Yunnan, a marketing and promotion plan that was so systematic and mature could be considered thinking ahead of its time. She couldn't help but speak up. How did you think of all this? I didn't blink an eye. My face wasn't red. My heart wasn't racing. I dreamed it. A huge question mark appeared above the girl's head. That sounded completely unbelievable. Unless my little deskmate was also reincarnated. This thought flashed through her mind. Shen Qingyan couldn't help but laugh to herself. But reality wasn't a novel. How could reincarnation happen in pairs? Shen Qingyan looked at me, raising an eyebrow slightly. You know all this. So do you know how to make bread too? Being asked this, my spirits lifted. Nice. Someone was actively playing along with my act. Of course. A moment later, in the bakery's kitchen, watching my skilled movements, like a seasoned baker, from mixing ingredients to proofing and resting the dough, a series of kneading steps, all in one smooth motion. The girl standing beside me was dazed again, unable to help but widen her eyes. She just felt it was both novel and unbelievable. Her little deskmate really knew how. The diary she read in her past life didn't mention any of this. But after watching for a while, Shen Qingyan herself felt a little itch to try. Eager to try, let me try. The school beauty deskmate took the initiative to ask. I glanced at Shen Qingyan in surprise. Then I happily handed her a few lumps of kneaded and proofed dough. Then helped me cut these into small pieces. While I bowed my head and continued with other steps, Shen Qingyan took the lumps of dough, looked at the sample I had just cut, and also picked up a small knife to imitate me. The chairwoman of a listed company in her past life was good at everything in the business world, except for life skills. Her cooking skill was 0. This was almost the first time she had seriously held a knife. Her knife skills seemed a bit clumsy. While cutting the dough, the girl couldn't help but secretly gaze at her deskmate beside her. The teenager's handsome and refined profile, amidst the orderly busyness, exuded a strangely peaceful atmosphere. Shen Qingyan was a little lost in the sight and carelessly let the sharp knife in her hand slip. Hearing the girl's soft cry of pain, I immediately turned my head to look and saw my school beauty deskmate frowning tightly, revealing a pained expression. A streak of blood appeared on the finger she was holding. You cut your hand. Let me see. I quickly stepped forward, grabbed the school beauty deskmate's hand, and took a look. I couldn't help but frown. The wound wasn't very deep, but it was a cut nearly 2 centimeters long. Wait a moment. I quickly turned to the toolbox nearby, found rubbing alcohol and a bandage, and returned to carefully help the school beauty disinfect her injured finger. Then I carefully applied the bandage. After finishing all this, I finally let out a sigh of relief. 2 days later, Hao Zai Lai Bakery officially opened. The marketing and promotion preparations over the past few days had a huge effect after the cartoon cookies were put on sale at convenience stores and the Quan Lafu supermarket. Within 2 short days, they attracted countless children and parents, as well as the attention and love of young students. They were immediately sold out, with demand exceeding supply. The Hao Zai Lai signboard on the cookie packaging was also naturally remembered by people. So on the bakery's opening day, there was naturally a group of admiring customers, coupled with the shop's unique and exquisite decoration, simple yet stylish. It further attracted the curiosity and attention of a large number of passers-by. Customers poured in and were quickly captivated by the large number of baked goods and pastries, displayed in a scientific and perfect manner, especially under the enhancement of the exquisite, elegant copper display shelves and the light from each mini spotlight. Every piece of bread, toast, and pastry radiated an enticing glow that made one's mouth water. How could the people of a small county have ever seen this kind of high-class appeal? They immediately went wild. A frantic buying spree ensued. It directly caused the 3 bakers Mother Jiang hired in the back kitchen and the 2 cashiers at the front counter to be so busy they were dizzy and couldn't stop. But they were also extremely excited and happy, sweating profusely but still tireless, facing the bustling, prosperous scene of the bakery. As the ones who contributed greatly, Shen Qingyan and I just stood by, enjoying and witnessing it. Time passed quietly. Starting from mid-July, acceptance letters from major universities were sent by mail, delivered to each house, into the hands of high school graduates. Yang Yuding and Xu Feng had successively received letters from Hangshang University of Technology and Hangshang Institute of Engineering. By the end of July, the 2 acceptance letters from Donghai University were also received by Shen Qingyan and me. At this point, the beginning of a new university life, the holiday had quietly entered its countdown. Along with the acceptance letters came the registration date for new students. Yang Yuding's Hangcheng University of Technology was on August 27th. Xu Feng's Institute of Metrology was on the 29th, only 2 days apart. Xu Feng planned to go early, with his beloved wife, to check things out in advance and conveniently do the manual labor, responsible for carrying bags and luggage for his girlfriend, especially to appear in front of the other new students at the University of Technology, to seriously declare his sovereignty over Yang Yuding. This beauty is already taken. You brats better not even think about touching my woman. As for Donghai University for Shen Qingyan and me, the registration day for new students was earlier. August 17th meant that the 2 of us also had to say goodbye to our best friends early and take 1 step ahead on the path to university life. Regarding this, whether it was Yang Yuding or Xu Feng, both couldn't help but feel a little disappointed and dejected. You guys are leaving so early? We originally wanted to spend the Qiqi Festival with you. The Qiqi Festival in 2007 was on August 19th of the solar calendar, which was just 2 days before, or even earlier then, when my school beauty deskmate and I had to leave for Donghai. As for Xu Feng's and Yang Yuding's words, I had a righteous expression. What does the Qiqi Festival have to do with us? You 2 can celebrate it yourselves. But when Shen Qingyan heard these words, her eyes lit up slightly, as if she was thinking about something. Qiqi Festival. Huh. In any case, after receiving the acceptance letters and confirming the registration date for new students, the 4 of them's gatherings and fun during this summer were finally coming to an end. As the day of separation approached, the 4 of them didn't say much, but in reality, they cherished the moments of fun together even more. They hung out together more often, wandering through all the streets and alleys of the small Yunnan County, checking in at all the delicious eateries. Occasionally, they would also go to Mother Jiang's newly opened bakery to help with the increasingly prosperous business of Hao Zai Lai Bakery. The 2 girls were at the front counter, responsible for cashiering and consulting. Shen Qingyan was originally the recognized school beauty of Yunnan High School. With a noble aura, her beauty was stunning. Yang Yuding was also the class beauty, top tier, impeccable in both looks and temperament. The 2 of them wore the bakery's staff uniforms and aprons, smiling sweetly at the customers, which directly caused the number of male customers in the shop to increase several times over. As for Xu Feng and I, the 2 guys, we were in charge of the heavy labor in the kitchen, helping the bakers knead dough and bake bread, tired and drenched in sweat. Occasionally, when we came out to the front to take a break, we would see the 2 girls smiling and welcoming customers at the front counter. Every male customer, regardless of age, old or young, fell for the smiles of the 2 beautiful staff members and dazedly bought a huge pile of bread and cookies, enough to last until the new year. When they left, they were reluctant to go, taking 1 step and looking back 3 times. Xu Feng couldn't help but feel indignant watching this. Look at that, this is what men are. Then he turned to look at me. He earnestly advised, Brother Chen, when you get to university, you have to be careful. You must keep a close eye on the class president. If the class president gets snatched away by some other bastard, you'll have no one to cry to. I took a sip of water, my face unchanging. We just have a pure deskmate relationship. I don't know what you're talking about. Xu Feng complained. Fine. 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 Keep lying to yourself. Let's see how long you can keep it up. Xu Feng's gaze unintentionally swept over Shen Qingyan at the counter. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he perked up. He leaned close to my side, secretly lowering his voice. Brother Chen, have you noticed? After the class president did that business with you last time, it seems she's been changing her style of dress often. And it's always the socks. Today, over-the-knee socks. Tomorrow, slouchy socks. The day after, black socks. Then white socks. My God, it's too devilish. Is she targeting you? I almost choked on my water and coughed, then continued to try to stay calm, my face unchanging. I don't know what you're talking about. It's just a coincidence. Although my mouth said so calmly, my eyes unconsciously glanced towards my school beauty deskmate at the cashier counter. The girl stood straight in her staff uniform and apron. Below her skirt, a section of her slender and well-proportioned calf was revealed. Today, the school beauty deskmate was wearing a pair of small brown leather shoes. Above the shoe, a section of her ankle was revealed, fair, slender, and with a bit of white lace sock trim. The pupils in my eyes trembled violently. Vixen. On the other side, Shen Qingyan was also chatting with Yang Yuding. Yang Yuding had also noticed the changing details in her recent regular attire and couldn't help but ask curiously. Shen Qingyan replied nonchalantly, "It's nothing. I am just conducting a controlled variable experiment." Hearing this, a question mark appeared above Yang Yuding's head. What experiment? A study on the types of different socks and their appeal and lethality on a certain little deskmate. At the beginning of August, a few days before leaving, the 4 of them discussed again. Xu Feng suggested that the group go for one last overnight camping trip on Yushan Mountain to hang out for a day. The other 3 happily agreed. On the day of departure, When they met at the designated spot, X, Yu Feng, and I, the two guys, was in charge of bringing all sorts of camping equipment and the tent. The two girls were the same, carrying large and small bags. They didn't seem to be carrying any less than the boys, which made X Yu Feng and I look on with question marks above our heads. The guys were already carrying all the necessary things. Why did these two highnesses still have so much stuff? Yang Yuding counted on her fingers, listing out the snacks one by one. Wet wipes, disposable tablecloths, picnic mats, tissues, lipstick, lotion, makeup remover. Girls need to prepare a lot of things. I listened with lines forming on my face. I turned to look at my campus belle deskmate. You two. Shen Qingyan said calmly. I have one more thing than Yuding. I was puzzled. One more thing? The girl glanced at me lightly, her cherry lips parting. She uttered one word. Stockings. I calmly and composedly said, oh. I nonchalantly turned my head away as if nothing had happened, from an angle others wouldn't notice. The pupils in my eyes contracted violently again. I was utterly shocked. A vixen bringing stockings to a mountain camping trip. Is that reasonable or not? But it also depends on what kind of stockings you're bringing. What good girl would bring those kinds of stockings camping? The evil dragon in my heart roared. Of course. I only dared to roar a few times in my heart. Looking at the back of my campus belle deskmate who had already gotten on the bus, I couldn't help but feel a helpless headache. Lately, it seems I am becoming less and less able to withstand the attacks of my campus belle deskmate. At this rate, my firm Yao heart is about to have problems. More importantly, I clearly know she's deliberately provoking me, and yet, I actually kind of want to see it. Even now, looking at the backpack the girl is wearing, there's only one thought in my mind. So, what my campus belle deskmate brought? What kind of stockings are they exactly? We rode the bus all the way to the foot of Yushan Mountain. The four of us carried our luggage and equipment in large and small bags. We followed the mountain path upwards. Yumon County was named because it's located south of Yushan Mountain. The mountain was lush with green trees, and the environment was tranquil. Taking a deep breath made me feel refreshed and relaxed. It was like being in a natural oxygen bar. Half an hour later, when all four of us were panting slightly and sweating a little, we smoothly reached our destination, a clearing in the forest halfway up the mountain. We put down our luggage and tools, big and small. X Yu Feng immediately started arranging things cheerfully. Brother Chen and I will set up the tents first. Yuding and the class president can go find some dry branches and firewood. Well, start a fire and cook later. And so, the four of us split up and got busy. For this camping trip, we brought 2 tents in total. Right now, X Yu Feng and I were each taking one. We started assembling and setting them up. In my past life, after I started working, I also organized outdoor activities with my colleagues. I had camping experience, so assembling the tent now went very smoothly. On the other hand, X Yu Feng was full of confidence at first. He thought he didn't need the instruction manual. The result was a clumsy mess, getting everything wrong. By the time Shen Qingyan and Yang Yuding, the two girls, came back holding a pile of dry firewood and branches, my tent was already set up, but the tent X Yu Feng was responsible for next to it was still a limp pile on the ground, completely shapeless. With just your level of skill, you still brag about being an outdoor expert. Yang Yuding shot her boyfriend a contemptuous look. She turned to look at the tent I set up, praising with some surprise. Jiang Yichen, you set that up really fast. Do you have camping experience? I smiled and waved my hand. Hey, I learned later. I stopped halfway, suddenly realizing something was wrong. I almost gave myself away, seeing Shen Qingyan, Yang Yuding, and X Yu Feng looking at me with puzzled eyes. I thought quickly on my feet, immediately changing my tune and singing. I finally learned how to love, but it's a pity you left long ago. Disappeared into the sea of people. A sudden rendition of Later was presented. The 3 people beside me listened, stunned. I maintained a calm and natural expression. Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly felt like singing. Having finished setting up my tent, I turned to help X Yu Feng assemble his, while the two of us worked together to set up the tent. The 2 girls had found enough firewood. Some of the larger dry logs needed to be chopped into smaller pieces with the small axe we brought. Yang Yuding tried twice with the small axe, but the result was either missing the mark, or not having enough strength, failing to split the log. X Yu Feng saw this and immediately volunteered. Yuding, just leave it. Don't worry. I'll chop it after I finish setting up the tent, and at that moment, Shen Qingyan's voice rang out, no need. Let me. I saw the girl step forward and take the axe. She gripped it with both hands, stood firm, her posture and movements perfectly standard. Taking a light breath, the girl's eyes narrowed slightly, and the axe was raised. Then, she aimed at the log and swung down with precision and speed. The log split in 2 with the sound of the axe. X Yu Feng watched with wide eyes. Then came the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th logs. The girl chopped firewood like flowing water, succeeding in one go. In just a moment, she had chopped all the collected firewood into small pieces, piled them up, and looking at the girl, her face wasn't red, and her breathing wasn't heavy. It seemed as if she had just done a simple, trivial task. Yu Feng was amazed. Class president, you have this skill too. I couldn't help but be a little surprised as well. I looked at my campus belle deskmate, Shen Qingyan, and smiled faintly. In her past life, she was also an outdoor travel enthusiast. Moreover, she was a professional. She had gone mountain climbing and camping alone countless times. Although she was clumsy with a knife in the kitchen, setting up tents, chopping firewood, and starting fires were trivial matters for her. Yang Yuding looked at her best friend. She was in slight disbelief. Qingyan, I've never heard you say you knew how to do these things before. Shen Qingyan shook her head naturally. I didn't know how before. I learned later. Halfway through her sentence, the girl also froze. She suddenly realized Shed almost slipped up. She immediately changed her words. Finally, I understood through tears. Some people, once you miss them, are gone forever. She also started singing. The girl tried to remain calm, pretending as if nothing had happened. I think this song is pretty good too. Xu Feng and Yang Yuding were suspicious. They looked at Shen Qingyan and then at me. You two are really in sync. As for the girl and I, we glanced at each other. Both of us couldn't help but feel a little guilty. Yeah, deskmates should have some chemistry. At the same time, both of us had looks of relieved luck. That was close. So close. We almost exposed ourselves as reincarnators. The tents were set up, and a pile of firewood was chopped. Next, the four of them started a fire to cook. For convenience and to save effort, for this camping trip, they had prepared ingredients in advance, mainly things that were easy to grill, like corn and sweet potatoes. There were also a few packs of instant noodles and some pre-made skewers bought from the store. I found a few rocks to build 2 temporary fire pits. Then, I stuffed branches and dry wood inside, leaving some space. I used a lighter to light it. Xu Feng, acting like an expert, commented from the side, Hey, actually, it would be more primitive to use a fire drill. Using a lighter is less interesting. I glanced at my best friend. Then you can eat interesting later. Well, eat the grilled food. 2 fire pits. One had a small pot placed on top, with a few packs of noodles thrown in, waiting for it to boil. The other one had the special grill rack we brought. I placed the skewers on it one by one, brushed them with oil, avoiding the open flames. I started to slowly turn and grill them. I also casually threw a few sweet potatoes and potatoes into the fire without wrapping them in foil. Camping in this era wasn't that sophisticated. The few of us sat by the fire, chatting, while waiting for the fire to be ready for cooking. They just kept talking and laughing. When they got hungry, they snacked on some things to tide them over. Only I was the busiest at this moment, tending to 2 fires by myself. On this side, I had to occasionally flip the skewers, making sure not to burn them. On the other side, I had to watch the flames of the bonfire, adding some wood or another rock to block the wind. The instant noodles were cooked first, and the skewers were almost done. I scooped the noodles into a few small bowls, a little for each person. Then everyone took a few skewers. They all ate with great appetite. It wasn't necessarily better than at a restaurant, but it was still very fragrant. The potatoes and sweet potatoes took a bit more time and effort, but by the time everyone had finished the noodles and skewers, they were almost cooked. I took a branch and dug the potatoes and sweet potatoes out of the fire. Xu Feng was impatient and hurriedly grabbed a few. The result was that as soon as he picked them up, he got burned and winced in pain. He couldn't hold them steady in his hands, juggling them back and forth like a circus act. After they cooled down a bit, I picked up a potato and casually handed it to my campus belle deskmate. Try it. Shen Qingyan happily took it. Her long, slender fingers carefully peeled off the charred black skin. She took a small bite. It was fragrant, sweet, soft, and chewy. The girl narrowed her eyes slightly, showing a look of contentment. It's delicious, but because the potato skin wasn't wrapped in foil, it was charred black. So when the girl took that bite, she didn't seem to notice that the corner of her mouth got a little dirty with soot. I reminded her, the corner of your mouth is dirty. Shen Qingyan raised an eyebrow, seemingly completely unaware. I pointed with my hand, but my campus belle deskmate still didn't seem to get it. She tried to wipe it herself but carelessly wiped the wrong spot. Finally, I decided to take action myself. I took a wet wipe and reached over, and carefully helped my campus belle deskmate wipe the soot from the corner of her mouth. There, it's done. Shen Qingyan seemed to suddenly realize. She nodded at me. Thanks. While the corner of her mouth unintentionally curved up slightly. At the same time, the girl was already smiling with her eyes in her heart, like a little fox, easily getting her way. After eating a self-made lunch at the campsite, they did a quick cleanup and temporarily extinguished the fire. Yang Yuding suggested going up a bit further to wander around, so the 4 of them stood up and temporarily left the campsite. They found the stone-paved mountain path and continued climbing. After climbing for a while, the easy stone steps gradually disappeared. The mountain path became a bit steep and slippery. Shen Qingyan glanced at me without saying anything. She casually held out her slender, fair little hand. Having learned from the experience at the park mountain last time, I very consciously took my campus belle deskmate's small hand. The 2 of us continued upward like that. Yang Yuding, walking behind, watched with a bit of envy. She also looked towards her boyfriend, her tone coquettish. Xu Feng, the road is a bit steep. It's so hard to walk. The result was little Xus reply in the next second. Classmate Xu replied confidently, It's okay. I am super good at climbing mountains. Honey, watch this. While speaking, classmate little Xu took 2 steps for every 3. and climbed a long way in one go. Then he even turned back to enthusiastically call us honey. Honey, hurry up. Don't fall behind. Yang Yuding suddenly felt like changing boyfriends. The altitude of Yushan Mountain wasn't considered high. It only took the four of them 20 minutes to get from halfway up the mountain to the summit, but looking out from the summit, it still invoked a heroic feeling. That sense of seeing all mountains as small from this height. In the distance was the entire Yumen County, the hometown that had nurtured these teenagers for 18 years. Standing on the summit, Xu Feng took a deep breath and let out an excited shout at the top of his lungs, the echo reverberating. Yang Yuding beside him also followed suit. She cupped her hands around her mouth like a megaphone and also shouted loudly. After shouting, their whole mood seemed to become relaxed and open. I stood by and watched with a smile, feeling a bit emotional inside as well. I inadvertently glanced at my campus belle deskmate beside me and found that at this moment, the girl was looking around the summit, a little dazed and lost in thought. Soon, the four of them returned from the summit along the same path. On the way down, they were still talking and laughing, but I noticed that my campus belle deskmate was clearly a bit restless and distracted. Occasionally, the girl seemed to turn her head towards the summit and glance back. When we returned to the campsite, it was already dark. Night was falling. The four of them started the campfire again and gathered around the fire to cook again. It was still instant noodles plus skewers and a pile of potatoes and sweet potatoes. After eating for a while, Xu Feng somehow even pulled out a bottle of Erguo2 liquor. 1 second, he was making grand pronouncements, raising his glass with heroic spirit. Come on. Ill down this glass. A toast to our friendship. The next second, he was drunkenly passed out on Yang Yuding's lap, slurring his words, which made the other three not know whether to laugh or cry. After dinner, I struggled to throw my best friend into the tent to rest. Yang Yuding, as his girlfriend, was a little worried, and went in to take care of him. With the young couple in the tent, I couldn't very well stay and be a third wheel. I came out of the tent and saw my campus belle deskmate stand up from by the fire. She turned to look at me. Jiang Yichen, come up to the summit with me again. As she spoke, the girl's expression was calm and serene. I couldn't see any change in her mood. I was stunned. I nodded. Okay. Climbing a mountain at night is harder than during the day. The light was dim, making it hard to see the mountain path. I held my campus belle deskmate's hand and carefully walked up. Neither of us spoke much during the whole process. For some reason, I vaguely felt that the girl's mood was unusually down. Finally, we stepped past the last patch of land, pushing aside the old branches blocking the path. The two of us reached the summit again. Our vision suddenly opened up. Tonight, there was no moon, no wind, no clouds. Above us was a vast sky full of stars, gathered like a sea. Looking up at this starry sky, my whole mood seemed to become peaceful. At this moment, the girl's clear and pleasant voice rang out. When I was little, my mom also brought me to climb Yushan Mountain. I froze. I instinctively looked up ahead. My campus belle deskmate had let go of my hand at some point. She walked a few steps forward, her back facing me, looking up at the night sky, dazed and lost in thought. Under the sparkling starlight of this scene, the girl's slender figure looked cool and fragile. Her voice was still calm, tinged with reminiscence. I was only 5 then. I just remember Yushan Mountain seemed very high. The stairs were steep, but Mom held my hand, and I felt so safe, so warm. That day, we stayed on the summit until very late, until so many stars like this appeared in the sky. Mom told me that soon she would also become a star in the sky. Later on, if I missed her, so much that I couldn't help but cry, I should look up, because she would be in the sky, always watching over me. The summit was quiet. Only the girl's soft recounting of her memories echoed calmly under the night sky, neither fast nor slow. But at this point, the girl paused. Looking up at the starry sky, Mom lied. I've counted so many stars so many times, but I've never found her. Her calm voice at this moment trembled slightly at the end, causing one's heart to throb intensely. Jiang Yichen, I am here. You owe me 3 conditions. Now I want to use the first condition. Along with her voice, Shen Xingyan turned to look at me. I also saw my campus belle deskmate's face clearly at this moment. Under the starlight, the girl's face before me was still, incomparably pure and beautiful. The rims of the girl's eyes were slightly red, but she tried to maintain a cold expression, facing my gaze. She was stubbornly proud, unwilling to let others see her weakness. Hug me. Bathed in the clear starlight, the girl's figure was slender and fragile. Her expression still tried to maintain a cold demeanor. She looked straight into my eyes, not flinching, not avoiding. Even now, when she clearly hoped for comfort, she still pretended to be as calm as usual. Her normal tone was just a request for me to fulfill my earlier promise. My gaze softened slightly. Perhaps what I saw at this moment was the true appearance behind the cold exterior of my campus belle deskmate. No matter how proud and cold a person is, they eventually have a soft spot in their heart, one that is not easily touched. Yet the girl before me was able to say such words to me, even though she still pretended to be calm, as if nothing was wrong. But it was like the most stubborn and sharp-tongued little animal, anxiously and uneasily, showing its soft belly. To me, without any reservation, this was a heavy trust. For me, it was a great fortune. I walked straight up, in front of my campus belle deskmate. and gently wrapped my arms around the girl before me, soft and warm in my arms. I could smell the faint fragrance from the girl's hair. At this moment, not a single impure thought crossed my mind. I just quietly held her, feeling the warmth of this hug. Shen Qingyan's slender body tensed slightly, then it slowly relaxed and softened. She also reached out and gently hugged my back, then she hugged a little tighter. The starry sky was brilliant and dazzling. The boy and girl on the summit held each other in silence. I don't know how much time passed. Feeling my campus belle deskmate in my arms, her body gradually relaxing and softening, her mood also seemed to calm down. I looked up at the starry sky and suddenly blurted out a sentence. I am super good at counting stars. It'll help you find her next time. No kidding. I cultivated for 3 years in the observatory on the roof of the school's admin building. That's no boast. In one night, I counted 382 stars in one go. The martial world bestowed upon me the title Great Emperor of Star Counting. My words made Shen Qingyan unable to hold back a soft chuckle, but after laughing, she wrapped her arms around me even tighter, buried her face in my shoulder, and softly said, "Thank you." Just a simple thank you like that carried a gentle melody that seemed to twist and turn 1,000 times, making one's heart flutter. I couldn't help but smile. "You're welcome." Sensing that my campus belle deskmate's mood had improved a lot, I was about to loosen my arms from around her, but as I was about to let go, I felt the girl in my arms hugging me a little tighter with her own arms. "Jiang Yichen, don't I still have 2 conditions left?" I was slightly stunned. I nodded slightly. "Then I'll use another one. My second condition is that you promise me 3 more conditions." Huh. Without the slightest hesitation, I instantly let go of the campus belle in my arms. "Women, thy name is Greed." The next day, on the bus ride home from Yushan Mountain, Yu Feng was holding his head with a pained expression, lying limp on the seat, barely breathing. It's so uncomfortable, so uncomfortable. Yang Yuding sat beside him, glaring at her boyfriend unhappily, scolding him. "Serves you right for showing off. You regret it now, don't you?" Yu Feng continued to gasp for air. "I swear I'll never drink Ergu again." He opened the car window for some fresh air. After lying limp on the seat for a while, Yu Feng reluctantly regained some of his spirit. He couldn't help but sneakily sidle up to me and lower his voice. "Brother Chen, I heard you and the class president went up to the summit again last night. How did it go? Did you win her over?" I glared at my best friend. Why is this kid's head full of nothing but winning girls over? Maybe he should change his name to XU the player. "We just went to the summit to look at the stars." After hearing this, Xu Feng was astonished, his eyes wide. "Damn, that romantic?" Then confessing under the stars would have been even more perfect. Hearing such surprised words from my best friend, I couldn't help but recall last night. The scene under the starry sky on the summit, the breathtakingly beautiful and moving face of my campus belle deskmate, and also, under the witness of billions of stars, the faint fragrance and the softness when we hugged. My heart suddenly skipped a beat. It was indeed very romantic.